Oh, yes. Monday morning, and the Yodel Man is here for everybody. Good morning, everybody. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. All right, stop, Yodel dude. Uh-oh. He's...
Good way to start the day, for sure.
My goodness.
Nice Yodel.
Good morning. It's Monday. How was your weekend? Hello, fellow traders, friends, family, and everybody else. Welcome to TopstepTV. We have an all-star cast here today. And no, like other show out there, you're not going to have everything wrapped in one beautiful package of education, trading buddies, market knowledge, cool swag, and tradertainment. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your family's friends, tell your enemies family. Let them know about what we're doing here. This is opening call, and as you can see next to me, the dancing bear, and I'm the clown with the sound. We have an informative and educational show for you today. And each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, be the best that you can be, because that's all you can be. Give it a try. Be the best. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch education. Let's say hello to that guy sitting next to me. Who is that? That's not the Hoag. No, it's not. It's the JD. JD, good morning, my brother. How are you?
What's up, Eddie? Feeling good, my brother. Just filling in for Hoag. Hoag's having a time. He's got some visitors in from out of town. He went out and had some fun this weekend, so he took the day off, as he deserves also. Checking out on the chat, Arthur Morgan. I'm wearing the same shirt this morning, JD. All right, we got another Costco shopper out there. Callaway Costco gear. Love it.
Costco, huh? You know, Costco, they've got, my wife, when she goes, she always gets the meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Because it's excellent. Yeah, Costco, I do that too. Other prepared meals are excellent.
Oh my goodness, they're great. Meatloaf. Anyway, yes. Well, JD, you got some news here, because I do not have any news, but you do.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go to charts. We do have Stock Market Wolf booked here. We'll see if he loads in a little later. But otherwise, what do you got for us, JD?
What's up? Yeah, as soon as Stock Market Wolf gets here, we'll cut over to him. But we've got a lot happening this week. There's a lot on the economic calendar. We're going to start with that. Today's going to be kind of quiet. We just have the Dallas Fed manufacturing survey out at 9:30 Central Time, then a 3-month and 6-month bill auction as normal for Mondays. Tomorrow is when we start getting heated. Day one of the scheduled 2-day Fed meeting. That starts tomorrow, Tuesday. We also have the Employment Cost Index, Case-Shiller Home Price Index, FHFA, Housing Price Index, Chicago PMI, Consumer Confidence, a slew of T-bill, T-note, announcements, auctions, and settlements. Wednesday, starting as normal with NBA mortgage applications, the ADP unemployment report, Treasury funding announcement, some more bond and note announcements, PMI, ISM, construction spending, JOLTS, petroleum status report, then the FOMC announcement. All eyes are going to be on the Fed Wednesday. The FOMC announcement is scheduled to come out at 1 o'clock Central Time, followed by Fed Chair Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30. We'll be dissecting his verbiage, as they say.
Yeah.
But no rate hikes are expected for this meeting. So if anything crazy happens, that's why it'll happen. Thursday.
Crazy is going to happen, but it's just a matter of we're ready for it. Be ready for it anytime, like Hoag says.
Yep. Thursday, motor vehicle sales, Challenger job cuts, international trade in goods, jobless claims, productivity, factory orders, natural gas report, and the Fed balance sheet. Friday, another big day. We've got the April unemployment report due out at 7:30 Central Time Friday. Then PMI, Composite Flash, ISM, Baker Hughes rig count, and John Williams, Austin Goolsby speaking after the close. Lots happening on the economic calendar. On the earnings front, we've also got some mega cap big tech names coming out. We've got Amazon reporting after the bell on Tuesday and Apple reporting after the bell on Thursday. In other stock news, Tesla booming this morning, up about 9% this morning. Tesla partnered with Baiynd, a Chinese company, and they got the green light to launch its driver-assisted software in China. So Tesla is ripping higher as we speak. And we've got crude oil prices dropping this morning. There's been some peace talks between Israel and Hamas over the weekend, easing some concerns about disruption to supplies in that region. So crude oil is backing off just a little bit this morning. On the lighter side of news, Eddie, you'll probably be loving this one.
Ooh, what do you got?
I got a headline here. NFL's Roger Goodell talks possibly about moving the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend. Finally, some reprieve from that Super Bowl Monday hangover. President's Day, it's a federal holiday. Banks are closed, stock market's closed, schools are closed. Why didn't they start doing this 50 years ago? I don't know. That's beyond me.
Well, you know what? I gave Roger. I call him Raj. I gave him a call maybe about 3 months ago. I said, "Dude, what's going on, man? You got to change that." And I told him if he didn't, I wasn't going to continue cutting his grass. So there you go.
I would love to get a shot of Eddie on Roger Goodell's lawn, mowing the lawn, doing the edging, sweeping the driveway.
Just mowing, boo, B-O-O. He gets it. You know, the thing is, everybody gets, all those commissioners get it. So,
yeah, for sure. So, yeah, not much expected from the Fed during this meeting. We'll just be keeping an eye on the rhetoric, possibly giving an indication of when the next either rate hike or rate cut will be coming. That's what everybody's going to be looking for. And then again, unemployment report on Friday. Tomorrow also happens to be the last trading day of the month, so keep your eyes open for that end-of-month rebalance. End-of-month rebalances aren't quite as significant as quarterly rebalances, but they do tend to bring a little volatility going into the close, so keep an eye on that also. Other than that, Eddie, do we have some more news we want to share today?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals, pay attention here today, all right, and pass it on. Today is bell to bell, bell to bell, bell to bell. We got bell to bell today for a free reset. So make sure you're tuned in to TopstepTV all day. That's what it means, bell to bell. We're not going to tell you when. Well, we'll sort of give you a heads up. But we're dropping in 3 check-in forms. Okay, it's going to happen 3 times today. And all you got to do is we'll post a link up top. Click on the link. It's going to be pinned to the chat. That's what I mean. It'll be pinned to the chat. You're going to click on that link. You're going to fill it out. All right. No, you only got to do it one time. All right. One time. That's all you got to do for each time. And if you get the 3, then you are eligible for a free reset. We'll get that out to you. I'm not sure. We'll get details on when we're going to send it out. Usually it's like a day or 2 after the bell to bell. You'll get an email with the credentials for a free reset. Only one. So keep that in mind. Also, have you checked out the new products that we have added in Topstep X? A bunch of new products were added. Check it out. We got some cool stuff here. Let me pull it up here so I can see a little. We got the Australian dollar, Canadian Yodere, Japanese yen, Mexican peso, the micro Aussie US dollar, Euro FX, Swiss franc, the New Zealand dollar here, pound, Euro US dollar, mini Euro FX. Probably take a note on this. I know we've got this posted on the website. We're going to post those also on, I think we're going to add those at Topstep X, where you can find that in the change log. For the trade bonds, financials, 2-year note, 30-year note, 5-year note, ultra bond. Robert's going to like that one. 10-year note and the ultra note. Those are the ones that we have added. I know that you people are, what about currencies? Come on, add the currencies. Well, we did. So have at it. There's the symbols, and we'll get those out there. But otherwise, JD, I think that is all that I have to announce. Bell to bell here, new products added, and let's put our nose to the grind and have this week one of the best. Oh,
Yeah.
We also got my bad. Top step tip of the week. Are we doing that right now? Let's do tip of the week. We'll get that out of the way.
Yeah,
and
why
there
not?
it is. Review your performance daily. Keep track of the trades and rate them. It's a great idea. I have not did that. Accounting for your ability. Account. It's all about you. All right. You're the one pushing the buttons. You're the one pulling the strings. You are the CEO of your company. All right. Your company is your account. Treat it as that. And you're not going to be as reckless as you usually are. You're not going to make indecisive moves. You're going to be thinking things over if you think this is your company. So do that. And JD, what do you got to add to that performance daily?
Keep jabbing away at it. Screen time, there's no substitute for it. Get in your seat, watch the markets. It's the best way to learn. That's what I got for you.
You got that. All right. Without further ado, let's get to the charts. And fast market's coming up here next. But JD, what do you got for us today in our charts?
We are just going to rip through these real quick. I was expecting Stock Market Wolf to join us to get a bit of his commentary in here. So I didn't really have much prepared, but I'm going to show you what I'm looking at early this morning. Right now, I got the daily chart of the S&P 500 up. Hot mic, Eddie. Hot mic.
Stretch it out. Stretch it out. All right. What do you got?
All right. Here's our daily of the E-mini S&P 500. Nice rally to end the week last week, and we're hovering right here below weekly kickoff high at 51.50. I'm actually going to switch over to my trading view charts real quick because I have some. I have my profiles up on here. I haven't added my Topstep X account yet. But in the ES, we lost about 28,000 in open interest yesterday, and volume was on Friday, and volume was fairly light. We've got a P-shaped volume profile here, which indicates some short covering going on at the end of the day, or towards the middle end of the day on Friday. With that loss of 28,000 in open interest, telling me that some weaker shorts getting out of the market on Friday. So what do those traders do now? Do they kind of sit on their hands, or they look for more opportunities? Also, these P-shaped profiles, short covering, typically indicate you're going to see some follow through afterwards. Right now, we're still trading inside range, inside value from Friday. We're not opening with a gap. Overnight inventory is fairly balanced. So what I'm going to do for the ES this morning, we're going to sit tight. We're going to wait for we're going to look for some better trade opportunities or better trade locations. Opening in range, in value, we're sort of diddling in the middle, as Hoag likes to say. So we're going to let the market dictate some direction for us. I'd like to see some follow through from Friday's price action and a move higher. I think that 51.50 weekly kickoff high is going to be our line in the sand early on this week. If we break through there and close above today, I'd like to see some follow through going into the rest of the week. All right, over to our NASDAQ. Here's a daily of the NASDAQ chart. Same thing here. So NASDAQ lost about 6,000 in open interest on Friday on fairly low volume again. Moving over to our trading view again, we have that same P-shaped profile that we saw in the ES, indicating some short covering, some weaker, shorter term weekend shorts getting out of the market. Buyers were definitely in control on Friday. A little different than the ES here. NASDAQ appears to be opening outside of range, outside of balance from Friday. We have a volume point in control here at 895 quarter. So it looks like we may be opening with a small gap in the next 15 minutes. So what I'll be looking for here, since my initial bias is to the long side early on, I'd like to see this small overnight gap close fairly early on, then look for a base to start buying and look for new highs going into the later part of the morning. That is my initial game plan going into the going into the NQ trade this morning. Slight pullback, cover that overnight gap, look for a base to start putting on some longs. We'll be trading. I'll be here all morning long for fast markets also. So we'll be trading in that house account, which is a live account. Most of you know, live trading account. We bring in ideas from all of our top funded traders here at Topstep, everybody on the panel. We even take advice from you guys in the chat. So whatever you guys have a feeling of, just throw it in the chat. We're going to consider it. We're going to take a look at it. All opinions matter here. The house account's a real live account. We're trading in a live market, live on TopstepTV. So make sure that you're here to see it. We'll be doing it live. Again, my initial bias is to the upside in equities today. ES a little different than NASDAQ. ES, I'm going to wait for some better trade locations. NASDAQ, I want to see this gap filled early, find a base, find a spot to get long, and we'll ride it out from there. All right. Quick check in on crude oil. All right, so here's that potential head and shoulders pattern that Hoag's been talking about for the last few weeks. We're sort of forming that right shoulder right now. We did get some lower price action overnight. That's all based off of some headlines coming in from the Middle East. Let me see if I can find it here real quick. Yes. Oh, that's not it. Hang on. There's some peace talks between Israel and Hamas that ease concerns about. Well, I'm hearing something else, but
Well, you
peace
know
talks
what?
between.
I mean, I'll keep it updated. My eyes will be on the prize here. I'll be watching for anything over the wire.
Oh, excellent.
Regarding that, I mean, obviously, we'll see if we can get something going here. Let's watch the markets, though. But
Appreciate that, Eddie. Oh, yeah. What I was alluding to was peace talks between Israel and Hamas, easing concerns in the Middle East, easing concerns over potential disruption in supplies, disruption to supplies from that region. So we're seeing a little pullback in oil prices right now. We could switch over to a 30-minute chart.
if I can find it.
So here's a 30-minute chart of crude oil this morning. So we saw overnight inventory initially short, came back into balance, balanced out those shorts, and now we're trading to the short side again. We're opening open outside of range, below balance from Friday. So it did not open with a gap, but broke immediately after the open. So there's no gap to fill here in regular trading hours for crude oil. Right now, momentum is to the downside. So we'll be looking for possible areas of pullbacks to try and short this market in the short term. Again, this is a 30-minute crude oil. These are short-term moving averages. Blue is 50 period, white is 100, red is a 200 period moving average on these trading view charts right here. What do you got, Eddie?
Well, JD, yeah, we did see the crude lower 83.05. Right now, we're looking at 83.23, right around that area, 87.39. for the Brent. A Hamas delegation will visit Cairo today for talks aimed at securing a ceasefire. The Hamas official told Reuters on Sunday, with the group expected to respond to Israel's latest Gaza phase truce proposal that they talked about on Saturday. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Say a prayer, as John would say. Let's just end this, please. I mean, it's moving the market, but you know what? I'd rather have it not and have a little peace, and we can move the markets on our own. Back to you,
For
JD.
sure. You got it. Also, weekly kickoff levels in crude oil did not change this week. 84.75 weekly kickoff high, 80.30 weekly kickoff low, same as last week. We'll be keeping an eye on those levels. Just a quick word on gold, a market I don't track quite as much. I know Eddie's been looking at this a lot more than I have. We had a nice rally on the week last week. We closed. Open interest was just a little bit. Oh, it lost about 1,600 in open interest on Friday on lighter volume. We did make the high of the week on Friday. We're in the middle of this weekly kickoff range. I shouldn't call it a range. We're right in between our weekly kickoff levels. 2281 weekly kickoff low, 2409 weekly kickoff high. I believe 2281 was weekly kickoff low last week, and weekly kickoff high came down just a little bit. It was 2440 last week, 2409 today. Right in the middle there. I'll pull up a 30-minute chart real quick.
Stuck in the middle again.
Don't diddle in the middle.
Don't fiddle with your middle.
So here we are, opened inside range, inside value from Friday. So that's telling me we're going to sit around and we're going to wait for better trade locations in the gold market today. We did see some overnight inventory get short, get long, balance out. It's all even now. We're coming back inside of Friday's volume point of control here at, let's call it 2345.2.1, trading just above that right now. Might have what Hoag likes to refer to as that special, well, I guess in order for a special situation play to work out, you have to gap lower and then move back inside value. But we did trade lower overnight, and now we're trading back into value above the point of control from Friday. We have a couple short-term moving averages right here. We're looking at a 30-minute chart. We have that 50 period and 100 period moving average. That 50 period is kind of pointing down right now. So momentum is looking to be a little lower, but we're balanced this morning. So we will be sitting on our hands waiting for better trade locations to start the morning in gold. Now I see everybody in the chat asking about bell to bell. We do not have the times for when the bell to bell check-in forms will be posted. So just hang tight, and when we know, you'll know. That's about all I can say about for it. We'll try not to make you sweat too much, though.
We'll keep that in mind, yes. Yeah, we'll have the extravagant sound effects, and you might see some smoke. Hopefully no fire. And we will do the bell to bell. Remember, 3 times you got to have 3 individual forms. There's a first form, second form, and third form. We will let you know that. We will also let you know that we are having, if you're just joining us, some new products that were offered. We have a lot of new people here today, and we want to welcome you to Topstep TV. Coming up next here, we're going to get set and ready for it. Let's take a look at our schedule that we have today. I know that Fast Markets, we will be having Andre. Yes. Andre. Good to see Andre. JD, Deanna, and Jack will be on for Fast Markets. Power Players, what the tuck? Peter Tuckman going to be with us here with Dolby. I'm going to be joining Power Players with Dolby and Robert. Let's see if we have any opportunity. TopQuiz, Jack, and we've got a new person to join. We're going to have Devin. She's going to be joining us for TopQuiz. Shoulder Tap, Jack and Mick. We also have group coaching, JD and Robert. So if you got any questions about the Topstep X, Robert's very well versed on that. Anne-Marie, Robert, Dolby for Strategy Lab. We're having Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie here Monday. And to end the day here today, the dynamic duo. Oh, no, actually, Andre is off of Power Hour. We got Jack and Dolby with Austin Silver for Power Hour. And that should about do it for our All-Star cast for today. All right, let's take a break here. Now, JD, I usually meet John at the coffee machine. I know they've got tea. I know they've got beverages. So I'll meet you there. And we're going to take a timeout, coming back with Fast Markets, and get yourself ready for some good trading. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our Monday kittens in the gate. I'm going to pass that over to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Morning, Eddie. Good morning, JD. How are we doing, fellas?
Doing good. Ready Ready to go. We got the house account up.
We got that house account out, ready to rock and roll. JD needs some levels from you. Eddie, if you don't mind scanning the chat, we can pull some levels from there. We got our skeleton crew here today. We got our top steppers only in the house today, which is kind of cool, man. Let's do it just us three. It is Monday morning. It is Monday morning, and just like last week, it's going to be a bit of a slower start.
And we're open. There it is.
There it is.
All right, let's do this.
Go.
Okay,
so we are opening with a gap. We're opening with a gap in the NASDAQ. We're above last week's high and Friday's high. Same price, 17,901.5, which is in your Top Step daily levels. Actually, let me share that in the chat right now.
Strong stuff, JD, already. Out the gate.
Boom.
Strong stuff.
Get those levels in the chat, and I will share those with
thank you, Eddie. This is our crew today.
All right, levels are in the chat. Let me pin them real quick.
Yes.
All right, those daily levels, real quick here. If you have not bookmarked Topstep, actually Topstep TV, I'm going to put the link in. It's TopstepTV. That's going to have our schedule. It's going to have the new levels each and every day. They are going to change. So I'm going to put that link in our chat. Bookmark it. A lot of good stuff on that website. So have at it.
All right, good stuff, Eddie. Well, we're
for sure.
Yep. Go ahead, JD. We're catching a bit of a bid here in S&Ps. Sorry. Bit of a bid in S&Ps. NASDAQ's still kind of chilling out. See if they can follow suit. 51.50, same price we've been looking at for a couple weeks now in the S&P. So talk to us, JD.
Yep. So we did not open with a gap in the S. Did we open with a gap? No, we're right at the highs. Tyson weekly kickoff high at 51.50 in the ES right now.
Yep.
NASDAQ, however, did open with just a small gap. And with that P-shaped profile that I mentioned during opening call, which indicates short covering and is usually followed by continuation. So right now, initial biases of the upside in equities.
Okay.
We have that gap open in the NASDAQ. I'd like to see that gap filled early and then turn around and return to higher prices. That's my initial call. That's definitely a flexible bias. I'm not married to that at all. So I'm going to let the market dictate what my next move is. For now, not looking at the opening range trade.
Hey, JD, I got a question. Are you fully versed in opening range? JD, are you fully versed in opening range trade and how?
I've listened to Hoag talk about it so many times. It's not a trade that I like to put on very often. Hoag's the master of it. Hoag and Anne-Marie know more about it than I do. But I've listened to Hoag, watched and listened to Hoag put that trade on probably 300 times since I've started at Topstep. So I could walk you through it if we want to put it on.
I'm going to let this play out. I do have the house account open. I'm going to be leaning on my man JD for some levels. Eddie's going to be pulling some levels from the chat. He's starting to pull them right now as I see. We'll see if we can find some opportunity. Of course, we're never forced to trade here at Topstep. And of course, we only do real trades with real accounts, with real P&Ls and real traders. No fake, no
real
filler
people
out here.
And
real people.
We are not
real people.
No, real people.
So wait, we're not clones like they think I am in the chat? They think I'm a clone in the chat.
Don't they? Well, you know what? The world could use a few Andre clones. I mean, I really like you, man.
Appreciate that, Eddie. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So we got Anne-Marie in here saying into 51.68, below 51.32, 51.26. So there's still some room. We're still in the middle here a little bit. So right about now is the time that I would go to Eddie behind the scenes. If you guys want to peek behind the curtain, I would go behind the scenes right now and I type in the chat, Eddie, coming to you for economic calendar numbers. About 5 minutes later, I'll throw it to Eddie as if he wasn't ready or as if we were just doing it spontaneously. So right now, Eddie, do we have anything on this Monday?
Spontaneous combustion. Yes, I'm going to just F up in flames on this Monday morning. Actually, Friday, if you're here with us Friday, I mentioned that we're going to have burnt toast and a rotten egg today as far as the economic numbers. Really not much. We do have the Dallas Fed coming out, the PCE here, inside of a half an hour. So top of the hour, we're going to have the Dallas Fed, 10:30 today, 3-month bill and 6-month bill auction. And I believe that is it for the 29th of this lovely month we call April. And Andy, yes, it is 100% all beef here at Topstep. Yes, you are correct. 100% all beef. Moo, moo, moo. There you go. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, JD, if you see something, but right now we're going to be very patient.
Yep.
He said it's a rotten, burnt toast and rotten egg kind of morning. And we will be patient. I think this is kind of how we did it last week. We were very patient on a Monday. I think we pretty much on last Monday, we didn't wait. We had to wait until all the way till power hour to really execute a house account trade. And, lo and behold, I think we made about $4,500. But patience is the key, everybody. Patience is the key. JD, if you see anything, Eddie, please keep your eyes on the rest of the markets. I've got S&Ps and NASDAQ up only right now.
All right.
So feel free to jump in, tell us what gold and oil are doing. JD, if you see anything in the Dow, any levels coming into play, watch our 6. These are house account trades, not my trades. It's not JD's trades, not Eddie's trades, our trades. We're looking for levels. Hey, Nick for a tick, shout out. Trying to short 51.54. Yes.
There you go.
51.54.
Getting short just above weekly kickoff high, 51.50 weekly kickoff high. Keep that number in mind. These are big inflection points.
Okay. Boy, we've been looking at 51.50s forever.
Right. Hey, for those that are just logging in, bell to bell has not happened yet. No. All right.
Oh, yeah.
And please, for those that are giving wrong information, shame on you. Shame on you. So we will be having the first one coming up.
I like this. Yes, it is a bell to bell Monday. But at this time, you probably know the drill of checking 3 times throughout the day. And yeah, we'll hook you up with a free reset. So please stay tuned throughout the day. We really appreciate you joining us. We got about 3,300 people in the show right now. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We've just busted through 83,000 subscribers, and we are on the march to 100,000 subscribers.
That's nuts.
We're nuts. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's going to jive with the team there. I don't think we can do that. Quick influencer update. Just kind of think we're going to take this page out of their playbook. Been very quiet on their influencers. Very little trading. It seems like patience is the name of the game. Nick T says, going back to power hour. I'm wrong if we both do up shortly, but I don't like it. If we're seeing Baiynd continue to show above 51.50. Yep. Nick T, we're going to wait. We're going to wait this out for now.
Yeah, that 51.50, 51.52, and says there, the 51 area, definitely, I'm keeping an eye on that for sure. We are there right now. We just hit it.
Yes, we did. So you did get short 51.54. You're about 4 points in the money.
Yes. Seeing a little return in the NASDAQ right now. Filling that overnight gap would take us to right around 17,900. We got VWAP at 905, I'm showing. So maybe wait for another bar to close and start scouting out a potential long trade from here.
In NASDAQ, JD?
Not in NASDAQ, yeah. Not ready to dive in just yet. I want to...
Yep. Let's let it play.
A little more time to, let it play out for a little bit.
It's Monday. We got FOMC this week. Got some more earnings this week. Oh, Coca-Cola, McDonald's. Michael Patak's 2 favorite things, if he's watching.
Yeah.
Amazon, Starbucks this week. AMD this week. Oh, boy, we got a lot coming out this week. FOMC this week.
A lot of us waited last week. Last week was sort of a lame. I mean, we were sort of low volume, really no opportunity. I think a lot of people are waiting for this week. The Fedapalooza coming up. See how that rocks.
So overnight gap in the NASDAQ has been filled. It wasn't very much, just a couple points, but it has been breached. We traded back inside range from Friday just by a couple ticks. And we're kind of just hovering around VWAP right now in the NQ. What are you guys seeing in the ES?
ES just seen a bit of a pullback, trading 51.49, just tick below, handle below 51.50. And Reese says this is going to be super messy with so much cross currents.
Yep.
So buckle up. Yeah, it might be a see profit, take profit.
You say cross currents? Can you explain that? I mean, I'm not hip on that.
I think I know what she's saying. I'm not going to speak for her. I'm thinking she says with the Fed coming out and then earnings coming out.
Okay.
A lot of moving parts this week.
Yeah, we saw that last week with the inflation numbers as well as cross currents with the earnings. Earnings strong, inflation and GDP a little less than expected. But in the end, the Bulls won the day. Bulls won the day, or won the week, I should say.
Yep.
All right, we're selling off in the NASDAQ here, JD.
We sure are. I'm looking at
look at that
too.
Yeah.
Sellers back here in the gold also, back to 23.42.40.
42.40. Thank you.
Yeah, past about 45 minutes, we had the buyers taking control here.
Yep. Boy, Eddie, just like the Squawk Radio days right here, man.
Squawk, we would actually be on the trading floor during the Squawk Radio days.
That was sweet.
And, we'd have
still more
everybody
sellers.
screaming and yelling, and Hoagland and myself would be quoting the market.
I wish someone told me the sell signal there in the NASDAQ chat. Could have used you there.
Morgan's got a quarter bid for 400. Quarter bid traded. Goldman sold those to Morgan.
Nice, Eddie. Still got the fastball. Still has the fastball. Well done.
I was looking for this early break back inside range from Friday. I do want to see a little structure before getting to the long side if we're going to jump on a long trade here in the NASDAQ. Next level to the downside that we have is
running. We're running here.
Yes, we are.
Anne-Marie flat at 51.43. Nick is flat at 51.44.
Beautiful trades. Beautiful trades.
There you go. Nice trade.
I have yesterday's volume point of control in the NASDAQ at 846.75. That'll be our next stop. Then settlement price at 845.75, just below there. That'll likely be a decent low-risk, cheap trade buy zone, somewhere between, I would say, 48 and 38 would be a decent buy zone in the NASDAQ if we make it down there.
48 and 38. 48 and 38. Got that. 800, 848, 838, JD?
That is correct.
48, 838. Nick T. Jay Cook. There's my man, Jay Cook. Where's Jay Cook? If you're looking. Okay, great. Jay Cook likes that too. Jay Cook likes that too. Thank you. Great trade on last week on Friday with Jay Cook and Coach Dakota. Learned a hell of a lot. Just a master class on how to carve up the NASDAQ there. So JD likes that. 848 to 838 by NQ. All right, we got trade ideas setting up here. Eddie, if you see anything in the chat concurring with that, no, Jay Cook. Tight stop, Jay Cook says. Tight stop.
Yeah, right, real tight stop. I look for the lower end of that range, somewhere around 40.
So around 40. Oh, we've given explicit instructions. 15 lots only.
Dollar says we could cover the gap in NQ down to 17,840. That's NASDAQ. But Nick,
we're about to hit volume point of control from Friday.
What's the price?
51.31.
Volume point of control from Friday is 46.75.
Trading 50s, trading 50s. Dip the toe into the 40s. I saw 48s trade, 47s, 46s.
Don't dive in yet. I want to see some. I want to see a little base, a little structure before we start.
Yep. Gotcha.
Before we start picking bottoms here.
Yeah, that might have been it. Okay, that's fine. This is what we did Friday. We just patient as hell. 48.
Now, are we scaling in on a level once we find it, or are we just sort of loading up double barrels?
I definitely prefer scaling in.
Scale?
That's the way I like to trade the NASDAQ. Yeah, you get a buy zone, and instead of diving all in, all out, I don't like trading the NASDAQ that way.
Well, first thing on a Monday is pretty dangerous.
That's true. I just see some instructions to just trade 15 lots out the gate, but we can first trade of the week. Why not? Is this the structure we're looking for, JD?
Not quite yet. Still selling.
Anne-Marie agrees. Still selling. Still selling. Still selling. We're in that zone. Still selling. Jesus.
Still selling.
In the zone. When do we do it? When do we do it?
Oop says ES has not taken out its lows.
Oh, the overnight lows, yeah. Overnight low at 34.5 in the ES.
What do we take out?
NASDAQ has taken out overnight lows. Through volume point of
control. If you're watching gold and you're wondering what's with that bounce, we took a big bounce here back to basically where we opened up. Looking at a 23.41.90 last. A nice little head fake for gold.
Talk to me, JD. Structure.
Still watching.
Okay.
We've got some heavy selling pressure. If I was to jump in along here, I would do half a position. I wouldn't go the full 15, and I would keep that stop real tight. Stop probably below, maybe in the 27, 28 zone.
Damn it.
We didn't miss anything, Dre. Don't worry.
Nope. What do we got here? Coach Dakota long from 17, 830. Are you really long from 835? Dakota? Damn it.
That's what we were looking at. There was heavy selling going on there. I don't think this low is. I think we're going to test this low before a move.
If you are on Topstep X, if you go to the products that are, if you're just joining us here, we've added some new products that you can trade. We've added the currencies, and we added some of the Chicago Board of Trade stuff. So you're going to see a lot more products that you can choose from.
For all you yield curve buffs out there, we've got the entire.
Oh yeah,
yield curve. There he is. There's our yield curve buff.
Yeah. Wait until I jump in. I already have a funky position on in the spreads. I don't even know if I'm allowed to do it, but we're doing it.
It's a bad day to be a treasury curve spread, a yield curve spread. Shit. Trading 56 is here. Just to make an idea. A bit of a bounce in the S&Ps.
Got some volume here in the S&P, which is good first thing here. Good stuff.
Lufkin wants more quizzes.
How
many quizzes do you want every day, Lufkin?
Yes, exactly. How many quizzes?
Yeah, don't you worry. I've been putting together some quizzes, some questions. I got a few curveballs I'm going to throw at everybody.
Oh, Eddie's been in the lab, I hear. Eddie's been in the lab cooking up some quiz questions. All right. Let's know how that trade worked out, Dakota.
Opening range trade would have failed today if we put it on.
What would have been to the upside?
It would have been a buy if I'm looking at this right. I'm looking at the 1 minute. Yeah. We would have bought. Yeah, we would have bought the breakout above 934 half.
Okay.
Yeah, we would have gotten burned on that.
Ooh, that's no good. Ooh, those 35s would have been nice. All good, though. All good.
We're seeing a little pop in the NASDAQ. I moved over to a 1 minute chart. Volume is drying up a little bit. It looks like buying pressure appears to be drying up based on those volume bars. We've got tilt 70% to the long side of the NQ, 50% in the ES, pretty flat in the ES. Well back below weekly kickoff high in the ES also. Trading back inside range, inside value from Friday.
Yes.
Nick is liking some longs too here, but he also wants the ES to fill that Globex open gap. Something we're watching here.
Between what was the high of that gap? 40 half was the high of that gap. We filled that.
Okay.
That's in the NASDAQ. Did you say ES, Eddie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the high of the Globex open gap in the ES is 3175. That would be a fill of the Globex open gap. Still haven't taken out overnight lows in the ES.
5127. Anne Marie's got. I remember that was her level from this way up. 5127. Yep, Jay Cook. Trust your plan. It's patience. Same thing happened Friday. Long day ahead. Don't have to jump into the first trade to have a good day. Spot on, Jay Cook. Spot on. First trading day of the week. First trade of the week. We're chilling. 76% long YM. 75% crude. What's going on in crude, Eddie? I do not have crude chart up at the moment.
You know, we're slowly we were looking to hit the some lows here. Pull it up here in crude here. Buyers are pretty strong right now. I'm watching the dome and keeping an eye on the tug of war here right now. But buyers are winning the battle here right now. Earlier today, we did see that market off its highs, 83.91, and trading right now 83.56 last with the buyers in control.
Yeah, heavy selling in crude oil overnight with those headlines coming out of the Middle East. Some peace talks between Israel and Hamas.
I missed those.
Alleviating some concerns over supply.
Gotcha.
So we saw a nice move downwards overnight, sort of refilling those overnight prices right now.
I missed that headline. Thank you for updating me there.
You got
That's
it.
what we do here at Topstep. Topstep TV. Everyone watches out for each other. Again, it is a bell-to-bell Monday.
Yes, it is.
Stay
Like
tuned
they say,
for that.
Andre, safety in numbers.
Yeah, we got putting up good numbers around here these days, so we got a lot of eyes watching. Michael Stan says, Andre, yes, long day high. We still have a potential 200-point range left in the NASDAQ. Let's do that. That sounds good to me. Them likes up is right. All right, starting to see some sellers back here in the NQ. I see a retest of those lows here, JD. Our level of 35, 38, somewhere in there. Got 7 lot queued up here. Nick T says, yep, long day and even longer week ahead with news, data dump, and FOMC. Spot on.
Yep.
All right, we're coming up to our level here, JD. How do we want to play this in terms of entry? We're going to do a retest
some new
here.
lows first.
Yep, new lows. Gotcha. And see if it gets rejected. If we can reject the new lows. J. Cook out of the long. There she is. See someone in the green room there. Oh,
Somebody's.
Who's that?
ding dong.
What's up?
There she is.
Hello,
Good
Deanna.
morning.
Hello, how's everyone doing? Good morning, good afternoon. What's happening?
What a
guys?
way to start the week with Deanna here with us. I
Yeah.
tell you.
Thank you, Eddie. That's very kind. Very good to see everyone.
What's up, D?
I'm back.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back in London. I traveled over the
London.
weekend. Yeah, so I just got to try to have a bit of a rest because every time I'm with Mom, she always wants to do stuff. She wants to chat, and then I have to like see people, and it's always
Oh,
like,
yeah. You have to be a daughter, D. You have to be a daughter, is what you're trying to say.
I know, exactly. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
we're selling
I'm
off here.
back here with the dogs. Okay,
We're
let's see what we've
selling
got,
off the
guys.
NASDAQ here. Look at perhaps taking a long here at these levels, but wait for these new levels or new lows to get tested. JD, talk to me. We're trading 834s here in the NASDAQ. Seeing some sellers.
Okay, I like the idea of stacking some bids. Not a full 15 lot position. Stack a couple 3 2 lots below, because I'm not still fully convinced that this selling pressure is done, but it is starting to ease off a little bit. So I would start at right around 30 bid for 2, 25 bid for 2, 20 bid for 2.
Is this for
30
the
bid for
house
2.
account or just generally talking ideas?
For the house account idea
We're doing NASDAQ, are we?
in the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ right now, yes. We just ran away from it. Shit.
It's not over, Dre.
Nope.
NASDAQ
not
moves
over.
pretty fast.
Yes, it does.
How did Hope put it?
Yes, Darth Vader. That's exactly what we're trying to do here, D. You look at the chart and you're saying, oh, these guys are trying to get long, eh?
Horrible. Maybe you needed your asthma.
Yeah.
Henry, I'm just looking at
There's
volume
the
bars on
inhaler.
different time frames. Emery wants to know how I'm looking for pressure easing up. I'm just looking at volume bars in different time frames.
We're on the lows here.
All right, working
So
3.
we've got the new low in the NASDAQ.
Working
There
30.
it is.
30 on 3 here. 30 bit on 3. Jay Cook says we're going to test. Oh, shit. Jay Cook says we're going to test 800s here.
Strong possibility of that. That's where we're keeping risk real tight. If we're working 30 bid for 3, I would put a stop in.
I pulled it.
You pulled it? Probably a good move.
New low coming in. Probably dipped to 800. I'm starting to see a bunch of people saying 800 here. 800 test. Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's dropping into the value area. And it's spending time there. So any longs here, we have point of control from Friday of this area. We do have settlement all like bunched up around the same price.
Everything's
but
right here.
The fact that it's value acceptance potential and we're coming off from the supply, I'm not sure, the longs are a bit iffy to me here. So I would agree with the rest of the people who are saying we will test 800s. That's definitely a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But again, NASDAQ is so quick. It might test 800s and it might ping back. And then...
Yes. Mohammed's saying 792 to 796 will be a buy zone. For tick. Last week, value area high, 813. Okay.
We have a volume value area low from Friday at 798 in the NASDAQ.
So we're waiting for 800s. Let's be patient.
It looks like the consensus here in chat.
Is that what you're seeing, Eddie?
It says 78. Paulina says 814. David says these 780s. Jude says there's a level around 820s.
Okay.
Hands 802.
Ton of chop ahead, Anne Marie says. All right. Chop is slob. I think we would have gotten those 30s if we kept that bit in there, JD.
We missed it by half a tick.
2 ticks.
Or half a point.
Half a tick. Half a tick.
Half a point, 2 ticks.
Just a bit outside.
Half a point, half a handle, yes. Okay, that's okay.
Good love for
4,100 people watching right now.
Yeah. I still don't feel like we missed anything yet, though.
I honestly don't either. I felt more of like it on Friday. But eventually we got in, had a nice winner. But those first 3 that we kind of missed on me. Yes, FOMO did kick in a little bit. Crude is a snooze fest, Slip Kid saying. D, is crude a snooze fest indeed? Is that true?
It is. It's been quite slow. Like most of the action would happen either overnight or during the initial balance, and then after that, it would get stuck within like a 30 to 45 tick range. So if you're looking for momentum trades, for me, that's not the best market right now, which is why I've moved on to gold. I'm looking forward to getting some RBOB, R Robert futures. So that's gasoline futures and Topstep X. So if anyone from support is listening, please add gasoline futures, because that has a very good range of over 400 ticks, so we can find good opportunities. And it's kind of like crude oil's twin. Everything is very similar, but just more exaggerated. So that would be a good alternative. But for now, I'm still sticking away from crude. I'm sticking with GC. I've had, 2 decent weeks back to back, just kind of trading micros, 4 and 5 micros. So now it's time to just start bumping up the position size slowly and to wait for either crude oil to come back, which is not very likely considering we're now, 3 months, and it's still not really very consistent on a day-to-day basis for NYMEX in particular. So yes, snooze fest indeed. Whoever said that, that's a very good way to put it.
Excellent. Eddie.
That's like with crude. I mean, anything can. And that's one of the most fragile right now with everything going off in the Middle East. That could either break, run, rally. I mean, just go nutso at any time. So if you're trading crude, make sure that you stop on to cover your butt. CYA, you might see some slippage, but
100%.
still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very
Eddie,
fragile.
Eddie, I'm seeing a couple questions in the chat here. What is bell to bell? What's a bell to bell Monday? What's a bell to bell, Eddie? We talk about bell to bell here on Top Step
Bell to
TV.
bell.
Today is the bell to bell Monday. We usually don't do it on Monday, so nice little surprise. We'll kick you off in the week. Last week of April,
Yes.
May week. It's freaking crazy to think about. Eddie, what's bell to bell? What do we do? What do we do here with bell to
We
bell?
open the show with a bell, right? And we close the show with a bell.
Hit him. There
Okay.
we go.
And what bell to bell is, we're going to have 3 check-in forms that we're going to pin at the top of the chart, top of the chat, where you've got to fill out three forms. We're going to have them separate times in the day.
Yep.
And if you do check in 3 times, you're going to get 1 free reset. Okay. Some of us have gone through this before. Some of us are new, asking, what the hell is this bell to bell? So what the main focus is being with us here from opening bell to closing bell. And sporadically, we will have 3 of these forms pinned at the chat, top of the chat, for you to fill out. You get all 3, then you're eligible for a free reset. We will send that to you, I think, within a day or 2. We'll get a date. I'll get that pinned down, what time and what day we will send that out. It's usually like a day or 2 after bell to bell. So keep that in mind. And for those that are new here, if you're checking out, Topstep X has added some new products, a lot of cool new products. So if you are on Topstep X, click that drop-down button. You're going to go, whoa, look at how many we've got now. So there you have it.
Currencies
And
have been
hopefully
added.
that explained it.
Currencies.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Mhm.
Fixed income.
Fixed
Got in there.
income.
Eddie, I got something
Still
here
no-
in our
not
chat.
guessing futures, boo.
Welcome. First bell to bell form. Wow, we're giving a lot away. We're 9:30
Andre.
Central. 9:30 Central. Just 29 minutes. The first form will drop. We're not even going to spring this. We're not going to surprise you with this one. Yeah. So we got 29.
All right.
All right, JD. We got a bit of a pop there, JD. We popped about 40 points in the Nasdaq. Okay.
We did. We almost kissed VWAP. We got VWAP at 890 now.
Ooh. Little VWAP play.
You said that on Monday morning. Okay. D, you had something to say.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
What's up, D?
Oh, I just said that they added currencies and bonds, but I was like, they didn't add gasoline futures yet.
Oh, it's coming.
Did you vote for it?
Yeah, I keep in. There's somebody who actually said, "Oh, can we add RB?" And I said, "Yes, please," voting for that. So I keep clicking on it and stuff. But obviously, they're working through the list. I can see it. So we just need to be a bit patient. It's all right.
Yeah, every week new stuff is rolling out. So exactly, just stay patient. We'll get to whatever you guys want. We're gonna get to it eventually.
Yeah, I like that. That's the JD guarantee for everybody out there. That if JD says it, it will happen.
He's selling cars.
Eventually.
JD guarantee.
We got those inflatable dolls. We got the not inflatable dolls. Those inflatable clown things. Yeah.
The inflatable doll. Yeah.
No, bad phrasing. Bad phrasing. It's you know what those things are. Moving on.
Let's do better. Let's do better.
Let's do better is right. You are absolutely right. Trading 17,870 here. Nasdaq. I'd chop in the middle of this range.
Someone's saying, "RBOB is so whippy. How do you trade that?" I traded the same way as crude oil. Yeah, it's you have to scale the stops. You can't use like 20 and 30 ticks on there. So I actually use anywhere from 65 to 72 ticks for a stop, and then it becomes just like anything else. As long as you just scale the sensitivity of a position down, it's not that whippy. It's actually pretty liquid. So yeah, certainly not as crazy as NQ.
I've got a little insight on the question that was asked regarding bell to bell. When will I get that reset if I fill out all 3 check-in forms? We're going to send those codes out on Wednesday morning, and you'll have until May 15th at 12 o'clock, high noon, or they will expire.
Ooh. Use it or lose it.
There you go.
Eddie, anything popping in gold over there? I do not have it up.
Well, you know, I tell you, it's really not too active here right now. Slow motion, I think you got a better chance in NASDAQ and the S&Ps right now, but taking a look here, we're trading 23.47 even. We've been hanging around here for a while, but
yeah, what I'm seeing in gold, we opened inside value, which immediately means we need some more information, and it made a neutral day type, which means it extended the first hour of trading range to both sides. Again, another little hallmark of a range-bound day possibility.
Okay.
And we are kind of sat below the very low time frame 89 moving average. So that kind of puts it on maybe a short somewhere here. But again, it's so early. I'm not really liking it either at the moment. Maybe for like base hits. So I might pop in like a couple of trades and time stop them if they don't go back the other way. But yeah, I'm not really seeing all that much. Nothing juicy at the moment.
Nope.
No, I'm looking at the dome. Really not too much out of the way size. We got some bigger offers up top here at 47.80.
Yep.
Nothing to write home about, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
Taking a look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ's still very thin, or NASDAQ. S&P's still thin. We are about 35 minutes into this trading week. You see some liquidity start piling in. Maybe this afternoon, maybe around 10 o'clock in 55 minutes. 10 o'clock Central Time, that is. JD, anything coming in? Kind of in the middle of this range right now.
Yeah, we are. We built a little bit of structure to the downside on the NASDAQ. That buying pressure we just saw dried up real fast. I'm still liking that initial buy zone that I was talking about from like 45 to 35. That might be a good play right now. But again, half position size, keeping stops real tight, just below current lows would be my play, hoping that a new low doesn't print.
45 ES or 45 NASDAQ, JD? Because
NASDAQ. ES. I'm looking at NASDAQ.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, gotcha.
Hey guys, we got Big Ben in the chat saying, any reason why the house account is not short NQ? Ben, give us a reason why we should be, and we're going to give you a reason where we are.
I like that. Any reason why we're not? I don't have an answer for you. No, if we don't have a reason, those levels never came in. We're looking for some longs.
We
just see a
and it just bounced off 50 points from the session low. So there's your reason there. If we were short,
I do like those types of
you
questions.
would have been like, stack. Like, why aren't you short? Everything's so easy in hindsight, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, why weren't you guys short? Because we don't have a crystal ball.
Oh, it's the devil. It's the deal we signed up for, D. It's what we signed up for.
Exactly. Yeah. Damned if you do, damned if you don't,
I love it. Because Andre missed the button. That doesn't
30s? No. Well, that's what M4 says.
Wow, Andre, you get all the blame these days.
I sure do, D. It's okay. It's okay. We are rallying right now. My goodness, JD. Those levels would have been real nice looking back at it right now. Would have taken some heat, though.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't get short, though, whoever asked that. That's why we are not short, whoever asked. So,
if you're going to short, this would be the spot to do it, right back to VWAP,
It would be, yeah. And it's also value high from the inside post-value acceptance. Yep. So it is a level.
What is this level, guys? Talk to me. What's the price in the NQ?
Value high. We're just at it now. So 17, 18. I can't read it from here.
90?
Yes, 94, 95.
Go back up to the 900s.
Excuse me.
We've got yesterday's high at 901.5, which is also the weekly high from last week, 901.5.
901.5. Okay. Let's see if we can get up there. I do like how, I don't want to say picky, but we're extra judicious in getting these house account trades. We really talk it out. Not one person just blurts out a level. We throw a level out there, go look at the charts, refer to the levels, talk it out, then we execute. Really
it's
like
that.
We
talk about scaling in on a trade. It should be sort of Monday morning. We should sort of scale in on our positions and so forth. We shouldn't be jumping in with big size right away. Feel it out. All right. Scale yourself in besides scaling in any trades. Right. Check out the opportunity.
I like that.
Yeah, Monday mornings are definitely not for cannonballs. You don't know what the temperature of the water is yet, right? So
no, you don't.
Yeah.
Adrian Algarve asked a very good question. Andre, why are you not long from the lows? I mean,
yeah. Why aren't you long? Why aren't you short?
I love
Oh,
it. And it's not me.
guys.
It's the house. Let's get. I want to make a correction. It's not me. It's the house. It's the house. It's not me. Simply a robot that just clicks. Yes, very good question.
Oh, yeah.
So this next 5-minute bar in the NASDAQ is about to close. Just looking at volume bars, we see it kind of drying up to the long side in the NASDAQ. We might be able to take a pretty cheap short here.
All right. I got. I can work an offer at 901. We're gonna work 5 at 901.
I mean, we do have value acceptance now to the downside, and we've just tested the value high and VWAP. You know,
Dakota's
if
in
we
there.
get some sellers,
Oh, that.
might be an idea. So if everyone agrees, that will be the trade.
What price?
Dakota short
zone.
at 890. Are we
Yeah,
in?
891.
We are now. Just sold 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Short 5 from 890 half. Where's working that? Sell you 5 at 890 half. Where's our stop? Stop. We got a lot of risk. No. Where should I move the stop to?
Definitely above.
Say again. $500.
Above the round number. Above the round number, I would say.
Gotcha. Get this
Somewhere.
out of here. I do not like Michael's setup. All right, we got to stop at 912. 912. Only 5. You're short 5. House is short 5 from 890 half. Got to stop working at
912, did
half.
you say?
912, yes. We'll scale in if we get some downside movement here.
Yep.
5 right now. What prices do we need to follow through to here, JD, to sell 5 more? Or D? You guys both like that?
I don't like scaling in, so JD, you take that one.
All right.
Let's say
I
below.
appreciate that.
I would say below 83 might give us a run to back to the 60s.
Cool.
Now you say 83. What market are we talking? Because I'm looking at 83s in the
I know.
crude here right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
83 what?
We're short the NASDAQ right now, Eddie.
All right, let's definitely make sure we keep that out front.
JD. Our boss Danielle says, great conversation we're having here, guys. So we're doing something right on this Monday. We'll see how this trade plays out. Thank you, Danielle. We are short 5 from 17,890. Looking for a push through to 83s.
Hovering just above VWAP right now, which is at
Just
90. We're basically short at VWAP in the NQ.
I like another level. Good job. Short VWAP. Just like that. What's the tilt looking like? 74% long.
We need answers this morning.
We might need a little mutage on Mick.
Yeah, Mick's looking for answers for what it sounds like. Mick's looking for answers. I heard that part.
I heard that.
He's
part
loading up
too.
he's trying to load up the
Roll.
combines to the short side for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I want to just give some props out to our community and chat. We got a lot of participation here on a Monday, and we really appreciate that. And it not only that we're asking for it, it's helping other people too. And by all means, if you call a good level, that's going to help you out the best. So keep that up. Great participation here. Props to our traders.
George. Couldn't really see some fall through the downside. Might take a peek above 17,900. Here we go. Do the stop up at 912 half. Now, do you think that's enough space between the big round? You said not right, but right near the round number. And when you meant by the round number, 17,900. Stop at 912.
Right.
Is that enough space in your mind? Is that enough space? Okay, cool.
It's enough space. If it gets all the way up there, then we'll be outside of the value area and we're going to be above VWAP, in which case that's an invalidation of the trade idea.
Okay, excellent.
Agreed,
Thank you so
100%.
much.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Confirmation from the experts. Keep an eye on Mag 7, I'm told. Lost Trader. They are pumping. Dan Chair says cut bait. Sam says 918. Maybe that's where they wants to stop. Okay, what do we got? We'll get a poll here going. We get some follow through down to 83s. Looking to sell 5 more into 83s. 5 at 83. What's that? Cut bait, MG says.
Yeah, keeps bouncing off our entry.
It's okay. Let's just commit to it. Cut bait.
What are you guys looking at for the stop?
We got 912 half right now.
912.
Enough room above the big fat round number. JD and D really like that. Yeah, I agree. I tend to agree. We do test
just
that big fat round number.
Looking at the way the volume's playing on the NASDAQ, it looks like one of those trades where, like, if we do get stopped, we're going to get top ticked before the break, kind of thing.
Well, let's see. I think we're talking ourselves out of it just because it didn't go our way right away.
It's easy to talk yourself out of a trade when you're in it.
Sure is, man. I do it all the time. I do it all the time.
Yeah, same.
It's when it doesn't go in your direction right away, you start finding reasons. Oh, why hasn't this broken my way? Why isn't this broken my way? And you start looking for reasons. And sure enough.
See, I like to use maximum adverse excursion for that MAE number. So rather than freaking out all the time, I look at how much my winning trades, or how much of a drawdown my winning trades suffered. And then I add a few ticks to that. And if it goes over that, that will be my bail point. But if it doesn't, if it just kind of, meanders around there, then I stay in.
I like
And
that.
it's usually pretty obvious when you're super wrong. But yeah, that's a good point. But I don't think we have enough data yet on the house account to use that number, because we ideally need about 50 trades of the same product. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not statistically relevant. It's just, a few trades here and there.
Here's something interesting. Our good friend SS, Andre cut bait and offers 17.9 quarters to short. He's saying wait till this market rallies a bit and then turn the system around and offer a short. Why is that? What do you see up there, SS?
Yeah, why that number?
Yeah, context, please. Throw it in there.
What do you mean? You can't just throw numbers in there?
It's oddly specific. Yeah, it's oddly specific, and yet no explanation of what he's looking at. It's like, give us a reason, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's,
Buy.
No.
Don't buy. Don't buy.
Uh-oh.
Don't buy. Why? Why do you want us to buy?
Buy.
Tell us, please. And then you got somebody else saying,
Don't buy. Don't buy.
why shouldn't we buy? Need a little meat behind that.
All right, we took a peek above 17.9. That's conviction. Let's see if we can get some push to the downside here.
Right back to VWAP, back to our entry.
Yep.
So bipolar, though. I'm just looking at it on Bookmap.
Chop suey.
Chop suey's right.
See, gold is pretty liquid, but it's nowhere near as neurotic. So I might actually try shorting gold.
Now, speaking of neurotic, I watched that movie Glass last night.
Oh, really?
Oh, is that that was a sequel to Unbreakable, right? With
Unbreakable. It was those 3 movies combined into one.
83s. 83s there, JD. You're looking. If we can get a push.
Below 83, back to 60.
All right.
And someone's asking, I wanted in the chat, I did mention filling the gap, then look for longs after that. That first move lower, the initial break went a lot deeper than I really anticipated. So I started getting the just that feeling that sellers were in control early on. And like I said, it's a flexible bias. I'm not married to any early calls that I make. You got to let the market dictate the terms for you. But yeah, that was my initial bias. Let the NASDAQ fill the overnight gap, then look for some structure to buy. That was the play. It's looking like right now.
What, the longs? I know.
Everything's 2020 in hindsight, but we're short.
Monday morning
short
quarterbacks, JD. Everyone, I must say though, I've never just chilled out in a NASDAQ trade for this long before. Maybe we go higher, but relatively calm for a NASDAQ trade. I might catch some buyers here.
Mm.
We'll play right now in the kitchen. 17,900, just almost 5,000 viewers right now.
That's a good number. And guess what's coming up in about 10 minutes? Oh
Yeah.
boy, they're lining up. No pushing, no shoving. All right. Yes, Andre.
Dan Trader asks, can we also consider a time stop? Going into the trade, there was no time stop put on this. We committed to a level. We're going to stick to those levels. We'll go from there. A time stop would be discretionary. It's not a discretionary trade. We had levels against VWAP.
Right. I've got one.
If you're going to jump
lot
anything, please tell us.
Yeah, so gold, I shorted at 23.47.9, just the one lot, risking 250 on it. Reasons why: we have some settlement bounce, and there's some second standard deviation. We have a neutral day type. So we'll see if that brings me a little bit of a downside move. $23.47.9, and my stop is just above 23.50.4.
Okay.
So fairly tight. This is more a neutral day type play, so I'm not looking for some massive trade. If I get 23.44, that would be great. If I get 23.45, that would be cool as well. If it starts to go higher, I'm gonna bail. But we've already had a bounce from 23.50 and some slowdown.
Here we go. All long. I'm long on gold in the chat here. We got nothing really on tilt. Starting to firm up here a little bit, JD. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
They're going to get us, aren't they? Man, that was the longest. The longest down there. Market doing whatever it wants per usual, Dolby. Yeah, I know. It's kind of how it's kind of how it rolls. We do have we're in this trade now. Let's let this trade. NQ Delta is positive now. Thank you, Donald. John is out for the day. I think he's enjoying some well-deserved personal time today.
Hoag will be back tomorrow.
Hoag will be back tomorrow.
He had some friends visiting from out of town over the weekend. So they
Trader
were,
friends.
That's nice.
Yeah. This is the calmest NASDAQ trade we've ever been in.
Somebody's asking what platform I'm using. I am on Topstep X for executions, but I have a charting thing that I use on AMP Futures MetaTrader 5,
right.
where I have my own indicators. The Blatek technology team. I'm a director there as well. So it's just something that I've learned to do in my career. I always use a slightly different charting package, and that prevents fat finger trades and kind of dragging levels and then going, oops, did not mean to do that.
Preventing fat finger trades
like
is
having,
saves you lots of money.
Yes, exactly. And actually somebody's asking, do I like AMP? Well, we sort of have a bit of a business relationship with them, because the reason why Blatek MP, market profile, looks the way it does is because Dan, the CEO, he
sold 5 more, JD.
That.
Sold 5 more, JD. We are breaking. Sold 5 more.
Nice. Okay.
So we're short 10 from 84 now. It's 10 from 85. Okay. 10 for 85 there. We're working. We're short 10 from 85.
mean, it's
Nicholas
holding.
says
It's
the
holding
open
on
interest in
level,
NASDAQ ES has decreased as the prices increased last week. This indicates short covering. Would you agree? Let me just switch short there.
And we saw the
Limbo
P-shaped
saying,
profiles.
don't hold the trade. Close it now.
What?
Why?
That's
Why?
no fun.
Cover
I need some
half
Squeeze is
yeah.
coming. What
Cover half
squeeze?
at
Let us
65.
know.
Half of 65 will do.
Yeah, we saw the P-shaped profiles on the equities overnight or from Friday. Those do indicate short covering, and typically you get some follow through when you see those P-shaped profiles. I know Deanna could probably speak quite a bit more to that than I can. What do you typically look for when you see the P-shaped profile?
Yeah, the P-shaped profiles have. By the way, I took $230 on that gold trade short. So,
nice.
so that was my trade idea. It got there, so a little bit of a buffer for the day. So now that I've done that, I can talk. So yeah, with the pre-shaped profile, you usually have a pretty aggressive move in to the upside if we're talking P-shaped profile. And then usually you get a bit of a follow through before it settles in a range, thereby creating that distribution curve. We actually have quite the opposite today. We have a move downside. So if anything, this would probably be, if we do end up in a B-shaped profile, that's the opposite. It's the longs liquidating, and thereby giving us that quick move to the downside, settling at the bottom of that range. Today, I don't think there's any cause to look for short covering because we sold off straight from the open, and that would be opposite to the P shape. So yeah, I don't think we're in danger of that today. We do have value acceptance to the downside, so that's a special situation play that John and I talk about a lot. So yeah, if anything, like things are stacked in the shorts favor. Just looking at where we're coming from as well. If you look at my chart, let's go up to some larger time frames. We have some distribution happening on a 4-hour chart. And there is a bit of a speed bump there. It's not, a huge level, but there were some sellers from there that brought a pretty significant move away, and that's where we are. So that also goes in favor of shorts. Having said that, this is an equity index. At any one point, they can just decide, hey, this is actually pretty low. Let's go. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be shorts covering. It's more likely to be just a regular old trending day if we get that. And it's still too early. We still have 3 minutes before the initial balance is over. And then we can see which side this thing is going to extend. If it extends downside and stays below, you can then hold this until the chickens come home, because we're then in a sell-off situation.
Chickens?
Chickens, yeah.
Say
I thought it was when the cows.
You got Eddie hungry. Here we go.
Yeah.
Cows, chickens.
I like that. I like that.
We do have a number coming up.
I thought I would mix it up a
2
bit,
minutes
What's the number,
what's
JD?
the
Dallas,
number?
I got guys on the prize. Dallas Fed in about 3 minutes.
That's not a real number.
Dallas Fed isn't
How
real.
dare you?
Well, no, I'm kidding. Well, in terms of having to get flat on this, I'm not getting flat for Dallas Fed.
Huh?
We're not getting flat for Dallas Fed, I should say. We are not getting fat for Dallas Fed.
Am I hearing chickens there?
Chickens, yeah, they're loving it, aren't they?
They're
They're
coming home. They were out all night drinking.
Yes, they were.
Somebody's asking, why hasn't MP incorporated your setups on TopStep XD? Because they're my setups.
Ooh. I like that.
I'm not saying it won't happen. It's just that my team, I'm joking. The primary reason is because my team is more C# and C++, and TopStep X is actually JavaScript. So I don't exactly have a development team that does that. But, it's not to say that at some point in the future, we might get some Blatek indicators in there as well. We have had a chat. I had a chat with my team, and they're up for it. But we just maybe need to bring in at least one JavaScript person rather than us kind of just trying to go, yeah, let's change how we code.
We might be going to buy the dip there. 84% long gold, 72% long YM.
Glad to be in love with that one.
Yeah. We're just chilling around 17,900 right now. I thought we were gonna have a push to the downside there, JD. Couldn't get any follow through. We are lost a lot of steam right there. Again, we were short 10 from 17,885, 85s. We were short 10 from. Scaled in.
Well, Mr. Abbas just rickrolled us here in chat, and what that means is we're going to be bringing in Jack next here.
Oh.
And when he's ready, he'll be here half past, and I will get back in the trunk with the spare tire.
Jay Van is saying, can't believe JavaScript is still being used in 2024. Every web-based platform uses JavaScript. So I don't know why you're so surprised about that.
Yeah, I remember when JavaScript
Even
was
Trading View is like PineScript. It's like it's kind of like a derivative of Python, but a very dumbed down version. So everything is just like scripting languages that have moved on one. Sorry, I'm nerding out on you guys now.
I like it. I remember when JavaScript was the hot thing.
Yeah.
Now it's already old hat, huh, Deanna? Interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, JavaScript is a pretty nice language.
All right, looks like we're gaining some strength here. Stop it, right? Yep. Pumped to get Jack in here. And I see he's in the green room getting ready.
All right.
They're going to get us. They're going to get us.
Ready to swing it, Jack. Jack, you ready?
Yep. I'm ringing the doorbell.
Yes. Ring the doorbell. There it is. Wow.
Ooh, that's a spooky one.
It's more like church bells.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on, folks? Still in that NQ trade?
We are still in that NQ trade. Almost got stopped out. Very close. It's coming. It's okay. Just a 10 lot, so we didn't go all in.
Just a 10
Big day,
lot.
Jack.
Casual 10 lot.
The house accounts 10 lot, just not ours. Big day here, Jack. Welcome aboard. It's a bell-to-bell Monday. It's been kind of a slow start. How was your weekend, Jack?
My weekend was fine. I am not feeling particularly well in my throat right now. I think I'm coming down with something.
Oh, no.
So we'll see if we can get through it. But I had to force myself to be on because today is Bond's Day in Topstep X.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Yes.
How excited are you, Jack?
I can barely contain my glee. And also, I've already put on kind of like a sicko trade. I'm just going to hold all day.
Love it.
I'll walk through it at some point, but I'm also not sure you're allowed to do this in the trading combine. So, Mick, if you can clarify that, what I have on right now is I am long 8 ZT futures and short 2 ZBs.
Wow.
I.e., the entire curve steepener. I am looking. I want to talk to MP about putting this trade on for size in the
this is
house
spread
account.
Traders for you. This is spread traders for you. They just want market neutral strategies that don't have a lot of risk.
That's exactly what he's doing,
Where's
D.
the edge? Where's the edge? It's market neutral. We look for asymmetrical opportunities on one product, not two. That's cheating. I don't like
this. I'm just having fun with this, but there's a big difference. Like that's a lot of curve between the ZT and the ZB. And as you can see, I've had this trade on for like an hour and
nothing.
I'm down $62. At one point I was up 500. So we'll see what happens, but I'm pretty comfortable just holding this all day and helping out with the house account.
Well, speaking of house account, we did get stopped out there. We get stopped down. We are currently down $5,555 in the house account. So the shorts didn't really want to go there. All good. Got short against VWAP, hit some levels. We did get stopped out.
All right, we'll find another one.
Yeah. Not sweating. JD, if we get top ticked, how pissed will you be?
He's pulling a
JD's on
Hoag.
mute.
You're on?
JD's on mute. $5. We're gonna start doing $5 fines for that. Still on mute, JD. So trading 17,913 in the NASDAQ. Should be a bit of a bid here. Railing. Deanna, nice trade there. Were able to capture 200 quick ones right out the gate.
Yep.
Well done.
I'm sitting on my hands for a while.
Smart. Short life.
JD, I'm going to drop my Venmo link for the mute fines. I think that's a good idea with the $5.
I think I'm just playing with the button so much.
I'm all
because
for it,
nobody
Jack.
wants to hear the typing going on that it just malfunctions. Or it's just me. I have bad luck with microphones.
Over 5,000 people watching right now. The form is coming shortly. You just get an alert on my phone. We got the form coming out. We got some news to do.
Yeah, you want to see some hot streaks?
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay. Jack says yes, let's do it.
James, you got some overlays? Here are your funded trader hot streaks. We did lose 3 traders on this board from Friday. Arian S. and James Beeble took about $1,000 drawdowns on Friday, ending both of their 30-day hot streaks. Definitely a good run for both those traders. We also lost Loic, who dropped about $60 trading the NASDAQ and the Dow on Friday. Loic ended his streak after 21 consecutive days of winners. With Arian and James out, that moves Brian M into the top spot. Brian is sitting on a 22-day heater. Joshua also moved up. Joshua is now at 20 days. And we can now say hello to 3 newcomers, Brian, Richard, and Robert. Welcome to the show. Smile. You're on TopstepTV.
Sweet.
Very nice.
You see the NASDAQ, Andre? That's exactly what I was afraid
just
of.
saw what it did. I just saw what it did.
All right.
Go on, JD.
Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. All familiar names here.
Yep.
Isaac pulled off a nice day, made it back into the leaderboard. We're going to be seeing that in just a little bit. Nick T, Dakota, Pin, and Prince, all with nice days trading the live funded account. These guys are the best of the best here at Topstep. Isaac, Nick, and Dakota, we're going to see. They're all going to be making appearances on TV later this week. We have Dakota on Power Hour Wednesday and Fast Markets on Friday. And then Nick T and Isaac will be sharing the stage for the Funded Traders Takeover, which is at 1 o'clock Central Time on Thursday. So make sure you're here for those segments. Best traders at Topstep coming on TV to show you what they do. Boom.
Yes, sir. Those are real trades, one account, real P&Ls. Only here at Topstep. Nice numbers. Nice numbers. Not the easiest trade right now. JD, I did see us dip below 17.9. The buyers came in. Buyers came in fiercely.
They did. VWAP's holding.
VWAP is holding. The slopes changed too. Jack, tell us about that exhilarating treasuries trade. I love it, man. I was a spreader too.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I'm looking for here. If you show my screen real quick, this is just for fun, like a long-term trade. I'll share this tab instead because I don't have these charts up. It's basically looking very long-term here. Seeing sort of this double bottom. I'm looking for the yield curve to uninvert, right? The thing is, this is a very long trade. It's not for day trading. I just more wanted to use this as a proof of concept that I could indeed put a spread on in this, and it seems that I can. So, Mick, if I'm not allowed to do that, tell me otherwise, and I will stop.
Addicted to the game right there. Addicted to the spread game.
Also, if you haven't traded bonds before, they don't move like the NASDAQ, I'll tell you what.
They don't.
Slow and steady.
Oh,
there goes the NASDAQ.
I wouldn't call it slow and steady. I would call it get out of the car and change the tire slow.
You could definitely go to sleep with the treasury spread on, no
You can go
problem.
to sleep. You can go have some lunch, go about your day. You come back and it's like 3 ticks in profit. It's like, wow, that's amazing. Kill me now.
You guys need some more like Zen attitude, right?
Yes.
It's not all about
I have Zen attitude. I can sit in trades for 2 hours, but there is a cutoff point to my Zen where I'm just sitting there and going, come on.
Did we?
I love the troll level in the chat too.
Oh, they're getting to JD now.
You're nice people. You're all very nice people, but you have no idea what you're doing.
You nailed it, my man.
Between the three
you're
of
right.
us, between
We don't.
the three of us, we have close to 80 years of trading experience. Just
Oh
between the
my
three of
God.
us, right?
No one knows
No
what
idea
they're
what we're
doing.
doing. Yeah, it's true.
Look at
Even
JD.
after all that time, nobody knows what they're doing.
JD clapping back in the chat. I love it. I love it. You guys broke JD. You know how hard that is to do? Good job, Chad. Good
Yeah,
job.
this is why I asked, are we sure we want to do NQ? And you're like, yes, we're doing NQ. I was like, okay. But this is why I don't like trading NASDAQ, because it kind of wags around significant levels, just randomly like overshoots by about 30 points, no reason whatsoever, and then it comes back. And, it's neurotic. This is why I'm like, not sure. Yes, I know it's slower, but it's a lot more predictable.
Agree. Oh, Coach Dakota wants to know, JD, how did you bowl? This is a very important question.
We lost a heartbreaker.
Oh, yeah.
So here's how.
Oh.
So we broke down. We did the semifinals and the finals in one night. So it was kind of like the final four. We lost our semifinal match. It went down to, it was the best of 3 games. Each round is best of 3 games. Went down on the rubber match. Rubber match is basically, we were tied 1 game apiece. So we played the 3rd game, kind of a bowl off, and it was a heated, one of the best bowling matches of the season. We went down, we lost by about 6 pins, I think it was.
Oh, no.
No!
Yeah.
To give up the semis. It was a heartbreaker for sure. We won a consolation match though, so we took 3rd place in the tournament and 2nd place in overall points. So we'll be seeded 2nd when the new season starts. We also took home some nice cash prizes for various things. 3rd place was a cash prize, and then high handicap series, high scratch series, high handicap game, high scratch game. Some players on my team, everybody walked home with a little dough on my team. We didn't take the trophy, but we didn't walk away empty-handed, so it was a good time.
That's
nice.
good.
Dakota's in the chat saying that he needs to teach you how to sandbag.
It's hard to sandbag him. The league is so long; it goes 6 months. We start in October and we end in April, so it's a marathon. It's hard to sandbag, very hard, because your average or your handicap will always catch up with you in a season that long.
Yeah, Dakota, nice try.
Dakota's going to lose a finger or something at some point, like Kingpin, if he keeps that up.
All right, is it almost about that time? I think we're getting close. Jack, are we going to just hold off on the news for now then?
I mean, if we don't have a trade on, I can share a few stories. Let me put them up real quick. Sorry,
yeah,
I'm
okay.
having trouble talking today.
Yeah, he's playing hurt, man. It's Michael Jordan, the flu game right here. Again, thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I just wanted to show a chart here. The last time that the 10-year Treasury yield was where it is now, the PE, the forward PE for the S&P 500 was in the 14 to 15 range. Today, it's at 20 plus. I would blame the AI craze, a lot of other things for that, but something to keep an eye on, because if those multiples shrink, stocks are coming in hard.
Ooh.
Also, something interesting I saw from Bloomberg this morning. Stocks trade for 390 minutes a day, but increasingly only 10 minutes matter. About 1/3 of all S&P 500 trades now occur just before the close. We have a visualization of that in the next image here.
Say that again, Jack. Say that again.
So 1/3, and these are stocks. This isn't talking about futures, I don't believe.
Right.
But 1/3 of all S&P 500 trades now occur just before the close. And that is the highest it's been.
That's why we're doing our best to bring that MOC data as fast as we can too. We're going to start figuring that out.
Well done. Yes, excellent stuff. 10 minutes matter. On 390 minutes, 10 minutes matter. That's why you don't overtrade.
Yeah. Big money coming in at the end for Power Hour. And also, that form is coming very shortly. We have it worked out and back, and it will be in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Well, we're just chopping around right now. D, you got anything going on in gold? RBOB, anything popping over there?
Nothing yet. It's still hanging around 2350. So if that continues, I might have another sort of base hit, or like 20-30 points ticks. But for now, I'm just waiting to see what it does, because we're kind of in the middle of a range here, however you spin it. But if it's a neutral day type, then that can just stay for the majority of the session. And yeah, I'm not really seeing momentum trades in gold today, so that's why I'm sticking to basic. Somebody asked earlier, was that a scalp? Well, technically it was, but I only do these sort of trades on neutral day types, and it's only a scalp because I'm looking for a return to the middle on a neutral day when we extend the first hour of trading range for COMEX to both sides. And that means you kind of have an elastic band that is being pulled from both sides. And if we don't have any single prints either end, that then opens up a possibility to do those quick trades, kind of like letting go of the elastic band and it just pinging back to the middle. It's effectively a mean reversion trade on the day. And that's why it was so quick. Otherwise, if I'm looking for a momentum trade or a failure of the auction, that goes on for a couple of hours. But this is not the day for that.
No.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I demand more.
Uh-oh.
I want it. I need it. And I'm gonna have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Bell to Bell.
Attention,
Yes.
please. It is time for Topstep's bell-to-bell sign-in. No pushing or shoving, kicking or screaming.
There you go. We got the link in there. Put the link up top. Danielle just posted the link. Remember, you need to have three. We're going to be randomly offering 3 check-ins. This is check-in number 1. And as you do see, Danielle did put in there, this is number 1. So get to it. We've pinned the link to the top of the chat. Fill that form out. It is the check-in, and you will be good for the first one of the day. Remember, no pushing, no shoving. And this is going to be our first. So remember, anyone who does have 3 wins a free reset. And those codes will be sent to you via email Wednesday morning. And the code will expire May 15th at 12 o'clock, high noon Central Time. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. There you go. Pinned to the top of the chat, like he said. 2 more coming throughout the day. Thank you for joining us. Well, Bell to Bell Monday. Pretty good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Gaddy. Well, the market equities just kind of ran out of gas there, JD. I don't think we were.
Yeah, we flamed out.
Yeah, we sure did. That's kind of.
Someone else was also trying to enlighten me there. There's like, yes, the NQ is neurotic, but that's why you look at ES as like, we know that, but this is a committee trading. So are we supposed to look at all the levels? Like, let's look at all the equity indices and then find something. That's not the point. The point is to find one level, base a trade off of that. It would either work or it won't. If we start looking at multiple charts for like confluence and all that, it's going to be a different sort of exercise. But hey,
Well put.
what do I know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we know, right?
What do we know exactly?
Yeah, we got NASDAQ just barcoding around VWAP right now. It's turning into quite a little range day. I drew one of Dolby's 5-minute boxes. We could probably play either end of that range for cheap entries.
Yep.
Oh, Jack.
What do you think of Jack?
Yeah, Jack's.
Well, are we hell bent on? By the way, update. I'm now up $62.
Yes.
On my.
You were up 62 last time we talked.
I was down 62. Now I'm
big
up.
swing,
down.
big swing, big swing.
That's 100% swing.
It is 100% swing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all about percentages.
I think I'll just take that off at the end of the day and put it right back on, and we'll just have this trade for the next, I don't know, 3-4 months.
I like that. In expiration.
Nice.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get those calendar spreads up, MP, so I can roll this a few times.
Oh, man. Talking dirty to me there, Jack. Brings back the good old days right there.
Throw it on the roadmap. I'd vote for it.
Yeah.
I'd vote
I
for it
also
as
might-
well. Market neutral strategies. I mean, they have
Yes.
a very high probability of working out.
I also might have suffered a head injury this morning.
What
I
happened?
was.
What?
What?
It's going to be like I hit my head harder than I have in a long time, and you'll probably see it. This is going to get worse throughout the episode.
Let's see here. What do we got here?
You can see it happening. I heard something fall down in the room next to my office, and I like got up and sprinted around to see what it was, and then hit the side of my head on like a piece of molding.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was down for a good 5 minutes just holding it. So
Oh my goodness.
that's where I'm at.
Jack, you put
Boy,
ice
he is
on it?
playing
Mondays.
You put ice on that knot?
I did something. I did something similar a few weeks ago. It was weird because I was trying to get the biscuits for the dogs from a top shelf in the kitchen, and somehow my husband left the the hood. What is it? The extractor. You can
Yes.
actually kind of open it slightly, and I didn't see that, so I kind of went in, and I just hit my head like full
Oh God.
strength. Yeah, so I was like,
happened this weekend?
"Ow!"
What's going on, boy?
I was okay. I was okay. It was just very painful for about 10 minutes or so.
Wow. Yeah.
But yeah, it was in my hair, so you couldn't see it. But it was a pretty big lump for a while. Yeah.
Since I stopped playing baseball, you just don't get hit in the head that much anymore. And I forgot how much that sucks.
But maybe it's going to increase blood flow. So that could be
Hey.
a good thing.
Absolutely. This is why
That would be a good thing. I could definitely use more blood going to my brain, I feel.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
What?
Did you put ice on it? You
I
should
didn't have
probably
time.
put
It was
ice
like
on
right before the show started. Maybe I'll grab some at the break, but I'm dedicated
Yeah.
to this for the moment.
I love it.
Hmm.
Committed.
Committed. Yeah.
Well, yeah. We're just kind of just doing the chop right now around VWAP, JD.
Pretty quiet, yeah. Volume's dried up.
Mondays.
Hmm.
All right.
So somebody asked what the difference is between the UB and the ZB. It's basically the basket of bonds that are eligible to be delivered into it, and the UB is further out. I'd have to look at the specs, but I think the ZB is maybe a minimum of 20 years, and the UB is maybe 25, but I'd have to go look at that.
What's your spread? What are you in right now?
I'm in long ZTs and short ZBs. UBs would have worked too.
I like that. Always bringing new products, new markets here to Topstep X. The list continues to grow. Jack is jumping right into those treasuries.
But we're not doing this for a house account trade. We got to do something more exciting. So are we hell bent on doing the NQ, or would we take a look at the ES?
Of course. Let's pull some levels. Absolutely. I do think we're kind of in a holding pattern for the time being. We're been looking at the same prices here. Quite some time. JD's take a peek at the S&P chart. If you can, maybe we got something pop up. We're just chopping right now. Coming to the top of the hour, about 7 minutes away from the top of the hour. Let me take a look at the schedule. We're hyper focused on this house account trade. We might have some housekeeping we need to take care of. Oh shoot, we got JD's. We did hot streaks already. Yes. $5, JD. Eddie, maybe we get some plugs in there too while we wait to see this S&P's kind of come into range,
All right.
come to focus. Yeah, if you got
Well, we
plugs,
got about
do
5
it.
more minutes. Make sure that you click on that link up top. You want to get that first bell-to-bell check-in. This is the first one. Link is pinned at the top. Danielle has been kind enough to pin that for us here. And you got about another 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to take it down. So let's do that. And if you haven't noticed, we've been talking about a lot of these new products that have been added to our Topstep X platform. bunch of new products were added, and I don't know. Do we have that graphic we can sort of post real quick? Can we do that real quick?
Which
Post
graphic,
that up
Eddie?
there, a lot of currencies and so forth. And
Oh, there it is. Boom.
good
job.
stuff. Great job. There it is. Currencies and bonds and lots of good stuff. Even offering that UB40 Ultra Bond.
Ooh.
It's a great band.
Mm.
UB40.
All right, cool. Thank you, Eddie.
Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, sir. We got about what 6 minutes left for the form here at the top of the chat. So make sure to get that submitted. Just one of 3. 2 more coming throughout the day. JD, you there?
$5.
You gotta be. There's something up with your shit. Or is this just you not being able to work the mute button? What is this, JD?
Oh.
All right, we'll try to get that worked out in the back. Maybe it's the office, like we said. I don't know. Oh, Eddie, if you got more plugs, please. Eddie, if you got more plugs, please, let's finish up.
I am sorry. Hey, if you like what we're doing here, first off, why don't you hit that like button? If you haven't subscribed, shame on you. And hit that like button. We want to see these numbers up. Remember, the more that subscribe, the quicker we get to 100,000, the sooner we're going to have something really cool. So if you like what we're doing, you want to keep up with Topstep TV crew on Instagram, don't miss out. We'll drop the link here in chat for Instagram. And if you are a fan of Topstep TV, which I really hope everybody is, all these resources we share daily, you get the numbers refreshed each and every day. You see our schedule. Lots of stuff on this Topstep TV link that we have. I posted it earlier. I'm going to post it again here. You can ask your schedule. Never lose track of what we're doing. So bookmark Topstep TV in your browser. I will get that link for you in just a few. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Got those plugs all taken care of there. Catching a bit of a bid here. S&Ps. Yep, Tim.
Hey, can you hear me now? Am I back?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, sure
Hey,
can.
welcome
JD.
back, JD.
JD, my man.
I have a couple other microphones in the office too. I'm going to swap them out.
We're gonna chuck one of those
Go on
out the
break.
window. Whatever microphone's giving you fits, let's chuck that sucker out the window. But yeah, all right, JD, let's just switch over to the S&Ps and take a peek. I mean, nothing's really doing here. We're done for the day. We do have Power Hour to trade this sucker, and I will not be here for Power Hour, so the keys to the Ferrari. Who what is it? JD, Jack, and Dolby, is it?
We'll figure it out. We'll be flexible.
Okay. Yes, we are.
We'll be
Yes,
there.
we are. Jack, I want you pulling the trigger on
So
these trades.
someone was
Ooh,
asking
Austin
whether it's
Silver.
a failed auction in ES. Well, we haven't popped the top of the initial balance high yet in ES. So no, not quite. This is still just a range. We're hanging inside the initial balance, above VWAP. Yeah, it's just middle of the middle. It looks like a quiet period for now.
Okay. Deanna, I got a question for you. How do you know when obviously when it's already happened, you can look back in hindsight and say, yes, failed auction. What are the clues to a failed auction, for instance? What can anybody be looking for in real time to say, hey, you see a rejection of the rally?
So the first
then you have to see how
so the first thing would be you pop the first hour trading range to one side only. If you popped it to both sides, that's an entirely different condition. So you need an extension. Let me see if I can find that somewhere. Okay, here we go. Here's one in gold. So if I go back to Thursday, there's this this red box that represents the first hour of trading range. Here I'm on a 30-minute time frame. And then you see this big green candle that creates this blue extension and then comes back into that range, thereby failing the upside auction. So it comes back to the range. It means that the first run, the first attempt to come out of that first hour trading range has failed. So that would be your first sort of clue that's happening. And of course, it's not that easy because sometimes this can be happening early. So you might want to front run a failed auction. And for that, you really need like a better level, like a reason outside of that initial balance why you would do that. Now, on this particular day, I did have the statistical average, so daily range high, that was hit, and then they kind of smacked it back down. So that would have been a good cause to front run a trade as an idea, and then to effectively just wait and do the OODA loop until the 30-minute time frame closes inside the initial balance. So that's really the first clue, but a lot of the times us profile traders would try to effectively guess and front run that idea because it's such a high probability setup, especially if it matches the longer time frame trend. So when you see that, it's a very, very good indication that you might get the move at least to the middle of the range, but a lot of the time all the way where the market came from. So all the way to the other side of the initial balance. So when you can get that, it's one hell of a trade. There's super high probability. This tends to happen in gold, crude oil, and gasoline futures probably about 70% of the time. And it happens roughly around the same time of the day. So not only do you have the price action, you also have the consistency of something happening at the same time of day. And it's a beautiful setup. I mean, this is why John and I harp on about it so much, because A, it brings that follow through, and B, it happens a lot. And it's like an eyesore. Once you learn what to look for, you're like, yeah, failed auction. But just be careful, because if you don't have a selling wick, or if you don't have, like, if you get the failed auction that just popped outside of the initial balance and came back, but there's no meaningful sellers that happened at that time, that's a bit sketchy. You can still try it, but it has a lower probability of working out. So it's all contextual. Obviously, context is king, like anything in trading. But yeah, recognizing failed auctions, the first real clue, systematic clue, methodically, is when that 30-minute time frame fails to close outside of the first hour trading range.
How about that? Asked and answered. There you go. That's great stuff, D.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got this
News
coming
from
over the
afar.
wire here right now. It's Christy Bowman's birthday today.
Wow.
Yes.
Happy birthday!
Yes. Happy birthday to
Wow.
you, and happy 50th.
Half century of
birthday.
excellence.
Happy birthday, Christy. Everyone in the chat wish Christy a happy birthday. He says, what a day to celebrate my 50th. Fire drill. Awesome. You guys are so awesome every day. Thank you, Christy. Thank you. Thank you for
My question is, did Grandma send you $5 in a birthday card today? Did she?
Oh, you remember those days? You remember those?
$5. Yeah, that's big money back then.
Hey, JD, how much is $5 in Cicero?
$5. $5 is $5.
Thank you, JD. Thank you.
Hey, bada bing.
Thank you. There you go. Showing some love to Christy in the chat. Good stuff, guys. All right, here at the top of the hour. Did see some fireworks, a big sell-off in the NASDAQ off the open. Look at it taking a long down there. The bottom never got her fill. We're about 2 ticks off-ish. Maybe a little too precise with the entry. That's okay. Stay judicious. Took a short. Just up against VWAP. Had some levels. Confluence of levels. Got stopped out. Just kind of chopped around ever since. D did put a winning trade on. Very nice. It is Monday. He was traveling, just kind of resting up. Jack is playing with a head wound as well as issues with the vocal box. So we are digging deep today. JD is coming off of a tough loss from bowling.
Whatever. Yes.
And I had some flooding in my house over the weekend. So we all are dealing with issues. Yes, actually.
None of us should be here, right? None of us should be here.
None of us should be here. The plumber has actually arrived, and you're swapping out an ejector pump. So yes, very fun stuff. Not cheap, but yet here we are. And the house account is down. So we got a lot going on this Monday. You guys are falling apart.
It's Monday.
No, we're actually doing well. Our pets' heads are falling off. Everything's going to hell. We got a big week. FOMC, we got earnings. Wednesday's going to be a doozy. Right now, we're just in balance, like Nick T said. One trade only today, short from 51.54. S&P's, nice little winner there. And we're just chilling for right now. Isaac, shout out to Isaac. He is fighting with VWAP and SMA on the 1 minute. So we'll wait. I mean, there's no way we would have been in this trade still, JD. Maybe we would have.
No, this is just taking way too long.
Yeah.
Mm.
There you go. You're welcome, Christy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Happy birthday again. All right, taking a look. JD, if you don't mind, what's happening in gold? What's happening in crude? I do not have those markets up.
Yeah, 1 second.
Anything happening anywhere? I guess that's kind of what we're looking for. Anything even happening?
We demand stimulation,
well-
JD. Find us something.
Yes.
Yeah. We need something right now.
Now.
Crude oil
demand.
did extend the initial balance range to the downside. It opened below value, so that was, kind of a. I mean, it was an obvious move, especially considering that the fears over the supply were happening overnight.
Subsided, yeah.
Sorry, not the fears. They actually
concerns.
decided to kind of go, no, actually we're fine. Don't worry about it. So that kind of matches that sentiment. I mean, I'm still not impressed with crude oil because it's like we are 2 hours into the trading session and it's still only sitting at 111 ticks. That's not very good. It's still very low. Usually at this time of day when crude oil is in its like liquidity peak, you should be seeing about 180, 200, 220, 250. That's normal for this time of the day. Whenever you see something less than that, it means that there are other forces at play. So you really need to be very careful if you're looking for momentum trades. Because what's been happening is that, whenever you find a trade, it gets stuck in a range of about 20 to 45 ticks. And that's the best that you can get. That's why somebody said, it's a snooze fest. Somebody's saying, a long it might be play at 81.67. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to take that, I don't really have a level here. Let me just say that first. I do have a level lower down, which is at 82.26. So if anything, I would probably use the single prints that were left behind to run another short trade. But like I said, I've been burned trying to get momentum trades in crude oil over the last 2 months, which is why I haven't traded it for over a month now. I think I put one trade on and managed to get woohoo, 25 ticks, super big trade, right? So I'm still waiting for it to come back, and I just don't want to get involved in it. A long as a fade of this is a valid idea, but again, just be careful. If you don't get the follow through, it's probably still going to get stuck in about 20-40 tick range, and that's the best that we get. I don't like trading like that. I'm not a scalper on most days. The only time I will scalp is if we have a neutral day type like we have in gold, and that's very obvious. I have clearly defined levels, and that's what I like. I can do a base hit trade off of those kind of ideas and ranges. But when we have something that's extending downwards into a single-sided auction, I don't like doing auction fades at this time of day on crude oil because statistically they work better after lunchtime and sort of closer to settlement. So this would not be the time of day. Time of day is a very, very big thing in my style of trading. So if I don't have the time of day, then the reversal trades have lower probability of playing out. And, I look for high probability trades, which is why I don't do a million trades per day. I will do anywhere between 3, maybe 14 trades, but that will be across a number of different products. I don't trade large. I usually trade 1, 2 lots. And even less than that, if we have really big ranges, I will go down to micros if needed. And I still keep the risk per trade similar, somewhere from 220 up to about 350 per trade. And then I aim to do a few trades on several different products. So again, if you're long in crude oil, it might close out the single prints, but just be careful because we do have double single prints directional to the downside. That makes it a bit dangerous. And directional single prints are kind of like supply areas or like low volume nodes. They're exactly the same thing. So they can give way to further continued moves. But again, whoever asked that question, it's your decision. I've given you pros and cons for both
Yes, you did.
sides of the story. And then you have to decide what matches your risk appetite. Nobody can do that for you.
Nope. Well said. Really not seeing any levels come in or
Well,
real
what-
trade ideas playing out right now. What's up, Jack? Was that you, Jack?
Where do you have the 50-day moving average for the ES? It's a little above here.
You have that, or do you want me to pull it up?
50-day moving average. 1 second, I'll get it.
Yeah.
I have
it
1050.
I want to make sure my charts are right.
right around 84.5, 85.
Okay.
Is it really? Way
I think
above.
at 83.5.
We are in the chop hoop, says. Yes, we are. But we will break out. As Dolby likes to say, we cannot stay in this range forever.
Yeah, we likely will not stay in this range forever. I think that is
Thank you,
a
for a tick.
valid prediction. But for now, I don't see anything.
No, we're just kind of
Just,
drifting lower here.
Isaac said he was short. Isaac, are you still short? You're waiting for a breakout to the downside here? Chime in the chat
Good
if
on
you're
you.
in there.
Good on you.
Is that NQ or ES? I think it trades ES.
ES. He popped
Yeah.
in a few minutes ago saying he was short ES. Oh, maybe it was 20 minutes ago.
Daniel Grant says, feeling is short from ES 5144. You can't just be feeling it. I mean, feeling it's a dangerous game just to feel trades. You gotta
Feeling is not going to get you far.
it's not going to be
Or
sustainable,
it might
Daniel Grant.
give
I like it. I do like it that you're in the market. It's okay. Sometimes there's not opportunity at the moment.
Find a reason for the feeling.
Yes. It needs some,
It's much better than just feeling it out.
yeah. Just keep trying, Daniel. I saw you last week, giving good levels, so please keep it up. Pretty thin in the S&Ps. Nasdaq's always thin.
That gap fill that Nick is talking about in the chat, we were talking about it earlier today. Isaac wants to see it filled 51.3175 in the ES. That would be the
31.75.
bottom end of that gap range, the opening Globex opening gap.
Because NQ filled its gap, which was the same
did.
thing, but ES hasn't yet. Yeah.
Jack, what's happening on the yield curve front?
Great question.
I'm exactly flat. Maybe
Up
if
2
things
ticks.
keep
Such an
being,
Up 2
exciting
ticks, down
trade.
2 ticks.
Yeah.
if things are boring, maybe I'll try and leg another one of them on, which I think will essentially
Yeah, you should
max
put
out
like
my
a really
position.
big size. Yeah, exactly. So it's like with every tick, it's going to be like 500 up, 500 down, and then we can kind of watch it like a tennis match or something.
That's how you had to play those spreads. I traded the knob quite a bit,
Yeah, I
the
know, yeah.
10-year, 30-year. And
Yes,
the knob.
knob,
It's all
JD.
about the size. It's all
You're
about the
trading-
size. Yeah.
we were trading 500 by 300. And
Yeah.
that's just the way you had to do it.
Yeah.
Did the other spreads have any fun names like that? Like obviously knob was the best.
The knob, the fob, the fight, the foot.
Oh yeah.
What else was there? It'll all come back to me.
There's the
I spent quite a
German,
few years
there's
trading
German one,
treasuries.
bubble shot.
The boons,
Yeah.
bubbles, and
Boons,
shatsies.
bubbles,
Yes.
Yes. That's what we got over here in Europe. There are a lot of spread traders that trade the bubble and shots. One of the prop firms that I worked here in London. But strangely enough, you put them on anything else, and they were like, now what?
No.
And then they would almost have to like relearn everything. And yet they were like making ridiculous amounts of cash as spread traders. It was quite quite funny because I didn't know that. I didn't know it was a completely different way of looking at the markets. I was like, oh, interesting. So then I got very interested in market neutral strategies. By the way, I'm short GC again.
Yes, we got to trade. We got to trade, folks.
Yes.
Please, tell us.
Oh, it's just again another base hit sort of trade 23.47.2, and I'm gonna take that off for about $90 here because I kind of missed the higher entry. I was waiting around too much and talking. I'm just getting what I can. So that was just a 9-tick profit.
Very nice.
Yes, nothing exciting, I'm afraid.
It's exciting for a Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, it is 10:15 Central Time here in the great city of Chicago. It's been raining all weekend long. Finally starting to see some sun. So with that being said, I don't know how we look on the 15s there, Jack. Can we do it or who?
You want to see
JD? JD, if you want to do the 15,
top
you
10s?
want to do top
we can
10s,
do that.
by all means. Deanna is in a trade. If something happens, Deanna, feel free to chime in at any
No,
point.
I'm out. I'm out.
That's right.
I'm out.
Yeah.
9-6.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Up on a Monday. Good job, JD. If you want to do the top 10s, let's do it.
Yeah.
It was an exciting
appreciate
week. We
you.
see a lot of movement. So a lot of movement in the top 10 there. Let's see if we how the week ended.
I appreciate you not wanting to interrupt the top 10 list there, Deanna. Closing out the trade. Let's look at
Everyone respects
yesterday's best XFA PNLs. Here we
Let's
go.
do it.
All right, more big numbers coming out of the XFAs Friday. Nicholas, nearly 14 grand trading the NASDAQ. Sean, 10 grand, also in the NASDAQ. Sue with 9,500. Matouche, 8,500 trading the NASDAQ and crude oil. And Steven with 8,100, also trading NASDAQ and crude oil. All right, here's the bottom half of the top 10 list. Starting at the bottom. Where are we? Oh, there we are. Jared dropped from 7th down to 10th after a $1,000 drawdown on Friday. Pin is back in the mix. We saw Pin on that live funded leaderboard just a little while ago. He's back after that nice $3,500 winner trade in the live funded account on Friday. Salmon dropped from 6th down to 8th. Sean C is back on the list also. We just saw Sean's name on the XFA PNL leaderboard. Picked up close to 10 grand trading the NASDAQ on Friday, and that moved him into 7th place. And Isaac. We told you Isaac was back. Wow. Fought his way back in 6th place. Nicely done. What was his PNL again? Isaac had $6,500 in the ES on Friday. Nice job, Isaac.
Nice job.
He's in the chat too.
Good thing. Yeah.
All right. Is Eddie around? We got a drum roll.
All right, then let's do it.
Oh, wrong board.
Yeah.
Oh,
There it is.
Oh.
Whatever you're doing, it ain't working.
Sometimes these boxes are so small, I just kind of guess.
Jesus.
Anyway, starting at the bottom again. Daniel P dropped from 4th to 5th after a 15K drawdown across 3 XFAs. Philip traded places with Daniel. Philip was in 5th on Friday. Picked up about $1,200 trading the NASDAQ to move into 4th. Adam held on a 3rd despite a $7,000 drawdown Friday. Jerry had a tough week last week.
Oh, no.
He dropped another 27 grand across 3 XFAs on Friday, but he's still holding on to 2nd place for now. Jerry, I don't have the exact number, but I think Jerry dropped close to $50,000 last week in his XFAs.
Uh-oh.
But our glory boy, Coach DBA, Dakota, Mr. Slow Markets, pocketed $4,700 in the live account on Friday. Yep. Mm-hmm. He's widening the range, secured himself as the leader and the top funded trader here at TopStep. Way to go, Dakota.
Awesome.
There's your top 10 list for today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Begrudging congratulations to Dakota.
Oh, bit of a rivalry happening. I like it.
We love Dakota.
Someone in the chat was saying how Dakota socked Jack in the eye, in the head.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that
Flew
what?
up from
I
Utah.
love you so much.
Took a 4-hour flight just to throw a rock at Jack.
Yeah.
Turned right back around.
Yeah.
That's the dedication you need to
And
get to the top of your
then went
list.
back to high water mark.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Well, we're in a bit of a holding pattern, which is okay. I'm taking a look, see if we can squeeze something out of this day in terms of news. We have a 6-month and 3-month bill auction here in about 11 minutes. Those typically don't move the markets. I do see it as a Chinese holiday. I don't know if that affects us. That's this evening. That's this evening, probably their morning. Or this evening if you're in these states, which probably be their morning. Don't know which one it is, but I'm just looking at financial juice here. Big earnings tomorrow. We got 3M, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all before the bell tomorrow. So that should be getting sort of rock and rolling. Starbucks after the bell. AMD, Amazon. Oh, baby. Tomorrow's a doozy. Okay, let's
Amazon.
go.
Everyone's looking for Amazon after the close. And then Thursday we have Apple. Apple comes out Thursday after the bell.
Okay. All right, so it's a backloaded week. No biggie. Actually, shoot. The party starts tomorrow. What am I talking about?
Andre, you see what I'm doing here?
What are you doing, hon? What are you doing? Where?
Getting the ladders.
Oh.
Giving myself some PTSD.
Yes. Holy moly. My God. Wow. It's been a minute.
This is the first time I've tried to leg a treasury spread since 2015.
Do you have the actual spread market up too?
No, I'm just legging it in the ZT and ZB here.
Okay. Well, typically we'd have that. Okay.
Got Phil. All right, let's see. Let's
No
let's
auto
do it.
spread
Legging spreads. My God. Are you buying the front or buying the? What do you buy? Are you buying the front to sell the back?
Buying
or
the
selling
two, selling the back.
Look at this. Oh my God.
Let's see. This is what you do during slow markets. Let's get an uptick here. $30 for daddy.
Someone run upstairs and grab a box of upticks.
Oh, where's that joke from, JD?
Grab the beige book while you're at it. Yeah.
Oh, come on. Low blow. Low blow. Oh, they got me on that one.
I tried a little short in gold, so I'm down to 341 today. Because that went up and I killed it quickly, but still holding on most of the profit for the day. Yeah, I don't know how much trading I'm going to be doing after fast markets, to be honest, because it's like so slow. I might have a look at micro ES for power hour, but other than that, I don't really see much else right now. So a few base hits, and then because I don't have that much profit on the day, I have to go down to micros so that we don't blow all of the profit on one ES trade.
Yes.
So I just gotta try to keep that budget in mind. We make money, we keep money. That's the whole idea.
That's right. Just getting a feel for this again, Jack. I love it.
Yeah, here we go. So somebody's asking, Mark Simpson's asking, are we allowed to do long and short ES/NQ trades at Topstep? I don't think so. This is where Jack is corrupting everybody here. I don't think are we allowed to do hedging strategies? I don't think we are.
Are we not?
As
far as I know,
we couldn't get an answer yet.
We're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
No, because the whole
no.
point, naughty Jack.
Naughty Jack is right. Luckily, it's an ultra low volatility market, but yes.
Naughty.
Naughty, yes. The whole point of being a futures trader is to find an edge to one side in one trade. If you're just taking a punt and you're like, oh, let's just go short one product and long another, obviously that's not what we're trying to do here. But obviously spread trading is an entirely different thing. Mm-hmm. But we don't. I don't think we're allowed to do that in Topstep. In fact, Eddie said we're not.
Well, I'll stop.
Well, if Eddie says no, then yeah, we're not doing it. Damn it, we are not.
It's too late, Jack. You got to let this one play out. We got to see.
Yeah,
you're
exactly. You have to get Mick. You have to get Mick to give you a shoulder tap. Going, don't do that.
Well, here, as Tim said, you can hedge using different contracts, but taking opposite sides on the same contract is not allowed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy.
Are we going to finally
Mr.
see
Boston.
us break out of this range? Trading 17,869 in the NASDAQ. S&P's broke to the downside a little bit. I don't know if it's a break. Trading 51.41.
We're still
range.
ranging.
If you're the range bound share, this might be a nice long. Could be a nice long in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. If you do believe we're going to stay in this range.
So I've got a question for Tim, actually. So when you say using different contracts, so different contracts in, like, as in different products?
Different
or
products,
different asset classes? Because, that's two different things. If you're using two bond products, does that constitute the same market? So we actually need some clarification here.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know calendar
Yeah.
spreads are not allowed in the program. Calendar spreads are
Yeah.
out. But as far as what Jack's doing, I think based on what Tim just said, I think what Jack's doing is 100% legal.
He's okay then. Yeah.
Yeah. You
But yeah,
probably
we still
don't
need
want to
to
do it,
ask.
to be honest. Like, this isn't the
hang on.
issue, but I'll talk. Wait, here
Mick's
we go.
talking behind me right now. I'm going to get an answer right now.
There you go.
Yeah,
Straight to the
cool.
source.
Yeah.
Love it.
Straight to the source. I wonder what he says.
Hmm.
I think you should be allowed to. I don't.
Yeah, Jack, your trade's legit.
Okay.
Sick.
Wow.
Sick. Size up.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I think I'm
Let's get in
I'm
there.
maxed out now because you can only trade 15 contracts, and I'm long 12 ZT and short 3 ZB.
My
So
goodness. Animal.
I'm just gonna hold this. This account will just be this trade, and I'm gonna see. I'll just put it on every day at 5 and see how long it can go until I blow out.
Got a question here in the chat. We're going to ask our resident European. When is the Euro close, D? Just for those asking in the chat.
Euro close. Well, I mean, technically, volume drops off after the Euro close, which is in 4 minutes.
Okay.
But I mean, it remains open. Obviously, it's not like, oh yeah, now you can't open and close trades. It's just that the volume is a bit meh. If you're looking for something to trade for power hour or after lunch, Chicago, a better bet would be something like the British pound. It tends to move more. I don't trade currencies anymore like I used to trade them a lot, even like 8 years ago. But I don't like the low liquidity in them because, again, I look for products that have over 180 to 200 ticks range on average nearly every single day. And currencies just don't. They're so locked in because everybody has the same interest rate now. Before, you had that interest rate differential where one country would have like 13% interest rate, and then the other one would have like 4%. And that would give you enough of a differential to run something called the carry trade, where you can do like a version of that intraday. And when all interest rates went to 0, that obviously disappeared. So there was no more carry trade. In fact, yen carry trade completely disappeared. And I think that's a little bit back now because they're still on negative interest rates last time I checked, but don't quote me on that because, again, I don't follow that market that closely anymore. So you need that differential to get a good momentum. This is why something like New Zealand GBP, so New Zealand dollar and British pound, they were amazing. Like they had a range of about 500 pips, which is equivalent to ticks minimum price movement. It was great, but then when it all got locked down, it just went to like 100 ticks, 120 ticks. And since then, I haven't really traded currencies. I'm still, just watching. Every so often, I open it up to see what's happening, and it still hasn't really changed. And it's been a very, very long time now. So from that point of view, I don't like sitting in trades, nitpicking on like 10 tick stop losses and all that. And then you walk away, you come back, and it's like, oh, it's 5 ticks in profit after 3 hours. It just, it's not, I have Zen, but not like that. Like my Zen is when I put on the trade, I walk away to do coffee, and I come back, and it's nicely like 45, 50 ticks in profit. Then I can manage the trade. If it's still sitting around my entry, I'm just like, ugh.
Hey, real quick here, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction here in a minute, inside a minute here. Minor number, but I just want to let everybody know that we've got that coming out. Thank you, Andre.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah,
We
thank
got
you.
30 minutes
See, I
left
was
here.
troll.
Who? Let's get him, D. Who's coming for you?
Someone doesn't like
Another-
the fact that I talk so much.
Oh, you might not believe this. It's her job to talk. You might not believe this, but that's what we
You
get.
might not believe this.
We
Yeah.
are supposed to
Imagine
talk.
if I just got on here and
And
then
said
I just said nothing. Would that be better?
Oh, so funny. Yup. JD, I'm gonna keep just trading sideways for right now. Let's take a quick peek.
Yeah. Nothing to report here.
Nothing to report here. That's fine. Well, I do have something to report. We do have Peter Tuchman on this afternoon, or right after Fast Markets with Power Players, the most photographed man in the Einstein of Wall Street. You want high energy? It doesn't get any more high energy than that. His insights, valuable, priceless, if you will. Well, here at Topstep TV, please tune in for Mr. Tuchman. He's the man. We got group coaching, we got strategy lab, Power Hour, Austin Silver in the house. Austin Silver getting a lot of time here on Topstep TV. Good to see. It's good
He's
people.
great.
Yeah, he is. Good people. Has a podcast. His podcast, he did a recorder with Michael Patak, I believe, right before Michael hit the road. So we'll let you know when that drops. I believe early May.
Where is MP? What's he up to?
MP's traveling currently. MP is traveling right now with the family.
Okay. Oh yeah, he's in Dubai, isn't he?
He was. I think that
He
was
was
just
late
a
last week.
layover here. Yeah, it was a little bit of a layover.
Look at Tesla, just skyrocketing. Tesla's up almost 15% right now.
Is that right?
After their announcement this morning, Tesla's
What was the announcement?
they got the green light to launch their driver assist software in China. So they're up about 8% pre-market. Now they're up close to 15. I think it's hit 15%. I think it hit 194 and then backed off a little bit. But it's moving.
That could be what's keeping NQ range bound. Because
Well,
obviously, if
certainly, yeah.
ES is kind of dropping slightly
Mhm.
and NQ is not following, it means one of the stocks in there is stronger. But that's not great for momentum, though.
Well, yeah, creeping a little lower in
You
ES.
need a few of them to make the move, and then that momentum kind of gives way to breaking some levels. Somebody's saying stupid Tesla.
Tesla.
Ruining all our fun.
Exactly.
Stupid Tesla. I like that.
Yeah.
All right. Trying to push lower here. ES, trying to push lower in the NASDAQ. We got about 25 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Definitely never looking to force a trade, but if the levels do come in, anything's bound to happen. Bit of a quiet morning.
Real quiet morning.
Hey, it's Monday. Yeah.
Monday we're down 5,500. Yikes. I think we'll be okay though.
Do we have FOMC this week, don't we?
Wednesday.
We do. Meeting starts
earnings.
tomorrow. Announcement Wednesday at 1:00. Fed chair press conference at 1:30 on Wednesday Central Time.
So we can do a little bit of a show meeting right now since we got Jack on. Jack, I assume we're gonna broadcast the Powell's press conference and we'll be on throughout the entire thing?
Yep,
like
I
last
think
time?
that is the idea. We'll
Cool.
have a little powwow. It'll be fun. Bring the chips.
You
Just,
like that one.
just a note to Spread Nation out there too. I know we've been making
Is that
fun of
Jack, what is that?
Spread Nation. It's my spreaders. Spread on. Spread those wings and fly, baby.
Wow.
Spread 'em.
But we were joking earlier about how this doesn't move because it's a market neutral strategy. There still are risks. If you are doing something like this, you certainly do not want to hold a 230s positions through Powell. While they don't move a lot
definitely
compared
not.
to outrights, you can. I've seen people lose an incredible amount of money on a seemingly very small position. I recall when they announced Operation twist or something. I saw someone like in a 5, 10s,
Yeah.
30s position, like a cash position, just get annihilated. Probably lost.
Yeah, that's because bonds
$100,000.
move on monetary policy news, so they won't move much outside of that. But when there's like monetary policy news, everything goes nuts. And if you get it wrong, that's gonna rip your face off like in seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just move; they completely reprice the curve after these things. Just
Yeah, it's a reprice. Yeah, that's why it happens. So it's like new information, and then it just jumps to new levels. What does Dolby say? Teleports. Yeah, so
teleports
that's what
really
happens.
on
Yeah.
little to no volume.
Yeah.
It will just
There goes the NASDAQ.
Yeah, Tesla.
Finally sold off there, JD. Finally sold off.
Would you consider that a top tick in the NQ? What was our actual fill price on that stop?
12s.
12.
Yep. Top tick.
Heartbreaker.
I mean, 16's traded. 16's traded. So more or less. Where do you
Here's
put
a
it?
question
If I put a 20, if you put it at 20, and we're down.
Here's a question of
8.
Question of personal preference. Deanna and Jack, how much stock do you put in monthly rebalances in the stock market? Just considering tomorrow's the last day of the month, so we're going to see a monthly rebalance.
It depends. It can really vary. Like sometimes you can get really good moves because people are positioning for the end of the month. But I think that's more to do with like quarters rather than any old random month. Maybe the end of the year. I obviously realize quarterly is more significant than monthly, but it does happen on a monthly basis, just not to the same. Not as
extent,
violently.
I guess. Yeah.
As I recall, though, we were looking for some. We thought the last quarterly rebalancing was going to be like the end all be all of fireworks, and as I recall, there's nothing.
Yeah, it does. It's not a statistically like high probability event that you can always expect loads of movement. It can happen, obviously, but it's not something to base all of your strategies on it. To wait for that last day of the month, and just go, pull pork.
Right.
Well, we're right around the session lows in the ES. A few off the overnight low.
Well, it popped below the initial balance just. So we have the overnight low right around there. If we don't manage to break that, then it's a long. If we manage to go below it, then it's going to fill that gap. But it's more of an intraday play. It's not like, it's a level, let's play it off the level. It's more like a momentum trade based on market-generated information.
Well, just taking a look at this CL, the crude tilt, 79% long. Dow 71% long as well. Everything else 50-50 amongst NASDAQ, S&Ps, and gold. Just a bit of a tilt. There you go. Daniel Grant, you were feeling getting short at 51.44? By golly, it broke. Nice job. That's when your feeling was right. Oh, yes, 2 more forums coming out throughout the day.
Isaac's still short in the live account. Nick T really wants to see this gap fill in the ES.
What will the price be, Isaac? Or do you know, JD? What price we're looking for to fill that gap?
Globex gap fill would be 51.3175.
31.75. Thank you.
I'm not going to my phone. I'm going to set myself an alarm on my phone for this afternoon so I remember to leg out of this position.
Just let the auto liquidator handle it, Jack.
Auto leg.
I can't wait for that.
There's no slippage there.
No. We are trading right at 17,850. NASDAQ trading 48s right now. A couple points beneath.
We had the right trade, Dre. Our timing was a little off.
It's all right. That would have been a 2-hour, hour and a half NASDAQ trade. That'd be an all-time record around here.
That's a record, yeah.
That would be a record. Yes. D, just let's recap your P&L. How many trades have you taken today? Well, I got you at 3 mentally. I got you at 3 trades today.
Yeah,
2 or 3?
I think I did 4. I think I did.
4. Very good. Up money
Yeah,
on the
so
day.
340. Yeah, so here we go.
Excellent.
Here is the
Excellent.
the P&L for now, 341. Like I said, I took that one slight loss because I was looking for more shorts, and then it kind of just pulled back. I was like, eh.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, base hit day.
You said base hit a few times today. I got to ask you, you know baseball? You followed baseball out? Like, how do
A
you?
little bit. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
base
don't
hits.
follow baseball, but over here we have something called cricket, which is kind of like a
Yes, of course.
slow version.
How could it be
And
slower?
yeah, so I have heard the term quite quite a lot,
Okay,
especially because my husband is a huge fan. But yeah, I mean, obviously working with you guys and stuff over the years, I've gotten to know baseball analogies quite well. And I think it's a great term because it's like base hits. You're looking for little small wins.
Sure.
And then if the opportunity presents itself for a home run, you take the home run. But obviously getting to that point, oh my God, yes, I know.
Yeah. It's baseball. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Runs,
But yeah, you have to get to the point where experience, like I'm not a big trader, I never go in with large size in relation to the account balance.
Yep.
I just like to do, one lot across a few different markets. But, depending on what's happening in the day, like I can't be looking for home runs when we have a neutral day, when we have, inside open, not a lot of movement. If you look on Bookmap as well, it's all just orders up top, orders below. So it's like liquidity both sides of the range. That's not very conducive to looking for home runs. And if I was to constantly look for breakouts out of the range, I will constantly be having losing trades. That's where people get themselves into trouble, where you think the market is doing something against you. It isn't. It's just that you read the day wrong. So as an intraday trader, you have to have all of the skills. You have to be able to recognize a home run and hold it, because those never come in like 3 seconds. They always come over an hour, 2 hours. Like it's a trending day. You need to recognize it's a trending day and just get in and hold it. And that will give you a bump. That will give you that home run trade. But we can't always be having that, because sometimes it's a quiet day. And then the best that you can do is just take the edges of the range, try to get 20, 30 ticks down to the middle of the range, get out, and just keep doing that. Try not to lose too much. It's a waiting game, so you wait a long time, get the opportunity for a base hit, you get in, get out, and then you wait again. So when it comes to patience and discipline, range bound days are very hard to trade because of that. And I can do them. It's just I don't think they're my favorite types of setups, but I can do them. If I recognize that it's range bound early enough, then I can obviously make some cash out of it. But it's not going to be something that's going to give you those nice big wins. Most of my big wins, they are the thing that keeps the P&L growing. Base hits are just there to kind of carry you over until market conditions improve, and then I will look for home runs. So,
wow, Eddie, please. Yeah. Eddie, did you approve of all those baseball reps? That was incredible. Eddie, that was
I put in there well said.
Yes.
And the thing is, when we talk about base hits, we're talking about small profits. Yes. They do add up. And one of the first things you want to do to start your day is build that safety net. If you've got a good winning trade here, look for the base hits. And like Dee said, they can turn into doubles, triples, home runs. It's just a matter of focusing small first. And you want to build that safety net first each and every day. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah. Good stuff. Great stuff, guys. Always such great info. W for D. Good stuff.
Speaking of home runs,
Tesla. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Otani?
Yeah, I was going to say, I peeled off one of those spreads.
Okay.
Nice.
Boy, just like riding a bike.
Jack.
Yeah. Tesla at 15.5% now. Full point higher than the last time we checked in.
Yeah, Tesla. They were digging Tesla's coffin. They're digging into Tesla's grave last week. There you go.
Yeah, we see ES and NQ just ripping higher.
Squeeze. That was brutal.
Tesla rips higher.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, JD. Great stuff.
This could be a failed auction in ES now. This is what I mean when we front
Yes.
run a failed auction. You find a level, in this case it would be Asian low, around that gap. And then you basically assume that the Asian low is going to hold, thereby giving you a failed auction. And then you have a trade setup based on market generated information. So this could go to high of the day now, high of the session, which is the high of the day, I think.
All right, D, let's talk about that. We talked about that earlier today about failed auction. We
Mhm.
did see the sell off here in the ES and NASDAQ. We saw a sell off. Now we saw a vicious reversal.
Yep.
Obviously, it does look like a failed auction just to the untrained eye. How do we get confirmation? I mean, it just completely reversed there. It's safe to say that was a failed auction, right?
You need it. So if you were to front run this trade from Asian low, then you would now be already in a trade looking for the 30-minute candle to close inside the initial balance. And if it closes, you just keep holding it. There's nothing else to do. But obviously, if you didn't do that, there are a couple of ways to get in on that. I would either use Bookmap to find some orders that are sat somewhere around there to go in long, but obviously I'm not going to get the same price as the one that was in this Asia low demand level. So you can't look for that anymore. That's gone. And then you need an alternative level. And this is where the skill of the trader comes in. But obviously, if we get all the way down there, in my eyes, that's no longer a good opportunity, because really for a failed auction, you don't want it going all the way back down there. It means that the buyers failed to sustain the price away from that. And that's a bad sign. So we really needed to stay away from here for the next 14 minutes, and then you can hold it through New York lunchtime, all the way into, sometimes even into power hour, certainly out into the bonds market close. And then a lot of the time what happens after the bonds close, because they close a little bit earlier, all of that volume from the bond traders comes into the equities, which is why you have a bump in volume in equities for the final hour of electronic trading. So those are some signs that I will be looking for when it comes to the failed auction. And if you don't use Bookmap or Dome and stuff, you can maybe go down to a very low time frame and look for a reversal. So just wait for this to drop and then get a reversal and try to get in. So a couple of invalidation points. But like I said, if we go all the way below again, obviously that's an invalidation of the failed auction. And in that case, we have a gap close. And it's not easy because it's a relatively fast-paced thing to look at. We're looking at real-time price action. But that's the nature of intraday trading.
Yeah. No way around it. Okay. Question from Dakota. Where do we buy? I'm looking to buy 17,870. Well, we're below that right now. So if you want to get long, this is the time.
Yeah.
We're kind of done for house count trades for fast markets. Again, we'll have these on for power hour. Nice pop crude. JD, what happened over there in crude? Not looking at it.
What happened in crude? I'm not looking at it. 1 second.
All right, I'm going to switch over to the global
Move
screen
higher.
here.
Yeah.
Switch on house account for the time being. We got 10 minutes left. Not forcing anything. We're down $5,555 big dollars in the house account. Oof. It's all right though.
Kept some powder dry for later today though.
We did. We did.
That's
We'll get it back.
that's
Monday.
the Garfield trade right there for Mondays. Five grand down right in the morning. Hate it.
It's the worst.
Nick T says short from 903. Really? Short from 903. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Still short, 903. Yeah.
Good job. Well done. Cash those profits. Trading's going to really get some continued good stuff with the failed auctions there. Yes.
Yeah, NQ is still holding its initial balance, so it doesn't look the same as ES. It
What's
didn't
different?
pop the initial balance. The difference is that this is not a failed auction. This is just like a normal trading day where you're just rotating inside the initial balance, but there's no other time frame participants that have tried to take it outside of the first hour trading range. Thereby, this means it's just market makers playing games at NQ. And again, that doesn't really lend itself to a huge momentum trade. But if you're going to use ES as your guide, then yeah, I mean, NQ can pop as well just by following whatever ES has done and being dragged by the bigger market because it does have an influence on it. But they do look different. So initial balance popped on ES, failed auction potentially in progress, and Q still range bound.
Good stuff. 8 minutes left here. So, hey, like I mentioned, we got Austin Silver coming on for Power Hour. Got some interesting stuff. We're going to be talking to him about the FX currencies we added over the weekend. Keep in mind, he was an FX trader. He said enough of that. Time to play, big league stuff and come over to futures. So we'll be sure to talk to him about that, pick his brain, his thoughts about some of the currencies we added here on Topstep X. Like we said, we're always rolling out new products. I think we're going public with the X here shortly. I don't think we have a date nailed down just yet. And if we do, I'm not going to tell you just now. But yes, we are going public here shortly for everybody to enjoy. I'm sure we'll have a little bit of a party when that goes down. For the time being, stay patient. 73% long in crude, 74% long in YM. Both bulls there. Take a look at gold. Gold hasn't done much. Gold used to be where the action is. Gold now with a $19 range. A couple weeks ago, we were seeing $90 ranges. You heard me right, $90 ranges. Yep. Gold has gotten back to behaving, so to speak.
Hey, for all the haters on the panel, by the way, I just peeled off another one of those, so I'm almost out of the position. Realized up 280.
Wow.
Realized up 250. So
sure.
In Cicero, $500 is $500. It's a lot better than being down 5,000. You jabronis.
Low blow shots. Hey, you're part of the house too, Jack. Don't act like you ain't part of that.
I wasn't on air then. I don't I don't need any of that juju.
Deflecting.
Yeah, catching strays. The house account. Mr. House account, my goodness.
Let's just take it off for the sake of it.
Oh, look at him. Yeah. How about that? We're all supposed to be on the same team chat. Here he is. Jack's just taking shots at us. What are you going to do? Throwing stones. That was actually pretty funny. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Jack is always funny.
Always? Oh,
yeah, he's pretty funny, man.
He's clever.
I'm not just saying that. It's like objectively, he's pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I try to be.
Oh, here it is.
Boys and girls, I am flat up 557.
Damn, nice trade, Jack.
Nice, Jack.
Like riding a bike. Spread letting in, letting out. Good job.
It totally is. That was the first time I've done that, as I said, since 9 years ago.
It's actually pretty cool.
Flooding back.
All those spreaders.
Cool. It's not cool when you do it,
you need to have Jack doing the whole masterclass of
I would have to do a lot of studying before then.
Well, here we go.
The amount that I've been thinking about bonds the last 9 years has been minimal.
I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Just dumb it down for the rest of us, and then you'll be all right. We don't need like super complicated. Just just simple basics.
I will explain the basics of just like DVO1 and how you hedge or why you might do it and things like that. But if people are interested,
I think they will be absolutely.
I mean, Jay Cook here took the trade with you. The practice count up 7.
Hey, Jay, bond man.
Yeah.
Spreading. Let's get the spreading going off the ground. I'd be cool with that. I'm not sure how much interest there would be globally from our Topstep family, but hey, those spread heads, man. The dream lives on. We are
Jack. You're getting props for your dry humor, and I have to agree with it.
Oh,
Jack's dry humor is about as dry as a mummy's butt crack.
Wow, it's pretty dry.
Look at that dry.
Maybe you're pretty dry too. I know there are people who.
How happy Jack is over there.
It's because a lot of the times people are like, "Oh, what is Eddie talking about?" But it's actually dry humor.
Yeah,
and once you start to get Eddie's humor, he's hilarious, guys. Like seriously, I don't know whether people even realize that. And you're just like, every so often we're talking and Eddie just adds something. And a lot of people are just like, it goes right over their heads. But I always notice, and I'm always like cracking up, and people are like, why is Dee like laughing? Because it's funny.
Wow, 5,500 people watch right now. The audience continues to grow. Please click like, please click subscribe. I am a broken record when it comes to that, but we got to capture the opportunity when the audience is there. Danielle, if you got any announcements you want me to read, this is now the time. We got 3 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Jack, you got anything you want to plug? This is our time.
Well, I'll just plug the ongoing. Like, Dakota and I will continue to probably be roasting each other back and forth in the future.
Yes.
It's all good.
Yes.
I mean, he's already unloaded his primo material, which is that I have a job. So I don't know how we're gonna beat that.
Zing.
Oh, baby.
Oh boy.
Oh,
No.
that was man. That was.
We do like each other, I think, or at least in Slack it seems we do. So all good, Dakota.
Yeah, can you clarify? Did you say roasting or broasting?
Bro.
Well, when I roast, it is a
Bro.
roast because I'm a bro.
Bro roasting. Gotcha.
Bro roasting, a brazing, something like that.
Deanna, there's just two. Daniel, good on Deanna, good on you for putting up with all the bros around here. You do great with that. You handle
So
the bros.
many bros.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's not yes. Very bro. You got a little bro in you too, no? Maybe you're bro with us, maybe.
Honestly,
I don't know.
whoever knows me after about like a couple of months of spending time with me, the amount of people were like, D, you're like a dude. And I'm like, that's not very nice. It's like, what the hell? You're calling me a man?
They mean it.
But yeah, I get it because my humor, like, I'm not one of those women that will get offended at things. I think I have a pretty good sense of humor in part because my dad, he was, he was a musician, comedian. That's what he did. So I grew up with humor. And I don't mind it. I love it. I think if we don't do this, it's not really real prop trading because this is what you get in prop firms as well. It's like some of the most non-PC conversations you will find will be in prop firms. We're very naughty.
The trading floor as well. The trading floor, yes.
We have some bros. We have some bros at TopStep, but nothing approaching when I was trading. There was a level of bro there that was just supreme bro, right?
Yeah. Frat house.
Boat shoes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, totally. Like East Coast frat house.
Oh.
Slick back hair.
The best kind.
Pastel shorts.
Yes. Daddy's a lawyer. Yes. Anyways, my daddy will sue you. Anyways, quick announcement here before we kind of transition out of fast markets into power players. Get ready for power players. Mr. Peter Tuckman, you've seen him before. He's got the goods. Most recently thing we added to TopStep as we got the micros update, the break. I love that break even button. That break even button kicks ass. New products, FX currencies, and bonds finance. Good stuff. And on TopStep, our Instagram account, we're posting a new weekly top 5 moments video. Check that out. Follow us, TopstepTV on Instagram. I did see a post about myself saying, Andre, bring us the house. Oh, we brought you the house today. We brought you. I'm going to lose $5. Obviously. We got housed. We got housed today. Unfortunately, it was a great idea. Stopped maybe a little too tight. Didn't really foresee this price action. Anyways, everybody, that is it for Fast Markets. So we got power players coming up. JD, thanks for riding with me throughout. Deanna, thanks for coming on. Nice trade today. Jack, hey, man. The spreader is back. Spreadheads. Shout out to all the spreadheads. Danielle says, Andre, give us house. We'll do. We got power players coming up next. Thank you, everybody. Let's have a day today. Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. Got the one and only Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter, happy Monday. Things are a little bit slow on our end this morning. Tried placing a couple trades, but markets are kind of a snoozer. What are things like on the floor in New York?
So, it's funny from my perspective, there's no such thing as a snoozer in my world here. If you start looking at the overview of what's going on, went on over the weekend, look, in an absence of something major happening on a day-to-day basis, the market is trying to consolidate a little bit and trying to figure out what's going on. The playbook is a little bit confusing. I think we opened strong this morning and we were trying to get some follow through from Friday's rally. Obviously, the rally was about the CPI number that came out, which year over year was up 2.3% or something. So that was it. They fulfilled the expectations. It did not disappoint in the number of release that came out. And that CPI number is really important because it's one of the Federal Reserve's key indicators for inflation. So that came in and nobody was disappointed by that. So that's why you're seeing some green on the screen. Although, from my perspective, trying to really analyze it, we're not seeing a lot of follow through. We opened at the high of the day and now we're sort of fading here. So where is the mojo in the market right now? I still think that people are sort of anticipating, look, it's going to be a major Fed announcement one way or the other, whether it's what happens inside the innuendo of what he says, whether he actually, there's some kind of a number released. I think it's important for everybody to know, you guys are all trading futures, right? And so we are very clear at Wall Street Global Trading Academy about never having a position coming into a Federal Reserve meeting. It is imperative never to do that, right? From a danger and a risk perspective. At the end of the day, you may think you may know what's going to happen. And look, it's complicated. You've got a number release or no number release. And then you have a press conference. And inside the press conference is all the nuance and the innuendo of what Jay Powell is going to say and perhaps whatever was discussed with all the other governors. And that at this point, coming into this meeting, after all we've been going through over the last couple of months, about 7 rate cuts down to 3, about the CPI and PPI number being a little hotter than expected over the first couple of months, about what happened closing out the quarter the way we did, about April being really bit of a challenging month in absolutely every respect. We've got 2 wars going on. We hit up against some technical resistance in the marketplace. You've got a yield curve that's on fire, right? Trading up as high as 5.3. You've got an oil market that's going through the trials and tribulations of a Middle Eastern war and a war in Ukraine and Russia. All of that being said, the fact is, and then there was dissent amongst the ranks. After the last meeting we saw, it was very clear by Jay Powell 2 things that really made the market take off. First of all, that we're going to have 3 cuts and that it was going to be a 75 basis point move between now and the end of the year. Since then, there's been nothing but confusion, nothing but speaking out of 2 sides of their mouth, nothing except a lot of dissent amongst Kashkari and Bostich, and all of these governors are all saying three. And then in the midst of all that, some more economic news came out that was not as Friday's number was the first number we've seen for the last number of months that it was not disappointing. But there have been a number of releases over the last couple of weeks that were CPI, PPI, not CPE. CPI, PPI, all those, the ISM number, a number of different things, labor market numbers and whatnot that were disappointing. And so the dissent amongst the ranks was that maybe we're not going to have 3, maybe 2, maybe 1. And there was even some kind of inference that maybe the economy can't handle it right now, that the economic data, the inflation data is not supporting a cut, and that we may in fact have to raise it a little bit, which is a complete potential disaster. I don't think the market's going to respond to that. So all of that are the moving parts and the components that are going to go into the Fed meeting, which you said is on May 1, correct?
Yeah, there is a FOMC meeting on May 1st. U.S. interest rate decision at 1 o'clock on May 1st. Also, a lot of earnings coming out this week as well, especially tomorrow. We have Coca-Cola, McDonald's, 3M, Starbucks, AMD, and Amazon. Any word on the floor or optimism about those coming out?
You know what? Look, we live in a different world when it comes to earnings releases. As I've also mentioned it before with you guys, that the way the market is in the old days when a company had expectations about an earnings release, people would buy the stock. If the expectations were good, they would short it. If they weren't, they would come out as expected. Normally, 8 times out of 10, they would come out. The analysts were kind of right. The news would come out. The market would respond accordingly. If you were long and the earnings were good, you made a little chop and you got out and you sliced and diced it on the short side as well. That world does not exist anymore. There are way too many moving parts in this market right now, in the economy, in the individual companies in a post-COVID world. So once again, while I say we always sit on our hands when it comes to Federal Reserve Day, right? Because having a position going into those situations is potentially dangerous. You may be right about what's going to happen. Well, you may be right about the release and the numbers and all that, but you're not necessarily going to be right about how the market responds to it, right? Because the market is completely skittish. It's bipolar. It's got ADHD. It's got every possible mental illness in the world. The market is darn right crazy. So you're going to see things like Tesla's earnings could not have been worse, and the stock went up. It went up
About to say.
because they did dangle a little carrot in front of us, talking about the new. They're going to come out with a car that's more affordable to the masses. The market like that. Then they also said they're going to fast track the whole story about robo taxis, so they like that. But the earnings were horrendous, and the stock went up. On the other hand, Meta came out with earnings that were not bad, that were not so bad, and the stock went down $50. So there's no rhyme or reason about that. So I don't put a lot of weight in expectations coming into earnings. What I do love about earnings, and I think everybody there trading the futures, obviously there are different companies that have a heavier weight inside the different indexes. You guys are trading futures, not necessarily individual stocks. So the ones that are weighted heavy are going to move the spiders, are going to move the Dow, are going to move the NASDAQ 100, and or the futures indexes all around. And so what you do is you let the information come out. Then you plug it into your charts. If you want to learn how to do that stuff, come to Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We teach technical analysis. We teach risk management. Charts, if you know technical analysis, you can use it to trade equities. You can use it to trade futures, whatever. It is the art of charting. And in this kind of a market, which is not a very forgiving market, you know, if you're making your decisions based on FOMO, hype, hope, Uncle Herbie on the internet, all that kind of stuff, or some signal surface, and you're throwing a dart at a wall, you're going to get lucky for $1, or you're going to be wrong for $50. So it is imperative when the Federal Reserve meeting comes out, sit on your hands until the press conference is over, plug your numbers into your charts and make a decision based on technical analysis, always having a stop order on every trade, because this market, especially on Fed days, even my major players who trade $500 million a day in stock often are much more passive on Fed days, because the market goes up and down 300 or 400 points before it even finds a direction relatively. And a lot of young new retail traders don't have that risk profile. So I beg people to do that, and the same thing with earnings. So I don't put a lot of weight on earnings. I love the volatility around earnings, but as I said, the way our stock is going to respond to earnings is a little bit skittish and schizophrenic, right? As I said, you can have good earnings and bad guidance, good earnings, good revs, bad guidance. You can have so many different moving parts that will affect it. And the stock will run up on one bit of info and then sell off hard. On earnings days, everyone should do this. They should go on to Market Watch and find out what exactly the expected move is going to be in this stock. Okay? That is really imperative. If you go into Market Watch or any economic calendar that you guys use, right, and look up in earnings and look up FOMC meetings and find out what the expected move is in a stock around earnings. And then what you do is you find out, let's say sometimes these moves are up or down $20, up or down $30. Put a little flag in your trading system to wake you up if it gets down to those levels, right? Because those are the levels where you're going to find a far from moving average trade. After earnings, after FOMC meetings, the far from moving average trade. If you want to learn about that, go to come and hang out with me and David Green at WSGTA.com. But when you've got major moves like that, $20 and $30, $50, $80 moves, we've seen it time and time again. This is not your grandfather's stock market, right? You're seeing stocks go up and down $50 and plus, right? So if you're wrong, you're going to get blown up and you're going to blow up your trading account. And we don't want that for anybody. So sit on your hands until the information comes out, then plug everything into your charts. Always have a stop order, okay? And then make your trades and slice and dice. You're trading ES, MES, the NQs, whatever you may be doing. We love the volatility around earnings. We love the volatility around FOMC meetings. It's awesome. But having an opinion in advance of them is deadly, right? And my suggestion, after being here for 137 years, I beg of you, sit on your hands until everything settles, till the information comes out. Because we've seen it time and time again. Those are brutal days. The Fed may come out on whenever May 1st is. I know it's this week, but they may come out and say, look, you know what? We only maybe have 2 cuts. We're not really sure when that's going to happen. Or we may raise the cuts. And then he's going to have his news conference where he will talk for an hour and he will literally contradict himself 4 times. And everybody's riding on every word that comes out of his mouth. And if anybody's tracked, that's what I do. I forensically track the charts and the S&P 500 and the futures around FOMC meetings. And the volatility is insane. And literally you can be in it on the right side of it and it just gets blown. There's not even time to put in a stop order. It's that crazy. So look, in markets like this, yes, today is a bit of a lackluster day. Not a lot going on. We still have a whole half a day left. The market did open at a high and fade. But on days like that, which we love to hate them in so many different ways. Just follow those rules. Discipline and consistency are super important.
Yep, that's exactly right. And Peter, what I find so crazy is that when we first started talking, just how many sort of phases the market has gone through. When we first started, it was, buy every dip. If AI is in the headline, buy. Then it turned into a crude oil issue in the Middle East, and the markets got spooked on that. And now it's earnings season, and now we're waiting on the Fed. It's crazy just how many different market states we can get in a couple different months. Do you any quick advice to new traders who are just used to one market type and buying and holding versus maybe something that's more range bound like we're in right now?
You know what? I thought this is a long journey. This is an educational journey. People should every day be journaling the journey. Everybody should go get themselves one of those little, it looks like a cow, those little notebooks that you had when you were in high school where the teacher, giddy up on that, or those black and white ones. I used to love those when the teacher would make you write, do not pull Sandy's ponytail 100 times over and over. Right? Get one of those notebooks and journal economic events, journal earnings events, journal the way a stock responds to them so that you have your own historic data. Markets usually work on historic data, and that's why people are able to make predictions the way they are. But I'm a firm believer in a post-COVID world. The old school is no longer relevant. So start from today. Journal information, journal economic data, journal earnings releases, and see how the market responds to it so you have some frame of reference going forward where your comfort levels are. Have scanners that mark major moves in the market. You should be looking for every opportunity. Do not cherry pick your trades. If a trade sets up, get in it. If you have a stop order, you will never lose more than $50 on those trades or whatever it is in your futures trade, because you can't, if you're cherry picking it, then probability will not work in your favor. If you get involved with every trade that sets up, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. If you're working the game correctly, you will win more than you lose. You will never blow up your trading account because that's not what we want to do. And you're going to be able to hit singles and doubles and make a couple of shekels here to support yourself.
Peter, thank you so much. And that is what we're trying to do. Manage risk and make a couple bucks. That's the name of the game. Thank you so much, Peter Tuckman, we're looking forward to your hot sauce when it comes out. Please keep us posted on any recent developments on that. Chad is very, very interested. We will make sure to buy you out when it's first available. Peter, thank you so much. Have an excellent weekend. Excellent week, and we'll see you on Friday, sir. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
And
Hey, look who we got here. My goodness.
Yeah, we're just hopping right in.
Surprise.
What's up, everybody? We're not even taking breaks anymore. We're just doing it.
No. Well, we were in the grain room, and
you were.
Robert and me were fighting over the last chocolate chip cookie.
I told him to get more.
He got the strawberry frosted donut, and I took the cookie.
Yeah.
So we're here right now.
Double chocolate?
Strawberry frosted. Those chocolates are gone first thing. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, those are
all right. Robert, your first time on today. Have you taken a peek at the markets thus far?
Hey, how you doing? Dobie, I did take a look, and hello, Eddie. We've been behind the scenes all day. I did have last Thursday and Friday off, so it's my first day back looking at the markets. I did take 2 trades. I guess you can call it 2. One in, but I pulled some of it off and then pulled the rest of it off. Didn't go my way to start with. I'll show you exactly where it is. I am make this full screen here. During the mornings, you're not production, you can't really enter anything. So, but this zone right here is what I was looking at. So I'm on NQ, and the beginning of it is around 17,895. The top is around 899. It's a small area, but what I was looking for was the break over this candle right here, and the candle is at the time frame is 10:18 Central Time, and the height of that candle is the high 17,889 3/4. So 17,890 for the most part. I was looking for the break over that, and it did happen. My arrows are pointing right there, right about 10:57. So not too long ago, while I was just waiting around getting my green screen and everything else set up for this segment, I did take that long, and what I do is I just have these areas as target zones. One I have highlighted right here, this gray spot. So that was my target area. It did come up close to it when the candle opened and it started pushing up, dropping down, pushing up a little bit more. It was 5 contracts NQ on a 150K combine, and it was getting close. I said, "Wow, if this just pops into that's kind of hovering a little bit, I'm just going to manually close the trade." I have my target up on the other end of it around 17,900 roughly. It just started hanging around there. So I'm like, if it pops into there, I'm just going to close it. Unfortunately, it went all the way back down to the low here of 882. I got stopped out before then, and then I got back into it as it broke again and pulled half the money back. So I was down 500, just over 500. So I jumped back into it, got some of that money back again, and then I just needed to prep for the show because the segment started, so I had to close everything out. But ironically, here we go. We went right into the target zone just a little bit early, and I've said this before. Usually, when I'm wrong, it's usually because I'm early. And this, I wouldn't say this is the case in there because I entered exactly the way I wanted to, pulled back a little further than I had anticipated. Just stops you out. Once it broke again, my hypothesis did not change. I entered right back in again, took it right to my targeted zone, closed out, and made half the money back. 2 trades, well, like 2.5 trades, you would say, because I scaled up part of that out. And we'll just wait for the next one. That's all.
That sounds pretty good. It's been kind of a tricky market today. I was talking to Tuckman, and it's, things are a little bit narrow. Lots of big news events coming up this week. Of course, Eddie is all over that because he's our news guy. Eddie, did you make any trades today?
No, not at all. I was a little busy. Was watching the house account, and was enjoying that. But I've been watching gold. You want to pull up my gold here? I am showing. This is a 15-minute chart, and it seems like the 2356 has been tested 3 times today, and we have not surpassed that. Earlier in the early market trade, we did hit that twice, pulled back here, and buyers coming back again, establishing that high again, but not running through it. So, that's a point of interest right now. We do get some buyers back in again. I'd like to see how that's tested. But right now, we're sort of farting around with tug of war right now. Taking a look at the dome here. We got more offers than there are bids, but still, I tell you, these buyers are aggressive here today. Be careful.
Yeah, very, very tricky. If you don't like those markets, I do have some good news. We've added a boatload of new ones, which is awesome. If we could pull up that list of products that we've added.
Oh, yeah.
I think we had a screenshot before. That would be cool. I also learned a very, very cool trick. So here are the new products that we added. A ton of FX currencies, and the bonds financials have gotten added, which is awesome. And I learned a trick. I've heard a lot of people complain in chat saying there's too many products. How do I favorite my products? Well, here's something cool you can do if you don't want to search. If you actually just click the contract box up top. Are we on my screen? Oh, we are. Let me have to make it a little bit smaller. So it's actually, oh, there we go. Okay. So you can actually just type in what you want. So if I want to go to crude oil, I can just type in crude oil, and then all the crude contracts will appear. If I want to do, Japanese yen, I can just, type in, Japan, and it'll pop up. So that is searchable. Just type in the product you want. You can get there super fast in Topstep X.
That's a great little tip there, D-Time.
I just learned it today. I'm just trying to share knowledge, but that is a very quick way to get to the product that you want. And I know there were other people in chat saying that they couldn't get a second chart up. If you actually just click that little box that says select layout in the upper right hand corner, and then it will give you all the different ways you can lay out your charts. So pretty cool stuff in there. Eddie, your gold is catching a bid right now. Just broke above.
You got a new high.
56.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm watching the dome, and we've got bigger offers than usual, but the buyers are very aggressive here today. And look, a little takeoff right now, and I don't have a position on. Not really watching it here, but hopefully somebody took advantage of that. And we do have a new high here, 23.58.90. And once again here, buyers a little aggressive. We'll see what happens.
And even crude is doing pretty good as well. A couple 5-minute ranges that have kind of stacked on top of each other. So are commodities catching a bid again? I don't know. We will see. Are there any other products that we're interested in trading? Any of these new ones? Robert, interested in the currencies at all? Bonds? You know anything about those? I know nothing about bonds. I get so confused.
Yeah, I won't touch the currencies at all. Probably why I never got involved with the Forex world either. But these are futures currencies, just to be clear. It's not something I look at. The bonds, the only one I really play with is a UB. It's the Ultra Bond. Seems to move in phases or in waves. It'll hang around for a while and just keep those support resistance areas in a little spot back and forth. And once it breaks, it generally tends to go that direction for quite some time. And it's $31.25 per tick on the Ultra Bond, which is UB. And Dobby, I'm going to give one more little tip for share. Thank you for sharing that search tool. For finding those products, I am right on my chart right now. It's just that my chart is in focus. And if I just start typing the product name, like let's say I want ES, I start typing the letter E, the letter S, and it just automatically pulls up the search for me. So you don't even have to go. It just saves you a couple clicks. You don't have to go to the side, try to get it, start typing in. Yeah. As long as you're active on your chart, like if I'm on the right-hand side over here and I'm clicking, like let's say I'm adjusting the number of contracts or something, my order panel is the one that is the active component. So I have to make sure that I'm on my chart and I just click it. You can actually see a little outline come around that it's hard to see on the screen. It's a little thin outline, and I just have to start typing. So if I wanted to type Ultra Bonds, I type U. And there it is. It shows up the Russell Platinum Crude Oil, the letter B, and there's the Ultra Bond. And I can just select it right from there. Finally, you can do that for time also. So you're looking at a 3-minute chart right now. What if I wanted a 5-minute? As long as my chart is active, I'm just going to type the number 5. See that? Change interval. Type the number 5, hit enter. There's a 5-minute. I want a 60-minute, type in 60, hit enter. There's a 60-minute. Back to my 3-minute, type in a 3, hit enter. There's a 3-minute. So it's really quick ways to get around and navigate this Topstep X product.
It's awesome. Thanks, Robert. And Robert's going to be in group coaching here with JD a little later on today. And if you got a question for him, the form is up top in our chat. We pinned it in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like we got a lot of questions in chat about Topstep X. Looks like Shannon has a question. Where do we find the colored dots to connect the chart and dome? Robert, if you want to show that one real quick, I guess we can just do a little Topstep X session.
Well, listen, if the market starts moving, jumping in, just cut it off, and I'll just show this super quickly. Right at the top, it says Add Chart Link. Now, I already have one on. It's a purple one, so I'm going to simulate it. I'm going to click on Add Chart Link. I get this menu that pops up. It's a little bit of a guide. Click Add Chart Link. Come on. Close. Oh, it's already on there. Sorry. We go to my Add Chart Link. There it is. I just added it to my screen. I took it off. I just clicked on Add Chart Link. It popped up with the tutorial because I already had one on. So to be clear, when there's no link on the chart, click Add Chart Link. It just added it. It's technically, quote, an indicator. Now I'm going to go to my settings right next to it, a little gear looking thing. And I am looking at, this is the NASDAQ. My order panel is on yellow. So I'm going to choose yellow. And when I click on OK, it's going to follow the instrument. Let me shrink this down. You'll see the instrument on the back end right there. You can see that it says NQ. And on the right, I'm looking at my yellow order entry panel. It's on NQ. So what happens if I change this chart to ES? Well, since it's yellow, we can see that the yellow on my order panel turned to ES also. If I had a DOM, it would be the same exact thing. You throw a DOM over there, really simply. And I want to make sure that my DOM is also yellow. And lo and behold, it shows yellow, yellow, and yellow are all ES, ES, ES. And just take something entirely different. Let's take a favorite. Let's take YM. Click on YM. It's changing my chart to YM. It's changing my DOM to YM. And it's changing my order panel to YM. It's really, really, really simple.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great tip. Thank you so much. I think the ultimate tip, though, is for chat. And you don't have to hound us in chat for things you want. Now, if you click the question mark on the far left-hand side and you go to support, live, just feedback, the base one, you can actually submit your own feedback and your own requests and vote on what's currently there. So you actually get to see the entire roadmap right there. So if you want custom indicators or community indicators from TradingView, click the question mark and submit the feedback. I have a feeling, though, that it's probably already in there, so upvote it. If you're familiar with social media where you upvote and downvote things, you'll love the feedback form in Topstep X. All sorts of voting can be going on in there. CL has actually taken quite a bit of a bump here. Bottomed out at around 82.60. Currently trading at 83.14, so about a 50-cent move or so off the bottom. You know, crude oil has been, I would say, fairly resilient. A fairly resilient market, even though there has been so much going on in the Middle East. I'm not seeing the sell-off quite yet. Hanging in there, pretty impressive. If I was a little bit earlier, I probably would have tried to nab a little bit of crude oil in a combine account. But if we can find a trade in a combine account, you know, why not? I think the house account is taking a break right now. It got the Monday, in a case of the Mondays, I believe. Case of the Mondays. Eddie, what'd you think about that house account trade?
Well, you know what? We had a great participation from our chat, and I think that's, we're definitely looking into that. We're looking for that. We want to have it, the participation, and some people are asking, what is this house account? And it's a real live account where we take group trades based on the input of our traders, our trusted funded traders, our viewers, and we believe in our traders and backing their ideas. And that's what the house account is all about.
Yeah. A little bit on, I think maybe a little bit unlucky today. It is tricky to get all of the decisions in and have the market be cooperative in us getting the entry that we want. Also, NQ is a hell of a market. If you haven't traded it before, man, does that thing move. Got some requests in chat. Check out copper and platinum. Wow, copper's on the up and up. HG, if you haven't traded it, just like Home and Garden TV, HG is copper. Wow, massive bid. I don't know anything about copper, but very, very, very big move in copper. Anyone in chat trading copper actively? I would love to get your opinions on it. Also, platinum. Wow, good call, chat. I'm catching the bid in some of these markets here. If you traded either copper or platinum and caught this bull move, please let us know. It looks like from just today alone, platinum is up almost $22. That seems like a lot. That seems like a lot. Not a market I typically trade. Yeah, but that is a big move. What up? How are we doing?
This is up, my friend. All right.
Ooh.
This is the second, number 2.
Form number 2.
Friends, this is the second one, and
it is time for bell to bell. Now, please understand, you do need to stay the whole day and sign all the forms we have to get the reset reward. Include your name and email address.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. And the thing is here, we're going to be posting the link. There it is. Danielle posted it. She pinned it to the top of the chat. And, well, what is this? It's bell to bell. Now, the thing is, for bell to bell, we are going to make sure that you turned into Topstep TV. And there's going to be check-in. These are the check-in forms. All right. So make sure that you get to 3 of these today. You're going to get a free reset. And those that are eligible will get their code Wednesday morning. Okay. And the code's going to expire May 15th. That's the 15th of next month, which is very close. 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time, high noon. So if you do get that email, you are eligible. Make sure that you definitely acquire that before the 15th. So we're going to have this up here for maybe about another, I will say another 12, 13 minutes. So make sure you get that check. And if you missed the first one, just get to the second one, okay? Just get to the second one. Don't freak out. Sign it up, and we'll go from there. But back to you, Deep Time.
Thank you so much, chat. That is pinned to the very, very top. Also, I believe there is a bonus form at 8 p.m. Central during slow markets with Dakota. So you don't have to get that one, but if you missed one, you can use that form to fill the gap, if you will. Sailmaker, former electrician, so I have copper that I bring in for scrap. It's also news yesterday that China is having problems finding copper. Thank you for that. So we can keep an eye on copper. Allegedly, there is a shortage with copper, which would make sense as we approach almost $5 a ton, I'm assuming. I don't know what they measure copper in. I'm assuming it's not the pound, though. $5 no, it has to be a ton, I'm assuming. But last time we hit $5 in copper was March 7th of 2022. So we'll see if we get up there, but I'm assuming that would not make anyone who's in production or producing goods very happy having copper be that high up. Also, what does copper trade at? Let's do a little practice trade account.
Exactly what I was just going to suggest right there. Yeah, I looked that up while we were going, while Ernie was sharing that stuff over there, Adobe. It does. You're right. Copper, it is $12.50 a tick, but here's the deal. A copper tick is 0.0005, which makes a point $25,000. So it's a very, very small incremental, like ESNQ is like 0.25, right? Platinum is a 0.1 trade, oil, 0.01, gold, oil 0.1, gold 0.01. It's just a breakdown of ticks versus points. So the the copper 0.0005, and it's $12.50 for each one of those little suckers. Platinum that we talked about is $5 a tick or $50 a point. Did a little bit of lookup for you.
There you go.
Perfect.
Copper, and if you're grabbing a bunch of pennies right now, thinking you're going to the bank or going to melt them down into a copper bar. Copper, if you remember, 1943 during World War II, it was zinc-coated steel. There was no copper in that at all, and I've got a few of those flying around. Between 44 and 46, it was 95% copper, 5% zinc. And scrolling all the way down here, at one point there was a bronze penny, 95 copper, 5% tin and zinc. That was 1947 to 1962. And the present is a copper-plated zinc penny, which is 97.5 zinc and 2.5% copper. Copper-plated zinc. So there you go. chipping us on this thing we call the copper penny.
Yeah, well, at the way it's trading, it might be worth more than a penny. Got to save all those pennies, Eddie. Go to the mall and go to the fountain and scoop up all those pennies that have been there for 15 years.
I'm long copper.
Think
the hell?
You're long in copper?
Yeah, I just went long
Yeah,
copper
why not?
contract. Yeah, why not?
Why? I mean, you're probably doing great so far. I mean, it's already caught a bid and going for new daily highs. I mean, it is on the up and up. I heard that if you put copper pennies in flower pots, that it helps the flowers stay alive longer. Does anyone else do that in chat? Does anyone who used to do that?
Yeah, it makes the soil
Very,
rich.
Yeah.
There's the bad.
Hey.
Terrible.
I don't know. If someone has a mom who does that, that's what I heard. Throw a couple pennies in the bottom of a vase of flowers, and apparently it's good for the flowers. That is what we. Well, hey, HGTV and we got HG, so I'm kind of pairing the two hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Learn some tricks from somebody who doesn't own a house about home and garden stuff.
Trivia. You know, it costs over 3 cents to make a penny. And did you know it costs over 11 cents to make a nickel? Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this, people? Why? Just get rid of the coins.
Ixnay on the oink.
I like spinning the quarters, though. Spinning quarters is fun. That was a good high school pastime of mine. Spinning the quarters on the table. Gold is kind of hanging out. And how's crude oil doing? Probably trying to above 83 again, getting back in range. NASDAQ, what do we got? That's YM. Man, these markets are tight today. So hopefully we can get something for Power Hour. Chat, how are we trading today?
We will.
Yeah, I mean, depends on our guest, though. If Nick T is on, it's going to be very, very slow. Hopefully Austin Silver brings the goods. We are going to talk about some Forex currency stuff when we do have Austin Silver here, because he used to do Forex back in the day. He's since then made the switch over to futures. So definitely want to pick his brain to see if we can get a crash course in Forex futures trading. I don't know anything about indices, so hopefully I can finally learn something. Oh, Nick, for a tick, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Jay, I also used to play quarters that way, but we don't talk about that on TV. But it was a good time. Dow catching a bid. I'm curious to see how Amazon will affect the Dow, because Amazon has recently joined the old man's indice, the YM. So this will be, I think, their first earning report in the Dow. So kind of curious to see how that impacts it. And no trades yet. How's your copper trade doing?
Good question. Copper trade pulled back pretty much the moment we entered. I saw $12 profit. It's at minus 87 right now. I have a $200 stop on it. I'm not even going to let it go there if it just breaks below these other candles. And I have never traded copper, so figured, hey, we'll just throw it on. It's pushing up, pulled back a little bit. Maybe it's just a little pullback to go higher. I don't know. It's just pure non-technical analysis. Nothing. It's like, hey, it's just going to go up, pulled back. Let's see if it goes anymore. Right. I don't say tradertainment. I'm not just doing it for the heck of it, but I want to see how it moves. So it's a combine here. So we'll see if it doesn't continue to push up any higher. I'll just end up just closing it out and just not worrying about it. And then we'll switch over to platinum. We'll do the same thing. We'll see what we can show up with over there. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like,
you were saying about those pennies, Eddie, they're costing more money to make, and then nickels and stuff. I read something. This is maybe 5 or 6 years ago, where the IRS had spent something like $110 million to recover $8 million in back taxes. I don't know how that math works, but it's almost the same as the penny math, costing 3 cents to make one. I don't know. Maybe that's why there's a big deficit, right? But interesting numbers there. Interesting math.
I mean, who even uses penny? What could you even use a penny for? I mean, like, inflation's out of. You can't even get anything for a penny. It's not like gum is 10 cents.
They work pretty good in a slingshot. Yeah.
Yeah, slingshot. Throw them at people. I mean, like, they're a nuisance. I think pennies are a nuisance.
It's been talked about for years.
Yeah, round up to like a dime or a nickel or something. Is anyone keeping track of their pennies? Seriously.
You go to a store like the local stores and stuff, they'll do that. They'll round it out, And then there's always that dish by the register, add a penny, pick it up and all good day. You'll have good luck. Leave one, take one. Leave one, take one. It's always there. You've seen those before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're using pennies for like social experiments now. That's pretty much their only use. Chat, if you can think up any good reasons for pennies, please drop them in there. You won't win anything, but at the very least, you might make us laugh. If you've used a penny recently for anything at all, please let us know. I certainly have not.
I can't think of,
Crude,
no
coming
more
back
penny
a little
gumballs
bit.
either.
Ooh, penny gumballs. Nope.
No,
Yeah, I
not
mean,
anymore.
to make a wish. Yeah, scratch lotto ticket. We're getting some good submissions here. Getting some good submissions. But the most important thing coming up is Top Quiz. And that is going to be in about 4 minutes with Jack and Devin, who I believe
Making her debut.
Yeah, debut.
Top Quiz debut.
Debut for Devin. She is in the green room currently and wearing her Topstep shirt and what
There
looks
she is.
like
I see her. She's smiling.
wardrobe
She's
from
waving.
Target.
Get her
Is that
and
a
have some
Target
fun.
edition? Target edition drawer set? Maybe that's Wayfair. I'm not sure. It all looks familiar. Also, concert tickets up behind the wall. We'll have to ask. I'll have Jack ask a question about that. No one even gets concert tickets anymore. Chat, what are you on right now? Zinc antimicrobial. Oh man, we got chat in a blender right now. You're gonna, they're gonna be so much fun for Top Quiz. Got them all riled up, trying to figure out how to use pennies. Markets are not doing a ton right now, so this is classic floor talk, to be honest. I mean, we're just hanging out, having a good time. NQ has been in the same range for what feels like an eternity, to be honest, for NQ. I mean, what is our range? Like 884 to 913 since 11? That's almost 40 minutes. Oh my goodness. That is so little volatility for NASDAQ. Holy crap. Wow. So good luck. If you anticipated a range day today, what up?
Just a couple more minutes. We're going to have this link to bell to bell. This is the second one. The number 2 check-in. All right. If you missed the first one, make sure you're doing this one. All right. Just trust me on this. All right. If you missed the first one, make sure you get to this one. Don't worry about the first one, but get to that second one. You got a couple more minutes here, and we're going to be pulling it, so do not miss it.
Yep. We do have Top Quiz coming up. We could probably head on over to Top Quiz, to be honest. We probably could. I think Devin is ready. I think chat is ready. I think chat is ready for Devin. Devin is ready for chat. They're in mostly a good mood today, Devin, so you should be fine. Also, you have Jack, who is a great host, legendary question maker and question giver on Top Quiz. So that is your second chance to win a free reset today. If you get 3 of 4 right, you are entered into a raffle to win a free reset. This is in addition to our bell to bell. Second form is currently up, but we are going to head to Top Quiz right now with Devin and Jack. Robert and Hoag, thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you guys later.
everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz for Monday, April 29th, year of our Lord 2024. I'm Jack, joined for the first time today by Devin. Devin, what's up?
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the quiz zone. For everyone here, sign up with that link. If you get 3 or 4 of the multiple choice questions right, remember to answer them on your device as they show up. If you get 3 or 4 right, you're in a raffle for one of 50 free resets, and we'll also give resets to the top 5 finishers, the quick people. Devin, have you watched this before?
I did.
Honest,
and
okay,
I did. And I watched a little bit for practice too, to try to get a feel of what the questions would be like. And I have my TV shirt on for good luck.
Love it. Well, Danielle wrote the questions today, which everyone knows means that they tend to be a little bit on the easy side, but we'll find out together.
Okay.
If you know an answer, Devin, just wait until there's like 6 seconds on the clock to say it. Because we're 6 seconds delayed on YouTube. All right. You ready to do this, Devin?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Isn't that the truth? So let's get this started. You're aware of this lengthy intro, no doubt, Devin, where I have to say something. Here comes the first question.
Yes.
True or false? This weekend, CME FX currencies and CBOT bonds/financials were added to Topstep X. Is this true or is this false? Do you know this one?
I was watching this morning, so I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's true.
Well, I was slinging bonds this morning, so it is indeed true.
Yes.
These were added to Topstep X, and we could not be happier. Who was the fastest clicker of them all? I bet you somebody got 1,000 on this one. Yep, several people did. Nasdude,
Nice.
Find Me Reset, Putty, Zenmind. All right, let's move on to question number 2. You're 1 for 1, Devin.
All right.
Keep it up.
My goal was just to get 1, so
Yeah.
I got it.
You'll have one more opportunity to get your name on the bell-to-bell check-in during slow markets at 8 p.m. Central tonight. Is this true or is this false? I love the way Danielle phrases questions that it kind of has to be one of the answers. It'd be kind of weird. Well, Devin, what do you think it is?
I think maybe false. Is 8 p.m. too late? I don't know.
Oh, that's when he's on. The answer is true.
Oh,
yes. Devin,
no.
perhaps you're unaware, but Coach Dakota is a night owl, and he is on at 8 p.m. Central, Monday through Thursday for slow markets, and you can check in there.
You know,
All right.
my fiance does watch him, so I should have known that. Dang it.
Okay. Dakota stand up. Jack, marry me? Okay, we'll see. I am married technically, so I think that's a problem there. But
Technically,
I think yes. Things change though. Who knows? Okay, let's go to question 3. If you qualify, you'll receive your bell-to-bell code for 1 free reset. ... Wednesday morning, May 1st. Eddie will drop it off at your house via singing telegram. Bribe Andre in the chat, or never.
I really wish
Danielle?
it was blue. I'm gonna go with Wednesday morning, May 1st.
That sounds good to me. And that is indeed the answer. Although you can maybe bribe Andre to various degrees of success. Let's see what we're at. Trader Joe, nickname is mine. Find me reset. I'm not going to read that one, but it's pretty good. All roads lead. Okay. Let's see what the 4th question is. I hope this one provides some dispersion. Maybe it's a little harder. Let's see what it is.
Yeah, these aren't too bad.
Yeah. There was one about cockroaches farting last week that was controversial, to say the least. Here we go. Last question for Devin. Austin Silver will be on later to talk about his move from FX to futures. Michael will be featured on his podcast on May 10th. maybe later this year. He's already been on once or never. 6 seconds coming in. Any thoughts here, Devin?
All right, I'm going to say May 10th.
I don't know the answer, but I
I hope-
assume it has to be that. And yes, it is May 10th. Wow, there's going to be a lot of people to sift through today. Maybe we'll give a few more resets because so many qualified. But Devin, that wasn't that bad, right?
No, it wasn't. Thanks, Danielle.
First time on Top Quiz. Let's take a look at who the people with the HFT quiz strategies who got the top 5 on this are doing. In third place, we got All Roads Lead. Second place, Nickname is Mine. And in first place today is this guy. And believe you
Everybody
me,
can read.
yeah, Buki Met's fine with me. And when I say this guy, let's be honest, we know it's a guy. 100%.
Definitely.
All right, everyone. Thank you for playing the quiz today. We'll announce the winners later during Power Hour. Between now and then, I'm doing shoulder tap next with Mick. Then we got group coaching with Robert and JD. Anne Marie stopping by for Strategy Lab. And Austin Silver is going to be on Power Hour with the team. It's a great afternoon. I would stick around. Devin, thank you so much again for playing. Hope to have you back sometime. Sound good?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, it was fun. And I mean like literal fun, like I'm literally married. All right, we'll be back right after this. See you after. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, yet again, joined by the risk head honcho himself, Mr. Mick. Mick, how's the day going so far?
Hey, it's been a good, busy day. Happy to be back in the swing of things this Monday morning. So, yeah, everything's going really well, Jack. I'm excited about the segment today. How's everything with you?
Everything's going well. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I accidentally slammed my head into a piece of, I don't know what you would call it. It's like a part of the door, and the mark is getting more intense. So by the end of the day, we'll see what that looks like. Besides that, my day's been going great. Started trading bond spreads again.
So I heard about that. What were you doing? 2 years, 5 years?
I was doing
Is that what it
big
was?
piece of curve, 2s, 30s.
2s and 30s. Opposite ends of the spectrum.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your head, Jack. Hopefully
It's
it doesn't
feeling better
affect
now.
any of your trading.
We'll see.
When JD was asking me about what you were doing, I heard there were some people saying you couldn't do that in there. You can absolutely, short the 2 years and go long the 10 years or 30 years here, in our program. There's nothing that says you can't, trade, assume different positions in those products. So yeah, everything's fine. We just don't offer the calendar spreading, which you'd have to leg those ones anyways, really.
You want to stay clear of that anyway. Like, no good comes from, if you're doing outright futures trades, like trying to roll them is madness. You'll be okay.
Now, I used to trade the 30 years quite a bit. I never really paid much attention to the trading activity on the 2 years. At least I didn't participate in it. What was you probably already explained it, so I don't want to take up airtime right now. I'm just curious what your thought process was around that. Maybe some people didn't hear earlier.
I'm looking at a longer trend of seeing the yield curve uninverting. So that's the side that I want to buy. So I was long the 2-year futures, short the 30 years, just seeing what I can do and trade around it a little bit, getting my feet back wet. It was like the first time I had legged a spreads since October of 2015. So we'll see if I still have it in the next few days.
It's been a while. Welcome back.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get my card on one of these things.
Just for everybody out there, those longer term financials will, have a much larger average true range because they're further out, which is why I like trading the 30 years back in the day versus the 10 years or the 5 notes or the 2 notes kind of thing. So Jack is overall bearish the longer term treasuries.
Yeah, it's more that I think that as I said, I think that the yields are going to go lower on the 2 years versus the back end of the curve. But
got it.
We'll see. Trouble if we're not. I hope I'm right.
Okay. All right. Well, fun stuff. I hope it works out for you. Now that I know you have a little skin in the game, I'll keep an eye on it. But Jack, let's get into the shoulder tap segment and talk about our traders a little bit. Last week was a pretty good week. I've got some exciting numbers to share. As far as performance goes from our live group of traders, we did call up 14 traders from XFA to live last week and only offboarded 5 accounts. So we had a net change of 9 people added to the prop firm. 2 weeks ago, we called up 37 traders to live, which was our highest yet thus far in a single week. But 14 is pretty good, and we brought up some good quality trading, good quality traders. So I do want to rattle off a couple names from their P&Ls last week. I hope it's not overlap from something JD might have mentioned earlier, but big shout out to Dakota. He made $31,700 in his live account last week. He's also up $5,800 this morning. So he made new equity highs in his account, new account balance highs, which we're always excited about. Formerly, it was $140,000. He's up just shy of 143,000 and some change today. Thanks for those apples again last week. If anybody saw on Friday, nice. Brett came in with some apples because I roasted Dakota, not last Friday, but the Friday before. And then he had that big $11,000 winning day last Monday and asked me how I like them apples. I haven't had one of those 2 apples that he gave me, but I did smear some peanut butter on one of them and fed them to my daughter over the weekend. She liked them apples as long as they had the peanut butter on them, and then she threw the rest on the floor, Dakota. So, thanks again for those. But also, last week, Jesus We talked about him. He had 2 back-to-back $10,000 winning days. The other few days of the week were daily loss limit days. So he finished his week up 12,600. Nicholas T made 9,900 last week. He's up 2,300 this morning. Mikhail, who we featured on Shoulder Tap, one of the trading cards last week, he had finished the week up $7,500. And then this morning, we've got some notable people to mention. Salman up 2,300, Eddie up 2,500. And with that, let's dive in. I want to pull up a card for Felipe. Felipe is one of our live traders. He's been in this account for 20 days trading live. You'll see average daily P&L minus $155. So overall, he hasn't really been profitable, but over the course of 20 days, this isn't too bad. I wanted to feature him today to kind of give him a shout out because he made $3,900 last week, Jack. So very happy,
Nice.
when you see someone who's kind of treading water, struggling a little bit, made $3,900 last week. So that was a good week. Hopefully a confidence booster, and he can take that momentum from last week into this week. But it's also a shoulder tap because overall he's kind of, he's losing money on his live account here. And I'm going to attribute it to, one thing in particular. Before I get to it, though, let's look at the metrics here, Jack. He's just trading the NASDAQ. Half of his days are winning days. 67% of his trades are winning trades. So this 67% winning trades kind of leads us into what I want to talk about here with him. It's like, how can someone who's almost having 70% of their trades being winners actually be losing money to the markets? And just look below, and there's kind of your answer. Average winning day is only $1,840, while his average losing day is $2,600. So, 45% of his days are losing days, 55% are winning. It's just those those losers are about, $700 more. Not $700 more. Where's my math here? They're about $800 larger than the winning days. And the average winning trade per contract is only at 560, while the average losing trade per contract is minus 1270. So that's where the $700 difference is. This is, Jack, it's pretty, it's right there in front of us here. Like you were going to say, it sounds like you're going to say something.
Yeah,
I'll let you go.
It's pretty skewed with the average winner, average loser, where to make those numbers work out, you would need a winning trade percentage that I don't think is particularly realistic. So if there's one thing that they have to change, it would be they got to do something about that ratio. They got to be cutting those losers earlier.
Yeah. It's something that he could really easily implement on a day-to-day basis. Whatever the trade setup is, Felipe, just make sure that you're measuring out your risk reward. It's that money management that we need to put into your trading on a per trade basis. But things I like here, he does have a high percent of winning trades. He is trading smaller than he can, Jack, which is really nice. For someone in a 150K account to still be trading 1 lots and 2 lots. I really like that. I especially like that because overall they're not profitable. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on one of these other trading cards we look at, where someone is, trading size that they shouldn't be trading because they're not profitable overall. So we'll get to that trader soon. But, areas to improve, we already touched on keeping the average losing day smaller than the average winning day. They need to adjust the risk reward ratio. If they don't do that, then this account's going to bleed out despite being, right more than half the time on a per day basis, and then right almost 3/4 of the time, or 2/3 of the time, I should say, on a per trade basis. Hold times, little area to consider here. I don't think it's, too big a piece of this because I really think the risk reward is what we need to be focusing on, but they're spending more time in their losing trades than the winning trades. And, staying away from the daily loss limit should be a big thing for them to focus on too. I think Felipe coming up with a personal loss limit is something that you really should do, because of those 20 days that they traded in this live account, 7 of those days were daily loss limits of $3,000 that were hit. So stay away from the daily loss limit, frame out the trades a little bit better on a per trade basis, and we'll see some better stuff out of the trading if we can make those changes, Felipe. But overall, $155, on average for per trading day is not too bad. I would call that kind of treading water. You're not profitable, but you're also not getting smoked either. So some subtle tweaks here could really change change how things pan out in this live account, Jack.
Yeah, and it's hard to know without looking more into his fills and where the market was at the time, but I wonder if some of that high winning trade percentage is due to him taking so much rope to hang himself, basically, with the losers, right? Like, that he just holds them until they work out or hits his DLL or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I mean, we see that a lot with traders. I really always like it when I see someone cut losses at, for someone in an account size of this nature, I always like it when I see someone who will take a $500 loser, who will take a $1,000 loser, a $1,500 losing day. They're what that tells me is they're calling it quits because they manage their money on a per trade basis. But it's these traders that don't stop trading and will only stop when they hit that daily loss limit, where there's a cause for concern there, because just because we give you a long leash doesn't mean that you need to use it. And I mean, if it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 a day trading one lots, but if you're losing $3,000 a day, on a high percentage of those trading days, you're doing something pretty wrong there to lose $3,000 trading one lots during the day. And how many trades are they making per day? Only four on average. So yeah, I mean, tighten up the leash, buckle down a little bit, and we could see some, improvements. But, this isn't awful here, Jack, but I wanted to talk about it because I think there's a lot of traders out there that are, doing what Felipe is doing. And, they're right, but they're losing money and they're not measuring the risk reward properly, which is, why they're down money in this account. So make some changes and we'll see some differences. Jack, I think we
Switzerland
can move on.
Looks nice too. Yeah, let's go ahead.
I'd like to go there. I hear it is less expensive to go on a ski trip to Switzerland than it is to go to a ski trip in Colorado here in the U.S.
Could be possible. I'm scared of speed, so I don't do either.
I saw a breakdown. It's like you could stay in a much nicer hotel in Switzerland. You could eat a lot better. They did the breakdown, like lodging, lift ticket costs, food, all that kind of stuff, entertainment. So I was telling my wife about that. I was like, maybe we go on a ski trip to Switzerland instead of Colorado next time.
Nice.
All right, but getting back on track, let's go to Xavier. I got a lot of notes here on Xavier. Xavier, unlike Felipe that we just talked about, Xavier spent 25 days in his live account, and the damage is quite a bit more staggering. So he had a bad week last week. Average daily P&L, he's almost losing $900 every single day he trades, and that's 900 times 25 days. So he's got very, very low winning day percentage, very, very low winning trade percentage. Average winning day is less than the average losing day, so that's a problem there. And then he does have a good risk reward, so he's just not finding it. So what that tells me is, with him trading the equity indices, this current market environment that we're in, it's not working for his strategy, or his strategy is not working in the current market environment. So this is the sample size of 25 days in the live account is a good sample size, in my opinion. If I had metrics like this over the last 25 days that I was trading, I would take a time out from trading. I would take, a couple weeks off. I would take a month off, maybe longer. And I would look at, why my performance is what it is. I think something that attributes to this average daily P&L and some of the big losses that we see on this account is they are not trading smaller than they could be. They are trading, pretty significant position sizing. And when you're only right 28% of the time on your trades, even if the risk reward's there, you shouldn't be trading size. If you're only right 1 of 4 trading days, you should not be trading size. These are the metrics that are very glaringly obvious about, hey, this isn't working. So I go from trading, whatever it is, 5 contracts, 10 contracts, even 2 contracts, you go to 1 contract. When you're not profitable over 25 days, and these are the metrics you have, you go to 1 contract. And that's what I'd like to see Xavier do. But, I do like the risk reward per contract is good. The average winning day, I think this got transferred over to the card incorrectly. The average winning day is not $1,800.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think maybe there's a typo there, but I'd say either way, if the 28% is right, is that Xavier's trying to send it, I think.
Yeah, we have a lot of examples of people that try and send it. Those people that have $3,000 losing days, and then they make 25 grand, 20 grand, something like that. Yeah, you're probably right, Jack.
I don't know how else you get down to a winning trade. And you can do that responsibly. I mean, like Dakota's been out here talking about how he's only right a third of the time or something, but you got to make the most when you do send it. And that's not what is occurring here.
No, it's not. So I do have an update. We catch your drift. I do have an update on the average winning day and average losing day. The average winning day is $3,700. So that's a pretty good average winning day. We just don't see a lot of them. Average losing day, the other 3/4 of the time, is $2,600. So it's just, it's adding up because they're not finding those profitable trades or the winning days. But again, I like the risk reward per contract. That's good. I like the average winning days being larger. We just have too many of those losing days. And I do like the hold times here, Jack. They're patient with the trades. They're spending double the amount of time in their winning trades than they are their losing trades. Again, it's just those winning trades are kind of scarce here. So I think as far as areas for improvement, I'm not sure about this, Jack, but I think trade locations probably a piece of this, finding better trade locations on those trades. And I mentioned earlier, right out of the gates, scaling down. If you are not a profitable trader, you need to trade as small as you possibly can. Only when you find yourself being consistently profitable can you justify putting more size on and adding more contracts. Xavier's kind of got his back against the wall, Jack. He started in this live account with 40K. That's what we moved him over from XFA to live with. And he's sitting right around $9,500. I'm happy he's taken a payout. He took almost $9 grand as far as payouts go. So that's nice, but a lot of daily loss limits hit here. And I would just like to, maybe he's watching, maybe he's not. I know he's here in the US, so we're not really on different time zones or anything like that. So this might just be an intervention. Xavier, let's pump the brakes and take a little time off. This is when a trader, goes from 40 grand in their account down to, $9,000, $10,000. You have to look at what's going on and what's occurred for him. It's what's occurred over the last 25 days. And, I know it's only natural to want to get in there and make that money back and be profitable. But probably one of the best things a trader could do is take some time off. I benched myself for a couple months in my first year of trading, Jack. It was the best thing I ever did. I know I've shared that. It's been a while since I shared that story, but I was a grain trader. I had a very short bias in the soybeans. It was a record crop year and whatnot. But what I had not paid attention to was the high demand coming out of China and then buying up all our beans. And I was shorting the market every single day. I was losing thousands of dollars every single day. And I made the smart choice to say, you know what, I've got this bias that's not working, and I'm going to put myself out of business if I keep trading and keep shorting along this bias. So I took a few months off, did some odds and ends things, came back. I preserved the capital that I had left, and I came back with a fresh outlook, fresh mind, and I stopped trading soybeans from the short side. Had I continued fighting that market, I would have certainly been out of money and potentially even owed money to the clearing firm if they let me go any further. But that didn't happen. I preserved the capital, and I survived to trade many more years full time for myself. And at the time, there was nowhere like TopStep where, you could come in, sign up for a trading combine, earn a live account. If I busted, I busted, and I was seeking life elsewhere as far as careers go. So I had to make that decision. But I think it's important while I'm on the topic, for everybody out there, yes, you can hit a reset in the trading combine. Yes, if you lose a live account or an express funded account, you can go back to the trading combine. You can always start back over here at TopStep. It is a beautiful thing. But the people that don't have the mindset of, I'm going to do whatever I want to do, I'm going to keep fighting this trend, I'm going to keep working this bias even if it's not working. If you have the mindset that you can bail yourself out, be it a reset or just starting anew if you lose your funded level account, you are not going to perform as well as the people who think that treat their live account or their funded level account as, this is the one I got, I'm going to stick with it, I'm going to preserve the capital, I'm going to find opportunities, I'm going to profit, I'm going to limit my downside. You will never be better than the people that take that approach. Never. You might find short-term success and get to say, I made more money than those people that were, being more disciplined with it. But over the course of time, you are not going to be more successful than those people that treat it more seriously.
Yeah. Well, $9,500 is a bunch of money still. Don't piss the rest of that away trying to catch runners.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I wouldn't say that the back is against the wall here for Xavier, but, if he's hitting daily loss limits of 3,000 with some slippage on the S&Ps or NASDAQ, like, he gets 3 swings at the plate at that rate. But $9,500 is a lot of money, so don't give yourself 3 swings at the plate, Xavier. Give yourself 10 swings at the plate, If you say, I'm only going to risk $950 a day, you're going to have to be wrong 10 days in a row to whittle away that account from 9,500 down to 0. And chances are, even at 28% winning days, chances are you're not going to have 10 losing days in a row. So make some adjustments, take some time off, and let's keep this account. I'd love to share a comeback story.
Let's do it.
All right. We've got time for one more here, Jack. Let's kick it over to Colby. This is really impressive stuff from Colby, I will say. So this is totally a shout out. Colby got called up from XFA to Live last Friday, moving to the prop firm with us. He's one of those 14 people we called up. He's averaging $1,440 a day. He traded 15 days in his XFA, all just really good stuff. 87% winning days, 68% winning trades. Average winning day is a little bit lower than the average losing day, but again, he's almost at 90% winning days. He only had, of those 15 days, that math pans out to that's 2 losing days. And I like out of those 2 losing days, despite him having a $3,000 daily loss limit with this account size, he had a $2,022 losing day, Jack, and then he had a $2,500 losing day. He's trading one lots. Trading one lots, Jack. Not even trading size.
This is a really good card.
Are you looking at the trade report right now?
No, but I can while you're discussing.
Yeah, you don't have. You don't have to. But there's nothing but good stuff here. I couldn't even pinpoint an area where I would say this is an area for improvement. He's got a risk reward that's greater than 3 to 1, so he's making $1,080 per contract while he's only risking $300 per contract. Felipe could take a page out of this book. Xavier could take a page out of this book. 3 to 1 risk reward. I would say that it's been working really well for him, but kind of something that you had, brought up on the last card there, like Jack, you don't have to risk a ton to still put up a large amount. So this is just really good. Averaging less than 3.5 trades per day. He's been good at taking payouts in that XFA. He took 2 payouts for a total of $9,300. So of those 15 days, 9,300 in payouts. He's going to be starting with a nice, healthy account balance in the live account. So this is just overall, good stuff. Happy feeling. I'm happy for him. And I don't have a whole heck of a lot else to share here, I guess, other than the hold times here are pretty nice on the NASDAQ. He's holding his winners for twice as long as he's holding the losers. And at 27 minutes hold time on his winning trades, he's grabbing a piece of the trend for the day. And I think that's where you can really be profitable as a day trader, trading one lots, average winning day over $2,000. It's good stuff.
Yeah. As they're saying in the comments, roll tide or
Roll
war
Tide.
eagle, whichever one you're into.
Oh,
awesome. Well, yeah, we should get him on
side note
TV.
here. Yeah, Colby. Let's reach out to Colby, see if we can get him on, because this is really good. I'm happy I'm talking about good trading right now because I'm a little frustrated, Jack. The trade report, when I was looking at Colby earlier today, none of these metrics were populating in the trade report. I had to do it all by hand. But Colby, you were worth it because it was such good trading. So I did all these metrics by hand, and only now I'm looking at the trade report. They're all populated. Dang it.
Take it
It's
up
funny
with
how
tech.
that works
We'll find them.
sometimes. Yeah, we'll talk to tech about that. Jack, I know
All
we're
right.
up on time, but this was a fun start to the week, and I know we'll have some more good stuff to talk about later on in the week. Traders, get a head start. If you got the head start, preserve that capital. We got 4 more sessions. We got some news coming out this week. So hopefully, these markets are on an up and up, and our accounts are on an up and up.
Yeah, I'll be full strength by Friday too. I don't know if I'm having like a traumatic brain injury as we speak. We'll find out, but I think I still remember what the schedule is. Next, we got group coaching with JD and Robert, then strategy lab with Anne-Marie. I see her in the chat. That's at 1. Then we got Power Hour with Austin Silver. So stick around. The house account might be out. The keys are in the ignition. Let's see what we do with it. Thanks again, Mick, and we'll be back right after this.
There he is. What's up, Coach Robert? I had the wrong screen there.
How you doing?
Welcome to group coaching,
Bro.
everyone. I'm JD. Beyond the curtain, you're looking at Coach Robert and his charts, TopStep X platform. Thanks for submitting your questions. We got them all. Hopefully, we can get through all of them. Hope everyone's having a solid trading day. Coach Robert, how's it going for you today?
It's going well, and I'll share with the group here. People who followed me from I was out the last couple of days. I could finally eat solid food yesterday, so I'm actually feeling pretty good this time. So we're getting back in the swing of things.
Yeah. Yeah, we missed Robert Thursday, Friday last week. He was out having some surgery done. He rebounded like a champ. Here he is Monday morning, ready to go.
Knock me down, but I'm not going to stay there. Let's get on with it, brother.
Without further ado, we got some questions to run through, so we're going to run through them. First question comes from Zysoft. Zysoft wants to know, hello, Robert. Now that TopStep X allows you to trade more micros on an XFA, how does this change your trading approach where you were only allowed to trade 2 micros initially? We know you're trying to pass that trading combine, trying to pass a 50K combine, trading nothing but micros. Has your strategy changed at all since we expanded the allotted
It's a great
micro
question.
allotment?
Yeah, that is a great question. It's a dual answer, but they're almost the same. I have not changed the strategy approach, but I will be changing the strategy approach. It's only because last week was a little rough for me. But going forward, yes, I will be making an adjustment on that strategy, on the micro strategy. If we can trade more, it's a little more forgiving. You don't have to go with like just one and just two, just one, just two, because the whole point of that micro strategy. Let me flip to that screen. I haven't traded anything on it, but just put everything in here. The micro strategy was this April contract on a 50K. No, I have not traded. I want to stick by the rules. So that was the whole point of this micro strategy. So now that the rules have been altered, have been modified, that I can trade more than the 2 contracts, that's exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be trading more than 2 micros, but I can tell you that I will not be trading 20 micros. If I'd have to throw personal opinion, if I'm looking at a chart and I'm saying I want to take this trade and I just want to stack up 20 micros, that's a guess to me. I never understood the reasons. Like, hey, I can trade 5 mini contracts, now I can trade 50 micros. What are you just line the chart up and guess at it? I mean, is that the way it should be? I don't know, and everybody is different, so it's not a dig or a knock. It's just something that I'm not going to do. I probably will trade 10 maximum, but not 10 because it'll be 8. Because if I'm going to trade 10, it would be 1 mini. But since it's the micro combine, I think I'll trade up to 10. I'm not going to switch over to the mini contract. I'm going to stick with the micros. The point isn't to just throw a bunch of contracts and see if I can just stack these and get lucky. The point is to have the process in place and to use those other types of charts. So I am, yes, that strategy will change a bit. I'll post it in Discord and when I know the full adjustments to it. But no, I'm not going to just stack up a whole bunch of micros and hope I get the right direction and that stuff. So it's a good question. And I'm a fan now that these are out there. We can actually trade a little bit more than just the 2 contracts. I'm still sticking on the low side because that's the whole point of this little project I'm doing here.
Yeah, for sure. And if you are the type of trader that likes scaling into a position, the micros is a great shift for you. If you're a 1 or 2 lot trader and you're looking at a buy or sell zone and you're waiting to get to the opposite end of that zone to control risk as much as possible, scaling into a trade using micros is probably just the tool that you're looking for. So take that into consideration. You don't have to max out on every trade, but use it as a way to manage your risk. All right. Next up, Jay wants to know, I started my combines great, but about a month in, I go on horrible losing streaks. Any tips on consistency? Jay's having a little trouble getting through the trading combine. This is a question that we get seriously every single day. You go on hot streaks and you go on cold streaks. That's just the nature of the beast. But Coach Robert,
That's right,
what do you have to say?
Yeah, So I would ask to Jay, stating that they get to the combine about a month in, then start losing streaks. Let's take everything else out of the picture except what the market is doing. So let's say, this is April 29th. Let's say I'm starting a combine now, and I'm trading very well, and it's doing okay, and it's 2 weeks in, it's 3 weeks in, and all of a sudden I start losing. Is it because of me, or the strategy that I'm doing, the approach I'm taking? The market is a little different now. Market's not going to be the same every day, every week, every month. So if the market is doing something a little different, like today, the NQ was just ranging around. What are we at? 840 to 940, so about 120 points top to bottom right now in the NQ. That's pretty silly because we see 50-point 1 minute candles a lot of the times. We're only 120 for the entire high and low. So if you had a strategy that needed a little more room than that, yeah, you're probably not going to do good today, just like we did earlier. So it may not necessarily be you as being wrong, but maybe you're just not adapting to the way the market is changing. And that's what I would say. So I don't want to, I'm going to leave you on the positive side, Jay. Don't beat yourself up so much about being consistent. So the consistency is going to be in how well you're adapting to the variability. Market's not going to be the same from day to day. So if you just lock in there and say, yep, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking this trade. I'm entering because of this hypothesis, and I'm only doing 3, and I'm going to target this many points. Great. So if you have a micro account, just as a throwing this out there, like myself, like you're looking at, and I want to pull a couple hundred points on a nice long downtrend, well, if I got in at the exact correct high tick of the day, it only moved 120 points. So therefore, you may not be wrong, just the market isn't doing what you're used to it doing. So that could be why you're starting to have some of these trouble, especially if you're about a month or so in and then you start losing. Market's different, man. It's going to change. Just read it and adapt to it. Market, it's not going to do what you want it to do, when you want it to do it at the time you are taking those trades. And I say that quite a bit. It's just not going to happen that way. Look at it, have your strategy, have one for trending, one for ranging. You start identifying that, hey, this market doesn't look like it's going to be taken off. There's no news going on, not a lot in the economic calendar, no catalyst happening. It's just got to bounce around a little bit. Well, switch over to your range bound strategy and play your breaks if you play those, play the reversals if you like that type of approach. Maybe look at a different instrument if it's not doing what you need. It's all being just fluid and being adaptable for it. So, Jay, don't beat yourself up too much. Consistency is going to be your question. Is any tips on consistency? Yep, consistency. Be consistent with changing. I'll put it that way. I know it sounds weird, but we had that like last week or the week before. It was a tip of the week of being adaptable. And that's exactly how we need to trade these things. Of course, let me go on a record to say if you have something specific you're doing, like let's say a gap fade or from the previous day's close till now, you want to open, or if you're doing high breakouts, a VWAP play, just be kind of cautious of those things and be adaptable. Morph to the market. I think I kind of beat that one up there, JD, but I just wanted to hit it home. I see too much like just the way it is, like, okay, this is what I do. This is how I'm going to play it. These are the trades I'm taking. Well, the market's not doing that today. It's just not going to like you. So you, as a trader, needs to make that change, needs to adapt, and needs to morph and be malleable and fluid with that type of trading.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to admit when you're wrong, but the market's going to tell you when you're wrong, so listen to it. Be adaptable, exactly like Robert said. Strong opinions, loosely held, is the way we do things around here, or what we preach at least. All right, I can't believe I'm going to answer this next question. I feel like I'm placating the masses here, or I'm setting up for another shitstorm. But the question from Fred is, does filling 3 B2B forms guarantee a reset? Yes, it does. 2 have been posted. The 3rd is yet to be posted. So keep waiting. All right. The next question, line 8, I'm not going to read. We don't say that guy's name out loud here. So we're going to skip down to number 11.
There you go.
Oh, actually, we could do 10 first. Here's kind of a joke. How do you keep your looks looking so... How do you keep your young look, I should say? How do you keep your young... What's your secret, Coach Robert?
Me?
I'm not sure who they're talking to. They can't see me, so...
I think genetics has a big part to do with that. I don't have any control of how those genetics go, but I am wasn't a big party animal. I've always exercised and have eaten well, so maybe that has something to do with it. But it's definitely runs in the family. My family is all that young look to them. So yeah, thank you for noticing that. I appreciate it. Lufkin, yeah, sure. I guess I don't wear makeup, so this is what you see is what you get. It's genetics. We'll stamp it on DNA. How's that, Tom?
Good genes. Let's chalk it up to that.
Yeah.
Good answer.
All right.
All right. Back to business. Line 11. Zalek wants to know, hello, Coach Robert. My question is that the data shown on CVD and AD indicator is somewhat different on two different platforms. I use both indicators as part of my strategy. Should I be concerned by different data it shows, or can I trust the data it shows on platform I use, which is Tradeovate? Well, here's a follow-up question. What are the CVD and A&D indicators?
CVD, I'm thinking is cumulative volume. Or CDV, ever cumulative delta volume is what I've seen. And AD would be accumulation distribution. Right. So I'm going to answer this kind of vaguely, but I think it's going to cover it. Where use the platform and use the data that you're trading. Okay, I would not want to be logged into just, I don't want to say any name, but a broker. I'm not going to look at a broker, my live broker. I'm not going to look at my live broker and go, hey, how is this going? And then look over and trade a combine based on the data from my live broker. It's just, I'm not going to do that. You put what's in front of you, use what you have, make the adjustments necessary. I'm going to give you a real specific one for this is I do a lot of coding. And one of the things in Ninja Trader behind the scenes, when you're doing the coding, they make their calculations on the open of the current candle. So let's say you have a 1 minute chart and you say, hey, I'm going to calculate every minute. 90% of other platforms will say that minute bar is now, bam, closed. It makes its calculation, does the math and says, all right, this is where we're going to be. And this is what we're looking for next and blah, blah, blah. Ninja calculates on the open of the next candle. So you can have a little bit different. You ever see a gap, like one bar closes and there's a gap and the next bar opens and there's a gap up or gap down? Well, if you are trading, if you're looking at, let's say, TradingView, and you're trading on Ninja, you may have two different levels. It's going to skew it. And it also depends on how the calculations are being done. Are they on the tick close? Are they on the time-based close? What else was I going to say about that? Oh, and some of the delay time on it too. So you may be getting the data in, processing, and then by the time the indicators themselves and the charts update, you can be looking over and seeing, well, this candle looks like it closed here, but then by the time it's stamped in there, it's going to be relatively close. But at this speed and at the rate of what we're doing, if you're a tick or two different, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Not especially if you're trading something that moves around quickly, NQ or YM. So I wouldn't be so splitting hairs on that. But in the end, trade what you see, the platform you're using, the data you're having, and use that for all of your calculations and making all your decisions. That's the best I can do. I know it's a little vague, but it doesn't make sense to look somewhere else to place a trade on something else. It's just I don't understand that. But try it. Give it a shot. Yeah.
Well said. Well done. Thanks for the questions, Alec. Checking in on the chat, we have a couple captains of obviousness saying that is a fake background. Don't believe it's a real background, everybody. And you're correct.
My background?
Okay. If this is your first time at group coaching, Robert does utilize artificial intelligence to create backgrounds for group coaching. He usually has a different one every day. So thanks for showing up. Appreciate you joining us, everyone. All right, let's get back to it. Andy Villar says, what are the indicators you utilize for volume on sells and buys? What are the volume indicators you look at for sells and buys? Do you even look at volume indicators?
I look at volume profile as an indicator because I want to know what happened at a certain level. I personally, doesn't mean too much to me for what I do as to how much volume happened in that particular candle. Reason being is that if let's just say a candle, a 1 minute candle, just to throw an arbitrary number out there, it's a 10-point candle and it has 50 contracts traded or 50,000 contracts traded. It's still a 10-point candle. And I don't know about you guys, but I make or lose based on price movement, not by the amount of volume that comes into the market, not by the number of ticks it takes going up and down, not how long it's been there. We profit or lose on how much the market moves in our favor or against us. So it's a personal preference for candle volume. Now, let me make sure that I answer the question as far as what would be used. The previous poster there, Zalek said the cumulative delta volume, CDV, and also accumulation distributions, looking at those volumes in that particular area on those candles. So yeah, that would be something that if you wanted to use it, sure, I would say the delta volume, it would be far superior than just the volume of the candle. The other thing I don't like about it is it's such a static amount. You just pick any candle, look at it and say, oh, look at that volume down the bottom. It was, I don't even have it on my chart, but 5,000 shares, 5,000 contracts were traded in that particular candle. Well, were they 4,900 on the first point? And then the other 100 were the remaining 9 points in height? I don't know. We can't tell that. We don't have that information unless we're actually sitting there watching it. Also, on volume on the candles, it's a red candle if the candle closes. It's a red volume candle. If the price candle closes red, it says red. Well, what happens if most of the time, the entire time, it was green, pushing? At the last second, it dropped down a little bit, turned into a red candle. You're going to look at that and say, like, wow, look at all that red volume. It's like, no, it wasn't. It was massively green. And then the candle closed red, the volume bar turns to red, which is why cumulative delta volume, in my opinion, is a greater impact on there. And for me, the king would be on the side, the volume profile. I'll just click and add it to the chart starting this morning so you can see it. Volume profile right here. And I'm going to click it from 8:30 till now. And that's what I'd like to see for volume profile. I'll move it up so it's off my face. On the left-hand side, we can see volume profile. That's what I like. It just tells me that the point of control right around 17,890, eyeballing it, that's where the most contracts were traded. That's that level with the most contracts, price level. Don't know on which candle it was on. And again, to me, I don't quite see that, where we trade price. We profit or lose on price. I really want to be, this is why I don't like time charts. It's always about the range bars or Renko bars. We're going to go through that later on in another segment. But clearly we can see, we have my chart up there, great. Right here at this level, it's at 17,908 roughly. We can see that's our high volume. That's the volume node. We have the middle of this chart right here, 17,857 to 17,910. We're just eyeballing these, but you can see them on the chart. I just drew the blue lines. That's the value area. That's the value area, high area, right? Where the most contracts are traded. Now I have this set. If you look at the settings, actually it doesn't show it. Typically it's what is it? JD 70% or 75%? Is that the standard? I like to have mine at 80, but we can't change this one. I like to have it showing, blocking off 80%. I'll have to look at what that is, but it's 70, 75, 80% of all the volume was traded in this particular area, this light blue area. To me, that's far more important than, okay, well, one particular candle right here, this red one, happened to have 17 times more volume, candle volume, than the candle before it. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means that much volume traded in that time frame. We don't know if it was massive at the top and a small drop, if it was a really massive push down and then hung around the bottom for the next 5 minutes. We don't know that. It's just a static number. So cumulative delta, candle volume. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Oh, I was just going to say, I do keep mine at 75% because you were asking. Just wanted to throw that out there. So when you're looking at the daily levels that we post, those are based off of 75%.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. I like to have mine at 80. I don't know the default. It's either 70 or 75. I don't know the default. 75 for clearing that up, JD, for your levels and you post them. Yes, 75% of all the volume was in that value area. Great. I like to keep mine at 80. That's just a personal preference.
Excellent. Comment in the chat just cracked me up. Ursa says, "You're on the brush tool, Coach Robert." Thank you for chiming in, Ursa. You are in the chat. Appreciate it. All right.
I know I'm on the brush tool.
All right. Michelle wants to know, how do we hide products from the drop-down list in order panel and in the DOM on TopstepX? Unfortunately, we do not allow users to control the UI UX design like that. The items on the drop-down menu are there for everybody's convenience. You cannot manipulate those in any way.
Oh God! Thank you very much, chat. Like, you slapped me in the face over there. I was on the brush tool. What a moron! Hey, right first day back. So there it is. There we are. We're on the volume profile. There it is. Thank you, whoever said it first. But Ursa, thank you. Yeah, this will be a meme later on. I can say, hey, this is how you change the value area by looking at the brush tool. There it is. The default on this was 75. When I opened up, you saw that it was 75. I would now change it to 80. Looks like it didn't do too much for my lines marking, but thanks, Chet, for looking out for me. Thanks, JD, for having my back, and all the chuckles we get out of it.
Thanks, everyone. All right, next up, Michelle B wants to know. Oh, I'm sorry, we just did Michelle B. Hussein wants to know, what's your best advice you can give to a new trader? Someone first starting out in trading, maybe they're on their first trading combine. What kind of advice would we give to somebody just getting started in the futures markets?
Great question. Get that all the time. Is be you. Spend your time looking at other strategies, look at other approaches, look at other markets. Knowledge is power. Spread yourself out a little bit. Look at things before you do anything, before you pull the trigger. Okay, now let's say that you know what you like. You're an NQ trader. You like trading a certain style. Great. Next thing, size down, keep it small, take it slow, take it steady, be fluid. Understand that there will be losses. It's just the nature of the game. It's just going to how it happens. Try to keep the emotions out of it, and then be consistent with your approach. You have a practice account. Do the same thing over and over and over with those minor adjustments like we talked about in the very first question. If you just say, I'm only buying here and selling here, but the market's not moving the way that's required, I'm going to wait for the market to go up 1% and then I'm going to short it. What if it only went up 0.5% that day? You know, you got to kind of be a little bit fluid in there, but take it slow, take it steady, scale down, size down, and work on something until you get it down to old hat. And it just becomes repetitive for you. Again, with those little adjustments, little variables that we need to have those, couple of different hypotheses in there, and just give it a shot. So the new trader, come to TopstepTV. There's so many ways to trade. You may like one style versus another, one instrument versus another, one time versus another, one time frame versus another, one indicator versus another. There's so much to it. Understand that it's not easy, but you'll get there if you put the time in. What was that quote? It's like, don't put in half the effort unless you expect half the results, right? So go for it, get to it, take the chance, take it slow and steady.
Yeah, and make sure you utilize all the resources that are available to you here at Topstep. I mean, we offer all this stuff to you guys for free. TopstepTV, check out our Discord channel. All of our coaches are in Discord. You could find a trading buddy in there pretty much 24 hours a day. What do we have? Close to 50,000 traders in our Discord server now. Any market you're trading, any questions you have, you're going to find answers to or someone to relate to there. We also have our coaches on TopstepTV quite a bit. We have Coach Dakota doing slow markets. If you don't like trading the New York session, catch one of our coaches trading the overnight session. There's something for everybody here. You're going to find what you're looking for. We just added a whole new bunch of products to Topstep X2. You can trade the entire yield curve now. We've got all the FX currency futures. If you're moving from FX to futures, we have the products that you want to trade. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. Scale it down to what you are comfortable with trading, and then reach out for help, because there's people here that are doing the same thing that you're doing. All right, with that, I think we just ran out of time, Coach Robert. It is 12:57. We are coming up on, I forgot what the next segment is. Here we are. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Dolby, and Coach Robert. You got another hour of Coach Robert coming your way.
You're going to have a couple of hours of seeing my ass on here because we get another shift coming on later on. But that's all right. I'm going to go and figure out how to change my levels on a brush tool. So I don't think I'll live that one down.
I wouldn't worry too much about that one. We're roasting the roasters. That's our job today. All right. After Strategy Lab, we're going to close it up in Power Hour. You're going to have Jack till 2:30, Robert from 2:30 onward, Dolby, and Austin Silver is going to be here talking a little bit more about those FX currency futures. So stick around. We got a lot of more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie and Robert and myself. And most importantly, the time has come. Eddie, are you there?
Here we go again. I demand more.
It is time for Bell to Bell. We are so glad you stayed with us. And with that, we will be sending you a free reset next week. Remember, too, at the same email and name as you did before.
Actually, you'll be getting those emails on Wednesday. Anyone who wins a free reset will receive a code, a secret. Yes, one free reset code on Wednesday morning. Looks like Morgan got that wrong, but that's okay. We still have Morgan. The code's going to expire May 15th at 12 o'clock high noon. So use it before that, and make sure you're always tuned into Topstep TV, because we always got something cooking. You're going to have about 15 minutes. Inside of 15 minutes, the link Danielle has pinned to the top of the chat. If you missed the other two, hey, just get this one in and don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. All right, D-time, all you.
Eddie, thank you so much, chat. I know you are super excited about that. Pinned at the very, very top. Anne Marie, welcome. We were talking in the green room, and the topic of the day is GAN boxes. Those very, very
absolutely.
pretty boxes.
Yes, they are. They are pretty boxes. They can get a little bit noisy if you've got them set too tightly. But I have had a number of questions in the Strategy Lab. Hey, listen, I love how busy Strategy Lab has gotten inside of the Discord room. That channel is really starting to pick up some heat. People sharing their strategies and looking about. And Robert's done a fantastic job. Is this Robert's screen? Yes? Or is this you, Nick? Whose screen is this showing the GAN box?
Currently Robert's screen.
Okay, so I want to show you how I clean it up. And the first thing is go to the settings function and take off all of the time variables. Right? So we don't want anything in time except 0 and 1. We want 0. But 0 and 1, we don't want anybody else. Right? And for the levels, we only want 25, 50, and 75. We do not want the Fibonacci numbers there.
Thank you. Here we go.
Okay. Yeah. And so what I also do is change my background shading to a little bit lighter, so it's not so crazy on the screen. And if you want to go to either the ES or the NQ, a short triggered about maybe 15 minutes before we were all together. And I want to show it to you. So how about putting it on a 1 hour candlestick formation? ES, NQ. We'll go through all of them. Maybe the YM even had one. Yeah, actually they did. So when we take a look at the box, what I like to do is estimate how much a wick really mattered relative to the overall price motion. Today, because I knew the call wall was sitting at 5150 from our options chains, and of course, if you peek in the Strategy Lab, my friends at Mentor Q, who run these incredible option stats on the back end to tell us what the futures are doing, they're sharing that data with us for free. And so they're putting it in there, and they showed us the call wall this morning at 5150. And so the way, if you look in the Strategy Lab and you see, hey, the call wall's at 5150, and that is my chart right there, what you'll notice is prices can pop above it and come below it, and pop above it and come below it. So when you hit a call wall, it's telling you, look out, potentially we could have a big move. Now, if we take a look at momentum, we can see that on both of these charts, momentum, which is the downward indicator sitting down there, it is mostly red and pink. All right, that's a MACD, not a big deal. But when it's red or pink, it means momentum is negative. Momentum is positive. And when momentum is negative and the moving average, which is the pale yellow line up there, is up to flat, it tells us that pullbacks are buy zones, but you don't hold them all the way into the breakout. So that combined with the call wall told me that if I got short at 51.50 or thereabouts, the most heat I would take is about 4 points, and then I would walk through the GAN numbers. And so it really came into the first target and the second target while we were speaking. The first target was the 25% range, which is this number here. That's 51.48. The next one, which is very close to the VWAP, is 51.44. So if you're scalping the trade, and remember, trend is always master and commander, and trend is still up to flat. So it's telling us that buyers are going to be sitting near that VWAP, which are my little crosshairs, and that moving average. And so it tells you, hey, listen, don't hold on for the big move. So I've been listening to folks talk about how they like using the micros and how they will move. Robert, I thought you had such wisdom in the coaches, the group coaching event, because you said, hey, what do we want to size up like that for? I'm using the micro strategy for the specific power that the micro gets, not for the multiplicative, because at the end of the day, I'm going to be charged more exchange fees, right? For doing that, because although trading is free on the platform, Topstep still has to pay for the exchange fees, and they get passed on directly to us. And so when you're looking at a trade like this and you go, hey, is my box going to work? You put in the micro early, right at the 51.50, and you watch for it to fade, and then you go, if it bounces up and gives me that short again, I can take a regular ES and I can hold this. Now, ultimately, I suspect it goes to the bottom of the box. However, I am going to be looking at setting, if I were sitting in this trade, which I got out of everything before I got to you, if I were sitting in this trade, I would say, listen, I'm going to take profit at my VWAP, but I'm going to leave a runner on so that it can come in to that 75% range, which is sitting closer to the bottom near 51.42, and then potentially 51.39 or so. The same setup occurred in the NQ. And so what's the takeaway? The takeaway is, if you can see a box of price action that says, hey, once I got up above this level, I might have tested it, but it's old resistance, new support. You can see it over, wrong one. You can see it over here. This was old resistance. It became support into this edge. And so that really tells us, listen, that's going to be the bottom of my box. Notice, if you duplicate this box, let's say you want to clone it, right? You just hover over the box and then right click, hover over the box, right click, it says clone. I've cloned it.
Now
and what
you
I'm
can
going to
extend
do,
it.
Exactly. And notice the bottom of this box comes right down to the bottom of that wick. That's the way you know.
Is that something that you draw on? Are you using that for like all your boxes or just
everywhere?
Like,
yeah, I use it everywhere.
Okay.
I don't use Fibonacci's anymore because they're hard to share with people. Okay, I've been waiting on 8230 as my target in the CL all day long.
Are we there yet?
And so hopefully that comes in because I have a bigger trade on my life in my other live accounts. And so I've just been waiting for this one all day. Also, folks, if you go to the strategy lab, you're going to see that I've got a grid of boxes and it's going to give you all the levels I'm looking at for the day. You just have to be patient to go into them. Right?
Oh yeah,
okay,
I see that. That's really, really nice. I just saw that. I'm in the Discord right now, so that's cool that you shared all those.
Yeah, I try to share them early in the morning, like at about 8:30 to 9, something like that. And they're just the great big levels. It's just sort of important for you to see the big picture, for me to see the big picture. So I'm just sharing the pictures that I'm seeing. All right. So that being said, you know you're building a good GAN box when you replicate it and move it either down or up, and the lines match beautifully for the spaces that you just came from. So for instance, you can see this GAN box. The low of that cloned GAN box is right here at the low of the wick. So I have a good feeling about these levels that I have at the 25, 50, 75, and 1. Okay, and of course, these are 1 hour charts. And so I'm always looking at it from that perspective. Now, number one, would going short at the top here be counter trend? And the answer is yes. It's going to be counter trend because the overall slope of the chart has a rising 14 moving average. And then, of course, this line, which is, I don't know if that's a 30 or what, but it's also telling me people are buying the dip. Okay. And so those are the quick snap trades when you've built your box. I'll try and do some snapshots in the early morning about these edges. But here's the beautiful thing. Because the market is fractal, you can take any 1 hour and 4 hour box, split it from high to low, and then duplicate it up and down using your cloning tool, and then look to the left and see how the edges match, right? Maybe they don't match quite well, so you add another price number there. You might go, I see that that's actually there at 51.42, but the wicks are really at, 51.41 and some change. And so you can easily say, you know what, I'm gonna add something that's just a little bit below that reminds me, hey, this is round about your range. And then when it comes time to engage, so let's say you're up here and you go, oh my gosh, I don't know whether to take the short. When you get here to the top of your GAN number and you go, what do I do? Collapse into a very tight time frame, 2 minute, 3 minute, whatever, and then look for a topping formation. How does that look? It stops heading higher. Exactly. It stops heading higher and it starts breaking support. At that time, your tight moving average will start being above all your candlesticks, and your momentum indicator is going to turn red. And as soon as that happens, you go, okay, I know I'm in the right direction. I'm just going to stair step down into the line sitting on my GAN box. So you might be looking at this going, that sounds that can't be right. I promise you, 8 times out of 10, it's going to behave exactly like the way you think it ought to behave. Now, sometimes the other traders will front run those edges. So for instance, if we look at the micro NASDAQ, 17,900 was not the call wall, but it was an important gamma level. And if you look at a kind of a volume profile event, you're going to see there's a volume concentration up at those levels. I've noticed with the gamma levels that you might see on the NQ, traders can push 20 to 25 points, maybe even 30 points above it. So you have to look for it and then go, okay, I'm going to watch for the breakdown. For here, if we did it with the NAS and then we said, all right, let me go to a super tight time frame, you'll see that although you're waiting for 920 to 930 to break, it never gets up that high, but true to form, it breaks down inside of the line, bounces up into that moving average, fails to hold that 920-ish zone, and then you walk down into your charts. And you know you've got the ability to have that stair step down into your levels because, one, you're underneath a downward sloping moving average, and two, your momentum is red, right? And so what we really are incorporating is your philosophy about trading, defining a range that creates flow, but then expanding it on a much bigger time frame so that you don't have to be a scalp trader. You can go, you know what? I can see I'm going from support to resistance. My overall formation is to the upside. So I'm probably going to take my profit up when I hit that VWAP, which is what my little cyan lines are right there. My cyan
little
lines
plus signs?
there are that. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
that's what I've done.
both the S&P and the NASDAQ actually look very similar, which is kind of strange. Look very similar today. YM doesn't care. It's doing its own thing as usual.
I think that we are completely landlocked, and we're landlocked because the FOMC is coming. We've got earnings. We just put on a bunch of earnings trades, and you know, I seriously think they're waiting. They're waiting to see what happens.
Yeah. And have you ever tried these GAN boxes with range bars or anything, or time only?
I use time only. I have sort of a love-hate relationship with range bars.
Okay, here we go.
And so folks that use range bars think of time as noise. Now, in a metaphysical way, time is noise. It's an artificial construct that we live in. I don't want to get down in the old weeds about that. That's just what I personally believe. The time is a construct on a dimension per se that allows us to live outside of that. Well, actually, we're inside the Mobius strip, right?
We're still talking about range bars, right, Anne-Marie?
Yes. So I don't
trying to get back.
So I don't, because I think time is noise. Because I don't think time is noise, I like to see how traders behave over the passage of time. Robert, on the other hand, enjoys range bars because he views time as noise. And if you look at time as noise, which indeed metaphysically he is correct, because we're all on that Mobius strip, range bars are fantastic. I like to see how long traders fight at a level because it matters to me. What do you think?
Robert, what's your opinion about time?
Yeah.
Time
that's
real,
a great.
Robert?
That's a great construct. Time is relative. I'll say that. But let's if we keep this in the construct of what trading is like. So Anne-Marie, we'll go back and forth on that as well. Where I don't know if you caught the last section I did there in group coaching, where I want to know what the prices were reached. And that's what I'm trading, right?
Exactly.
My ups and downs.
Yes.
Right. And whether I have a range, to me, with the range bars makes it easy. If I take a range bar and I plot it, and let's just arbitrarily say 20 points. It's 20 points from top to bottom. That means the market needs to go 20 points into tick before it plots another range bar. So if I'm sitting there looking at a chart, I know that the market has not gone outside of those 20 points. To me, it just gives me a consolidation here. I don't want to use the word range twice, but it just shows, hey, I have 4 or 5 of these in a row. One's an up, one's a down, one's up, one's down, or green, red, back and forth. But they're all right next to each other. Clearly, I could look at that and say, well, that's a consolidation area. I'm going to look at a sandwich, and I'll come back when this thing finally breaks. If I'm looking at a 5-second, 1 minute, 5 minute, whatever chart, time chart, I might see these candles going up and down and see a longer wick and a big push on one, say, oh, it's going to break out, and then just get faked out because it's not. I don't care what happens within that particular range. I want to wait until it gets out of that range or that consolidation area. To me, I think it just makes it cleaner versus saying it as a time as a construct doesn't really quite matter. And I want to throw this I'm going to ask a lot of the floor traders too, because I would love to hear those that were on the floor, like the Hoags. I'm going to ask him about this guy. I've never really approached. I'm going to straight out ask. They say, Hoag, listen, when you were in the pit back in the day with the stock markets going on, before going to electronic trading, and you looked up at those boards and you saw Apple, whatever you were trading at a certain price, did you look around the room and say, hey, has that been up there for 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds? Has it been an hour up there? Or did you just go, no, that's the price it's at. And these are the orders that are coming through. So I'm really curious how that translates over, because when we look at charts, we are using a time factor. That seems like it's the majority of what we're looking at, saying, hey, what happened in the last 5 minutes? Okay, well, did it or did it not go over or under a certain price level? If I'm looking at a stock market board, none of them, mind you, look at that and say, well, Apple is trading at whatever the price is there. Here, we have GC long. Somebody is long a YM 38535. There's nothing that shows, well, how long has it been there? How long has it been at that price level? So this is why I don't like to necessarily take time into consideration. I'd go nuts. If you're sitting there looking, it's like, oh my God, I'm rolling back and forth in my chair, looking at a 1 minute chart, peaks and valleys, and looking at an hourly chart, just seeing this one candle go up and down. Like, I want to know more about that. I want to know if I'm looking at a 5 minute candle and it's a big green candle, I want to know, did that just shoot up and it's been hanging there for the next 4.5 minutes? Or was it the bottom for 4.5 minutes and then shot up in 30 seconds? Or did it go up gradually every 30 seconds to a minute to complete that bar? To me, that's information, because it's price action and we get paid or lose on price versus not, hey, look at that. It's right now, it's at 51.43. Well, how long has it been there? It's like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's the price. If you long or short and it moves 5 points, it moved 5 points. As long as it's hitting your target before it hits your stop, it might be 5 seconds, 15 minutes, or 2 hours, as long as it hits your target before your stop. So that's the only reason I like to take price out of my particular equations when I'm looking at it. It's like, oh, okay, yep, well, that's the level it was at. Well, how long is it there? Does it matter? Or does it matter if it's up or below it? And everybody's got their own opinions on it. That's just, I'm just sharing what I like to do. And it keeps the charts cleaner. You can see an entire chart in just a little small section of real estate on your screen. And I like to do that too. It's like, oh, let's put this on this chart and let's find out what it looks like on a range chart. And then I'll click over to a 15 second or a 1 minute or a 5 minute or whatever the flavor of the month is. And be like, oh God, how am I supposed to trade this mess? It just cleans it up nicely for me. Just putting it's like, I don't want to see anything until it gets out of this area. A really simple way to do that is with range bars.
Is that the same as Renko or different?
Different. They're not.
It's different. Renko is. Yeah, range bars. Let's use this. Yeah, if you have range bars, let's say it's 10 points in height. It's going as long as the market does not go 10 points and a tick over it or a tick under it. Yeah, that bar is going to stay there. Renko will keep plotting them. It'll go, oh wait, I went another 10. I went another 10. I went another 10, and then it will retrace back and say, well, let me take that last 10 off. So they will show and go. regular candles, range bars, they're going to stay on the chart and they're going to plot exactly in the chart. A Renko is just going to go, wait, yeah, it's shooting up here. Not quite. Is it going up? Going up? Okay, back down. So they're going to add and remove. So they'll look super, super clean, but you got to be real careful because they're really not accurate pricing. It's like Heikanashi. They're not 100% accurate pricing because they're mathematically placed candles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They could plot numbers that didn't even print on the chart.
Absolutely.
Which is why I don't like them. Yeah, that's why I don't.
Oh,
like
that's
them.
yeah.
I'm
gonna stick.
I'll do range bars for the win all the time. I think if I talk to 100 traders, there's got to be 85 will. And I show them range bars. There's 85 of them will never go back to time-based charts. It's like old hat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Like seriously.
Kind of rolling over here.
Yeah, the GAN box is telling us. The GAN box is telling us. Listen, if your slope stays down and your momentum stays red, you're going to stay short and you're going to go down into these spaces. So my thought was, it could go down into 5140, which had just clipped 5140, 50, 51. Yeah, 5140, 50 as the low. And then, the next one could be that 5138-ish level. But it's a really nice, clean way to trade. Now, listen, Robert, what you're saying is totally true in terms of, staring at candlesticks as opposed to range bars. I am waiting for candlesticks to do that. So I'm looking for them to begin to stop advancing. And that's why I love the time-based chart. And for the audience, listen, it's very hard for me not to fall into Nerdville and stay there. So I'm super sorry. Forgive me, Dolby. Thank you for pulling me back out from the darkness right there.
I saw you. You just started getting sucked in. And
my eyes glazed over.
Grabbed your hand, and I
all right,
yanked you out.
So I'm back. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. But I
So in short, this GAN box is a nice, simple, easy way to place your levels on the chart, and it's really just breaking up into segments, right? 0.25, it's 25%.
Exactly.
We're saying this is the high, this is the low. 25% is here, 50% is here, 75% is there, and then because there are measured moves and the market's being fractal, you can bring this out, plot it in, zoom in, copy it over, zoom into that, copy it over, and then go and add something else you may like to add to it, like a moving average or like view app and say, all right, now how is it reacting to this? All we're looking at is information. This is really all we're doing, look at information. And there goes ES.
How many times do we look?
Wow, really?
How many times do we look at a chart and we go, oh wow, do I take profit here? Do I take profit here or do I wait? And the GAN box helps you tons. Do we have news?
Yeah,
this looks like a news.
Yeah, I have to say, this looks like a news event. Eddie, what's going on? Is there anything on the wire?
Check it here.
It is.
Let's take a look.
Lost quite a few points, almost 10 points in 5 minutes.
I see nothing here as far as NYMEX news.
Really? Did CL catch a bit out of nowhere? No, not really.
I'll drop gravity kicking in here.
Wow, that's very interesting. No news. ES kind of just ripped lower.
Let's take a look at gold
or
the bonds. Yeah, let me take a peek at.
Let's see, chat. If you heard anything, please put it in chat. If you heard of any news of what is going on, all of a sudden sellers came in real hard. We could not get over 5150 in the ES, and is that a failed move come fast move moment? Who knows? But sellers did not waste any time pushing price down to the bottom of a range, actually. That is the bottom of the GAN box, speaking of which. So that one went range high to range low.
Yeah, gold down. Nothing happened in the bonds. Nothing happened in the bonds, Dobie. I just looked at the Ultra bond. Nothing on there. Yeah.
Something that always surprises me in the market is, the market will make a big range, and we kind of make the assumption that it can't test from the high to the low in a day because it's just too far, and then it just does it. And it did it real fast. So the width of the market always surprises me. Always surprises me. It's still
YM
still
also.
going,
Yep.
Wow. So all indices just ate it, huh?
The only one. So gold dropped a bit too, but all the indices
Yeah.
just dumped off.
Wow.
Yeah, that's got to be news. Let me take a look at.
It's on volume too. I mean, a good amount of volume came in. I mean, yeah, that was crazy.
Yep.
If you want to know where
Matthew was
the
mentioning
GAN
that
is,
Tesla was going down. Gave up $193 as well, all going down. So you might want to check stocks.
Yeah, let's.
I mean, I would
Thank
think
you, Matthew.
NQ would eat it.
Thank you, Dollar. Dollar saying Tesla, yes. So it might be the culprit.
So I bought at the bottom of that GAN box. Why? Because that's just part of my strategy. And so the great thing to do, you know what? You can do it with the micros. So if it continues to crash, you're not going to all of a sudden see yourself down, X, Y, or Z. And you can give it a little time to learn to behave. And so I heard myself with that Austin Powers voice, and that's why it got caught my throat.
There it is.
I'll behave.
So that was a good one.
So I will buy
cover your ears.
the bottom of that box, and then in micros, and then if I see it holding traction in the tight time frames, I will go ahead and continue the trade in there by adding on the way up. So that's really how I use them. I'm super glad that it came in to the bottom. What we really have to do is be patient and go, listen, this GAN box tells me, the whole picture tells me I have upward slope and downward momentum, which tells me I could have deep dips, but those dips will be bought. And so I can sit there and go, you know what? I'm going to wait for the deep dip to see if it gets bought. And then I'm going to engage in the trade. Or you can look for the very deep dip and say, I'm going to put a one lot out there and test the waters. It's like that, the tester trade that says, hey, let's just give a go and see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's a fancy box. It's really similar to what I do. Just I don't have the lines in the middle, but I estimate the middle. But a box is a box. So if you use a GAN box, you're certainly in my camp of being a range trader because you want to kind of buy lows, sell highs, and then you have targets in the middle of your range if you want to start peeling stuff off, or if you want to do a continuation trade. If you catch the middle of a large range. And you're in this ES trade and a micro, Anne-Marie, is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did someone say Craig Taylor, White House press on YouTube now? Wow, is something happen? That sounds kind of serious if the White House is doing a thing. Let's see if the White House is doing a thing. Yeah, there is
White House
a
speaks
press
and
briefing.
Everything's wrong.
I'll keep
Those
this
tools
on.
make it very easy. What'd you get, Toby?
There is a press conference. I just don't know what it's about. It's a press briefing. Maybe this happens all the time. Started an hour ago. Maybe they said something.
Yeah.
Seems normal though so far. We'll see. Chat, if anyone else has anything, let me know. But that was good. I'll keep this up on the side just in case I see anything. Yeah, I mean the range trade is good. The GAN boxes also very good. Definitely fits into the best price, I think, method of trading. Of course, if you do add a little bit of moving average to it, that is how you can kind of get some momentum, like Anne-Marie suggested.
Exactly. It gives you it answers a great question, as in, where do I need to take profit? Where do I need to? And if you can draw two lines and go, wow, most of the entire day is sitting in between those spaces, you have a pretty good guess that buying the bottom and selling that top is going to put you positioned in the right way. And as many of you know, I prefer markets that are range bound. I perform much better in them. Chasing trades out, you can also use these GAN boxes though, because it'll give you that space of, oh, wait a second, I was consolidating here. Now let's see if I have a 1x or a 2x or a 3x rotation. And honest to goodness, you can see that set up almost every single day from the pre-market in the ES to the live trading events.
Yeah. And then Randy in chat said, would this be a good spot for a cheap long? And I'm assuming you're referring to the chart I'm on, which is the ES. And I think this is actually the trade that you took, Anne-Marie, was the long down here, right? And so, I can actually draw the GAN box. And you got long somewhere down by this one, which is what, 5133-ish?
Yes, 5136 is where I got in.
Okay.
Because I turned around and watched it pop up and then took the trade.
Yeah. And then I'm assuming your stop would be below 5132 or closer.
Well, I believe the whole chart's going to be sideways. So the question is, how far does it go? The reason I use the micros is to let it jockey around so I don't freak out if it draws down when I know it's got the opportunity to really run to the upside. So my stop is essentially really far away. It's all the way down here. Right?
Where's
because
that?
that's just a couple $100, right? It's just a couple $100. Yeah. So I will move it.
Oh, you're an ES. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll move it and say, all right, let's just bring it to there. But ultimately, if I lose that 5127 to 5132, I'm out of there.
Okay. Yeah. So, Randy, I hope that makes sense. So basically, drew a box, got long at the bottom of a box, and stop is outside of kind of that range. So, Anne-Marie said it in between like the mid-20s up to 30. So easily still going to be below that strong 5-minute candlestick. So that's the cheap trade setup. Because then you're looking for appreciation for everything from 5134 all the way up to 5152. You're aligned on a long-term level, right? So how big of that? How long would you hold this trade for, right? So let me just I have this as a 4-hour range. Would you hold this, Anne-Marie, all the way to the top?
What I want to see it do is continue to lift off of the low. So as long as that, I'm going to hold it. So for instance, I want it to get really above the VWAP. If it doesn't, I'm going to get out because the VWAP is telling me that that's a floor. It's now the ceiling when it used to be the floor. But I'm going to give the traders a chance to go up there to test that VWAP.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really
this is the tool.
It's such... Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that, Anne-Marie. If we can go into a little more detail, I just want to make sure the chat's understanding. This isn't an end-all, be-all tool where it's like, all right, I'm going to pick a high and a low, and it's going to go here. No, it's giving you an easier visual representation of the potentials. And the way this was set up when Anne-Marie was talking me through how she wanted to see it, I'll just click it on my screen now. I'm on here. I'm going to grab the high and a low of this last little. I'm on, just so you know, I'm on copper here, HG 5-minute chart. And all I did was I grabbed a support/resistance area right around, here it is, 4.62. I'll just leave it at that. And then around the high being 4.68 roughly. So all I'm doing is saying, okay, well, here is a support resistance area previously, and this is the high of the day. And if this starts breaking down, where am I going? Is it going to continue and give me a visualization of, all right, well, this is a 25% move. This is a 50% move. His 75% move. They're not fib numbers. They're just percentages of my high and the low. But it gives me a nice, easy way to look at it and give me some idea as a potential. And then you can take that, clone it, and just move it down as a potential measured move. Let me flip this over the right direction here. And that's what we're looking at. I happen to be on copper. We can put it on anything else we want. But right now, we see ever since 11:10 today Central Time, we're in the upper 25% range. So Adobe's going to look at this and say, well, I'm not doing anything until it gets the hell out of here. Maybe looking at a higher time frame, seeing what is it looking at a higher time frame, and then bring it down, and just breaking those levels out. So it's not going to be an end-all, be-all to say, oh, here's my high, here's my low, or here's support, here's resistance. And when it breaks 50%, I am going to take it to 75%. It's just more of a visual representation. And then you add other components into it, such as VWAP, such as maybe yesterday's closing price, such as your favorite moving averages. So it's not just going to be one tool. It's an addition, but knowledge is power. And if you can easily and visually look at these, just like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Because if without it, it may be hard to see where those moves are. Sure, you can see it. Sure, you can see that it rolled off that, whatever moving average you're using. But if it's already moved down X amount of percentages based on the range that you've chosen, maybe it's exhausted. You're just going to use this in conjunction with other tools that you're already using. There's not one single tool out there that's going to give you 100% accuracy all the time. There are some that are better as using individually, for example, like VWAP, right? But then even when you're using VWAP, you start them at different times where you have, maybe start the Asia, London, US session. Maybe you anchor it to some type of a news event, like we talked about the other day. So it's just a tool. It's just a tool. You don't need to get married to it, but you should know about it. And we look at Topstep X, but most platforms have these. There's all kinds of stuff between the GAN tools and fib tools and spirals and trend based and we're looking at the Elliott wave impulse things and cycles. There's so much in there. Just play around with them and see how things line up for you. You may see a confluence between two of them and say, wow, when the fibs do this, the GAN tool does that, just to give you more of a visual representation. That's really what we're just trying to demonstrate here. After all, this is Strategy Lab. So let's talk about it.
And Robert, do you want to show people where the GAN tool is? Because it's kind of difficult because it's not the default one. But if you want to just show them where it's at on the platform.
Absolutely. On the left-hand side, we have all of our tools. Now, if you just click on the tool, it's going to choose the one that is set there for default or the last one you use. So I have the plus sign at the top. Let me silence my messages here. Sorry about that. It must have popped off. Okay, on the left side, the very first one is the cross tool. That's for your crosshairs. The next one down are all the trend tools, and the one under that are where you'll find the GAN. There's a little arrow, just right next to it. By default, it's on fibs. So I'm going to mouse over it, and then it's hard to see on there, but just to the right of the actual icon, I can click on it, and it gives me all what's available under those types of drawing tools, just like the one above it, with all the different types of lines, horizontals, rays, regressions, pitchfork, and whatever. But they're all like that.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. That is perfect. One of the things that if you are going to get into range trading, I think it is important to develop these two skill sets. Is one, get used to selling highs and buying bottoms. It's not going to feel very comfortable. So, depending on your patience and how soon you get in, you might feel really, really nervous trying to enter into a trade. Either buying a bottom like Anne-Marie did, which is like a perfect textbook range-bound setup. But it's going straight down, so you got to kind of hop in and trust that this range is going to hold. And the other thing, too, is I would say being able to hold positions for at least 5, 10, 15 minutes, because if you're going to draw a beautiful box, you want to make sure that you get, all of the value from it that you can. And just hopping in and out of trades really quick, I don't think you're going to get the risk-reward that really comes with range trading. Would you agree with that, Anne-Marie?
I would. The way that I can get a feel. So here's the thing. When something comes into the bottom of a box or the top of a box. There's a level of decisiveness that doesn't allow for, well, let me just see. You have to go, okay, near past implies the prediction of near future relatively well when it comes to price. Now, how well it holds is a different story, but you will always see some sort of reflexive motion at a good level. So when it comes down there, now notice I didn't get the absolute low. The number that it came all the way down to was 51.32. So my thought was, okay, I'm going to collapse right down into a 2-minute as it starts coming into that level. And so my goal is, hey, if it comes into that level, what do I want to see it do? I want to see it stop heading lower. And there it is right there. It breaks to the low, and then it starts holding that framework. And guess what? You can draw another little box right there if you like.
Yeah.
Because
and
as soon as you
actually,
break out of that box,
then
go ahead.
Yeah, so like ranges within ranges. But there's a really good question in chat, which was, would you consider this a second failed auction lower if this continues back through VWAP?
I could not even answer that question because, one, that failed auction has got to be based generally on that 30-minute follow-through candlestick. And so if we came down and closed at that 2:30 mark, maybe, and then we started filling the next one, we really won't know if it's failed auction until after this next 30-minute candlestick has closed. And so we might have to ask Dee on, she changes a few of those follow-up spaces in terms of where she feels like price action ought to go. My comfort level, although I'm looking at a nation that has a downward sloping moving average and downward momentum, I can take the low because I know momentum follows price action, and I know that trend is also a lagging indicator, but price is not. And my box said, hey, as soon as it stops heading lower, you can buy it right here. And so that's really where I got in at that 536, 537-ish, wherever level. And because it started choking at around 51.41, 51.42, I got out of that trade because I'm not willing to sit anymore because price is not proving to me that it has thrust sitting on it, right? And so that's really it. I just try to make it as simple as possible. Use your boxes to tell you where those appropriate levels are. Look at the edges. When it starts getting to the edge, collapse to the tight time frame, and then watch it tell you, hey, I'm not going down anymore. What I am going to do is bounce into my mean, right? In a minor mean reversion trade into the average. And then if I take that, I go, oh, all right, unless it keeps running higher, I've got to take profit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all really, really super solid advice. I think range trading is a super, very simple strategy, very easy to execute and use. It takes a lot of time to set up, in my opinion, a setup. So it's really good, I think, if you have FOMO, because you got to wait at least like 15, 20 minutes if you're doing 5-minute ranges. And I think that's a solid setup, in my opinion. Oh, chat, you want to know what the good news is, don't you? Well, you only need one form signed to get the bell to bell. So if you signed one form, you don't need all three. How about it?
What?
That's it. If you signed one form, you're good.
Right.
And we're still doing.
We're showing the love, not you show the love. Let's get some likes in there. Like and subscribe.
Yeah. That's right. You got to work for it, chat. Press the like button. And also, we are still doing the 8 p.m. one as well for slow markets. So No Sam.
Dang, I kicked that over to you. We got that message.
Reset.
Right. Message
form,
behind the
one
scenes.
reset.
I was confused. I'm like, man, is that what we're doing? So Joey's taking away 1 form, 1 reset. If you missed it, don't worry about it.
Chad is very happy.
Wow.
Yes, you still
It's like,
only
did I read
get
that right?
one.
Hang on a second.
1 reset, chat. 1 reset. 1. Henry, are you still in your trade?
No, sir, I got out because it was not breaching 5142.
And that is your 3/4 level?
Yes.
Or is it 3/4?
Yeah, that was just next to that key congestion zone. It's actually the bottom. It wasn't the 3/4 level. It's the bottom of the first scan box.
Nice. And what was your total risk reward on that trade, do you think?
You know, the thing about the way I use micros, I put them in there to give them a little bit of wiggle room, right? I never felt any heat on the trade. And so optimally, I would say that if I feel no heat on the trade, then the stop becomes break even almost de facto, right?
Yeah.
And so, and it still has room to run up to the upside. I'm going to be interested to see what Austin has to say. I do like the way that he looks at charts, so that's going to be it's going to be something that I like staring down right there.
Yeah,
but yeah,
exactly.
I mean that's what I think. If it doesn't ever give me any heat, but usually I don't let a micro drift down more than $9. I mean, that's huge money for the micro.
Yeah.
So that's about it.
That's also a good tip too. If you are a range trader and your position is like immediately in the green and you take very little heat, there's a really, really good chance you have a winner on your hands. Now, the other nice thing about range trading is that if you have a loser, you find out pretty damn quick, because that means that range did not hold and you're going to get just evaporated on a stop run. So you do have to have, wide enough stops, but if you're wrong. It does not feel right. It does not feel right. But it is about the halfway point. It is peaking higher here. ES just peaking above 51.42 1/4. Just slowly going back up on a fairly range-bound day for indices. If you're a range trader, hopefully you made money today. If you're a trend trader, you might be miserable. You might be.
Yeah, this morning was it was such a straight-on setup for chop. You could just see it. It was awful. Yeah, but good. I mean, if you could pick those pieces,
Yeah, I mean, if you nailed one part of the trend, but any continuation would have been tough going. But it's why we have Peter on, to help us know what's going on in the trading session. Yeah. And so he helps us get ready for either trendy days or rangy days. And today's definitely a rangy day. Lots of financial news as well as FOMC on Wednesday. But we do have a segment coming up. It's called Power Hour. I'm not sure if y'all have heard about it. It happens every day at 2 o'clock.
Do you want me to close with the lightsaber? I'll pop it on.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody can see it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Quick lightsaber.
Hang on.
Yeah, taking a look at that platinum earlier, Adobe. That one trended like crazy today. I took a quick look at it.
Both of them did.
As soon as it traded Friday, right up through today, just kept going and going and going. It really depends on the market. And since most of the markets are ranging most of the time, it's nice to be able to learn that type of strategy. There it is.
Wow. That looks hefty.
Oh, it is. It's really heavy.
Your hands on the laser. You just cut your fingers off.
Yeah, you did a couple.
You just lost a hand. That's cool.
That is sweet.
So there we go.
Well, hopefully Disney didn't hear that. Well, if we get 100,000 subscribers, Anne-Marie said she'd wear a helmet and spin around with the lightsaber. but we do.
I got
have
a lot of them. Let's get it done by Friday.
Yeah, come on, chat. And give us a like. Power Hour is coming up. Austin Silver, myself, Jack for half an hour, and then Robert's coming back to close it out. Let's see if we can dig ourselves out of a hole. Down $4,500. No, $5,500. We got some work to do, chat, but we will do it with Austin Silver's help. And Power Hour coming up next.
Hello, people out there. Welcome to Power Hour. I am Jack, joined by Mr. Pulled Pork, Dolby himself, and Austin Silver. Welcome to the Trade Dome. How's it going today, sir?
Good to see you guys. Good to be here. Good to see you. Thanks, Eddie.
Right on. Well, you guys were doing some market rundown.
Who broke the markets?
You guys were talking about it right before we came on. So what's happening right now?
I'm not seeing anything on the news. I'm looking at Financial Juice right now. U.S. boosts April-June borrowing estimates to $243 billion from $202 billion. Does the $43 billion matter that much? I'm not sure, but things are definitely moving right now. More than they have all day.
Wow.
That's for sure.
Oof. All right, Dolby, you have the keys. So what are we thinking about here?
I do. So we are trading the house account. I do have the keys. Andre threw them at me and then hopped in the car and left. I don't know if he's coming back, but we are in charge. So we can trade either ES or NASDAQ. And chat, we're probably not going to ask you so much for your levels unless you have something that's really juicy. But Austin, what do you got? Jack, what do you got?
I can go first. I can throw in. I had 51.35 as my bottom today, so I'll go over really quick since my screen's up. My trade this morning, I had a short on my combine. I'm flat on my XFA today. I took a short under the daily VWAP at 11:15 this morning. We were making in between the bigger range today. We were making lower lows and lower highs. I traded from 44 down to 38. I think was the trade. I could check my TopStep X, but I think it was 44 to 38. So that's basically from the middle of the range today, near the daily VWAP, under it, down to the bottom of the range, which was set at 6 a.m., that 35 area. So just a intermediary range trade from the middle of the range to the bottom of the range. I didn't get the top of the range because I'm still developing my range trading, to be honest. But this was the first read I had today, leaning into the shorts just because we couldn't hold above 48, 47. I've heard on Twitter today 51.50 is the level. So under those prices, I like shorts to the bottom. I did like longs this morning at 36, which is why I got out of my short there. But now I don't think it would be time to step in and find a buy here. I would let the market step in and do the bid. I would just be trying to sell this here. Yeah, there's no way you don't want to buy this. This is sliding now.
Well, we just had that story earlier about how something like a third of all stock trades are in the last 10 minutes of the day.
I just saw that. Yeah, on Bloomberg. Yep.
So we're kind of sitting, waiting, figuring out where it's going to go. I see the ES is in one of my purple box zones, but it's been too aggressive a sell-off right now for me to step in front of it right now, but we'll let it develop a little bit.
So, I mean, if we are going to set up a trade, I do feel like we have to be forward thinking a little bit. I mean, are we trying to like find a long and see if it like gets range bound, or are we trying to find a short on a pullback if we ever even get one?
I would almost defer to you, Dolby. You're a better range trader, I think, than I am. I just had a podcast go out with Chris Cady, so I was re-listening to it, and he said that markets move in consolidation 80% of the time in ranges, and then 20% of the time we do this, where we're breaking. So if we're breaking, I would probably not step in and try to buy until 51.10 area, which is Friday's low. That would be the next level for me to look at. In this no man's land kind of, I almost would rather wait for a pullback and sell it and try to see it slide lower. That would be my take on it. But I'm curious to see if you have any other levels.
I mean, I think if we're trying to get into a trade quickly, it would probably be for a shorts. I mean, it looks like we did just bounce off of like a 30-minute resistance at 17,786, which I believe is also, I don't know what this line is. If anyone knows what MP's charts are, it's this white EMA of some sort. How does that even check that? These fancy traders with your EMAs. I don't even know what that is.
Exponential moving average. Yeah, exponential moving average.
Do you know what number he has, though? Do you know like what the value is of it? Because I don't know what the value is, but maybe someone in chat knows what it is. But it bounced on the white one, which is great. But I think a short would probably be a little bit more exciting here, I think. Someone's saying maybe the 100? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. If the red's 200, maybe that's 100, and then the blue one is 50.
Click the settings on it, though. Can you open the settings on it, and then it'll tell you?
Yeah, I'll double click on it.
Yeah.
MA. Oh, 9? It's a 9.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. No, that's...
Boom.
Yeah, it's tough, Dole, because I would love to trade.
getting dumber.
Like I said, I'm up
Yeah.
350 on this combine here, and I want to almost lock myself out of it because I know I will hate to give it back here. But I also want to trade for you guys because I'm the show monkey today, so I need to make sure we get one.
Well, actually, the house account is the show monkey.
Okay,
So
good.
you
Less
can
pressure
lock-
on me.
You can lock that. No, feel free to lock that one up, and we will try to find some trades with the house account. We got to get back at, we don't have to get back anything, but let's try to put on a winner here. This is power.
Are you
hour.
looking at time and sales? I'm looking at time and sales. A lot of selling at 51.26.25, 51.25.50. Big contracts, 230, 230, 120, 120. ES.
Which market? ES, yeah. I do
so
think
selling
the ES
there.
trade would make the most sense. I think we could consider a short at like 51.32.
A little retest of that. I like that. Previous low.
Yeah.
See if we
Chat,
can
what
get
do
a
you
bounce out
think?
of that.
Would you? We got 4 points. Chat, what do you think? We short 51.32? Yay or nay, chat?
If we get smoked, Dolby, on that one, and it just wicks us and then shoots high, like if this is just a wick and shoots higher, I wouldn't be surprised. Because
Maybe,
it's
yeah, nothing
just it
surprises
whips
me.
all in. So you could,
Yeah,
look at now I'm seeing buys come in. Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends if we think that this is like a fundamentally driven thing and it's just going to retest and shoot lower. Let's see. Yes, nay. Ooh, very 50-50, chat.
Did you guys see on TradingView they put a volume delta indicator in here? It's in beta, it says, but it's cool. I know you can look at delta. So this is what they have on the screen here. I'm not,
So volume is fading then? That's what
it looks like buying volume is stepping in, but not as heavy as the selling volume stepped in. So smaller, but there's a little bit more buying here. But that volume is heavy.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It sucks that you can't, like when I drag this up to overlay it on the candles, it looks really stupid. So it doesn't help there.
That
but
is not, yeah.
Yeah, I wish it could just be underneath the candles. I wish it wasn't this separate box.
Definitely still in beta. But it looks cool though.
Yeah.
That's going to be very, very helpful. So chat's very 50-50 here on this ES short, it seems like.
Yeah, that's why it's probably better we all sit in our hands. Sometimes cash is
Yeah.
best. It is always, I always say that.
I mean, we are still in a uptrend, making higher lows, higher highs. EMAs are all pointed up. Jack, what do you think? How you feeling over there?
In the meantime, in the background, I did leg into some more long curve position because they let the bonds loose today, Austin. So I got to do something. So
what does that mean exactly, Jack? Because I don't know what that means.
Okay, cool. So I come from a bond spread trading background, and what it means is that in this right now, I'm long the 2s, 10s, which means I am long 2-year futures and short the 10-year futures. But Austin, you do come from a forex trading background where we also did release today the currencies. Have you checked out any of those yet?
I didn't check them out yet, but I did see them here on the Topstep X platform, which is super cool because you guys are going to get a lot of Forex people over the next couple of months, I think. So having those as available products is super cool. But I'm curious, do you guys know, does like the Canadian dollar get a lot of volume? Does the Australian dollar get a lot of volume compared to the euro dollar? Do you know?
We could check. I've never traded a currency future.
Yeah.
Just what hasn't something that I've been looking at.
I would be curious. I'm going to look at barchart.com. I'll see what they say about the volume, but I would be curious to know just because you don't hear a lot of people saying I'm a Canadian dollar futures trader. You know what I mean? Just not as common, I feel like.
Certainly
That
not
doesn't
as
mean it's not
popular.
awful,
I'd
but-
have to assume that there's maybe a handful of people who are trading currencies.
What do you mean, Dolby? You don't
And
hang out with guys that trade currencies? Come on. Those are the cool people, Dolby.
What, Dakota?
Does Dakota? Yeah, Dakota trades the Nikki, right?
Yeah.
Which is the Japanese
yeah.
one like that. That's cool.
Which is insane. It trades at like pretty high tick value. So
Yeah.
not my cup of tea. We're not getting up to that 51.32 yet. It is starting to get a little bit range bound. I would like to, at least see if we can get some sort of like 5-minute consolidation on anything before we hop in. Because I don't like having candlesticks run amok. So if we can have a couple kind of print side by side, I think that would give us a little bit more confidence in finding a cheap entry of some sort, whether it's bullish or bearish. But we can swing. We got size. We can trade. Yeah. What do you got?
According to barchart.com, the yen futures have 400,000 contracts as of a few minutes ago. They are the most popular. Euro futures, 200,000. Australian dollar, 120,000. Compare that to NASDAQ, which is at 1 million right now. So the biggest currency, which is the yen, is half of NASDAQ. And then the euro is a fifth of NASDAQ now. So less volume, but still volume in there for sure. It's a good bounce there. Now you got 30. Just hit 30 and a half.
So somebody was asking me about
I kind of like it.
You like it?
Go ahead.
Well, no, this takes priority. If you like something,
I think it's a very interesting trade to get short 51.32. That's a continuation. We have to have confidence. I don't know. Chat's too 50-50 on it, but I kind of like it. I think we can get at least a couple G's out of it.
Let me pull it up.
That's just me.
Billy, we're under the daily VWAP, so I'd much rather be a seller than a buyer. I know Jack is long.
Yeah.
I know, but Jack, you're long in bonds. You're not long in ES, correct? In what you said,
I'm long a bond spread, so I'm playing different checkers over here. But yeah, if you guys like it, I'll pull it up. Let's take a look at it.
I just think you're much better off selling it down here. I would much rather see it. That's a nice pin on the 15-minute. Does that reverse? It could, but I could also see that filling over the next 40 minutes here to the end of the day. You know,
see it just a little bit more room to cover that. I mean, what do we have to trade a 10 lot?
I don't think we have to.
Are we allowed
start
to?
Yeah, we can scale in.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
We can scale in. We could try 2 then. We could do like a full 10, but scale it.
Yeah, I mean, like you're what do I say, like Judge Judy and executioner, Dolby. You're in charge of it. Whatever you click is what's going to happen.
Did you just call him Judge Judy, bro?
That's from a movie. If you know which movie it is, when I say Judge Judy and executioner, remind me.
What movie is that?
I don't know. I just know I heard it at some point. I'm not that clever.
That's funny.
Oh, dollar pimp ass. So there are no bonds on Topstep X. No, it's no longer correct as of today. There are bonds.
Oh, we touched it. We rolled over. Oh, we didn't even get. We wouldn't have gotten filled, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
We would have missed the fill almost to the T.
Yep.
Wow.
But you said 132. Just missed it, dude.
I did. Damn it. It is hard. This is my first time driving this thing. It has a lot of wheels and wide hips. It's a tough account to trade.
A lot of wheels and wide hips.
A lot of wheels,
yeah.
Dolby's Ferrari has 13 wheels on it.
Does
Dr. Seuss Lamborghini rolling around.
Yeah, literally, bro.
Yeah. So we're starting to get a good consolidation here, though. So this is kind of even more tempting for a short. Let's float some orders. Let's not do 10, though. Let's do 2. Let's see if this is, in fact, 2. It is. Sweet. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's too many. I think we just go.
Where's the first one? 32?
Yeah.
I like that.
See, Dolby, I think the reason that we wouldn't want to pile into a 10 lot anyway is that we already lost half our DLL on this morning, which I'll remind people was before I came on. Yeah, but like we're not going to lose another 10 right now.
Oh, we can't. We can only lose another 4,500.
Right. So if we have 4,500, I don't think you can trade 10 lots in the ES.
No, probably not.
No, yeah, you wouldn't.
But we can at least try to trade 8.
Where are we thinking targets here on the downside, Dolby? Let's talk targets and risk. Yeah, I think
at the very least 520 at the very least, if not lower.
Yeah, at the very least. I think lower. I think you could if it goes to 20, I think it goes to 12, 11, something like that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Risk side, I would say we want to be thinking no shorts. If we're short under 42 and it comes to 42, we probably don't want them there.
42? Oh, God, no. We'll probably get stopped out by the time we get to 42.
Yeah. Okay, so we can be patient on this. We don't have to roll right in here, but it's really good to see it holding that 32, I think. It's good.
I mean, a lot of people are kind of bullish in chat, but...
Good. We'll fade them, Dolby. Let's fade them.
I don't want to fade chat. Chat's typically pretty good.
I know. Yeah, but
I think this is good.
this is definitely breaking. I mean, you just shoved for a new low of day. I'm trying to get better at understanding it. After talking with MP, I got the podcast with Rip coming out this week, talking with him. Then all these guys like Chris, I'm trying to understand more about like how he says they all say markets move in ranges and then they move in expansion. The expansion doesn't happen as often, but when it does, you're in price discovery mode. So I'm wondering, okay, we're in price discovery mode, in my opinion, now to the downside. We're broken the daily range at least. So now did the bids already step in? Are we good? Is the bounce now here? I don't know. And then Chris also said to me, don't trade intraday retracements. He said, because you don't know that it's not going to go all the way back up in this instance. But I still like the shorts here.
Yes, I'm currently going through that right now. I would agree with him with don't. What was it? Intraday trade retracements? Yeah.
Don't trade
I know
intraday
exactly what he's talking
retracements.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. Basically, just have it go range to range is essentially like the idea.
Right. Yep.
Okay, we're going to get in.
Yeah, because I mean, like this is a good retest of the bottom of the range. If this is going to move lower, you're going to have a great price.
2,500. All right, we're short 51.32.
Nice.
Risking 1,500.
So short from 32?
For now, it's going to start going up, though, if we start getting filled on more. So we wait. Cool. Well, let it cook.
Let it cook. That was, chat told me that Hot Fuzz is where Judge Judy and Executioner is from.
Funny.
Fantastic film. One of my favorites. Somebody was asked.
Sorry, short 4, 51, 33 and a quarter.
A lot of
we're going to
thickens.
max out at 8.
8?
We're going to max out at 8.
8 with 4.5K? Okay.
Short 6, 51, 33 and 3/4. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of room, Jack.
Okay.
I mean, we're at point of control right now. We're only risking 3,300.
Okay. Bold boy.
Well, it's the name of the game. All right. Do you want to pull off? If we get like a decent pullback here, I'll probably pull off the extra 2. And then we'll work with 6 and then move a stop real tight. But I do want to see this actually pull back a little bit. Otherwise, I want to hang in there.
Sounds good.
We're not averaging into a loser. It's accumulating in a range. There's a difference.
Yeah.
The difference is that I already know the risk. The difference is that I already have the risk defined. So that's it. When you're adding to a loser, typically you don't have your risk defined. You're just like tilted out of your mind, but we're not tilted. It's just part of our system.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. The way I describe it, I would always, like, if I wanted a level when I was trading, I would break it off into 3 chunks where it was like one aggressive level, one on the nose, and then one more defending type thing. So you get your average price.
Yeah. I'm short with you, Dolby. I'm on micros on the combine. I'm not going to give back my green day, but I'm in with you here at 34. I got 5 micros. Nothing crazy.
Okay. That's not really. I don't know if that's going to put a dent in us pushing down the S&P here, but I do appreciate.
I'm trying to help you out there.
Your cause. Yeah, if we can get down to 51.30, then we can get into some position management. But let's just wait and see here.
I have been tasked.
Sorry.
I've been tasked by Topstep Command to read the following. If you got your name on at least one bell-to-bell check-in form today, you're all good. We'll be lenient. If you still need to check in, you'll have one more chance tonight on Slow Markets on the YouTube network at 8 p.m. Central with Coach Dakota. See you there, perhaps.
Nice. Okay. Let's get to 51.30. Starting to get some wiggle in the ladder here in the ES. We're either gonna get stopped out or hit 51.30 in the next 5 minutes. That's what I'm calling. Wiggle in the ladder.
Yep, I'm in the money. I mean, I think Dolby, I just don't see it going higher right now. I do think we're going to go to 51.20. I think if we go to 20, I could see it sliding under that too. Because I'm in small, I'm not stressing the position on profit or on loss. So I'm going to try to trail. When you close, I'll probably try to hold some in and see if we can get it lower. I'm curious if you think we can make it all the way to Friday's low? That'd be, where's that? 50, 11, 50, 10, something like that, I think is where it is.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, 51.05.
Market can do whatever it wants to do.
That'd be a slide.
If people really don't want to be in a position, then it's going to sell off.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at the 1 minute, it's still lower lows, lower highs.
That's what I'm saying. I think we're on the right side of it. You wouldn't want to be a buyer here. You'd be hoping too much. Can't smoke that hope dope. You know what I'm saying?
No. If we can just get down 51.30, I'll get rid of this second limit sell. We'll stick with our 6 and move the stop down to like 51.36. And then we'll just manage to trade from there.
I think there's definitely buyers in that like 51.20 area where if we're still holding it then, we'll be gravy by then. But
Dolby, what kind of screen you looking at, bro? Why are your candles so hard for me to see? Is it me or is it you?
Dude, I don't know. No, I'm on like a 32-inch. It doesn't play nice for some reason. I think my resolution's too high. It's like 33,000 by 2,000, like it's something like that. Okay,
well, I think you have like,
we just got our
like 1 minute candles.
Yeah,
What's
it's
going
just
on
1 minute. I'm on the 1 minute. All right, we got our entry tested, and it reacted as resistance so far. Let's see if, oh man, we can keep this down. Something's going to happen soon.
House, if you want to put it at the top, I'm short 5 micros at 33.75. I'm seeing time and sales tell me sales are coming in 31.50, 32.25. I have a filter on by 50, and on TopStep X, I'm seeing all sells, no buys right now. So,
yep. I mean, with a nice little 1 minute range right here, tightening up our entries, acting as resistance within that range. Love to see it.
1 minute charts.
No, we'll switch to a 5 minute.
Yeah,
I just wanted like higher definition for chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's because it's so far away. They look so skinny. Like as you zoom in, it looks better. Yeah.
This is
Dolby Vision. That's what it is. That's the only answer. It's because the answer is Dolby Vision.
I don't have my shades on. I need my shades on to block all the haters in chat. They're everywhere. Something we do need real badly, though, is we need to see a lower low of some sort. The 1 minute is just constantly kind of doing this higher low thing. So we might be at like a little battle point here between bulls and bears, which is maybe why the ladder is acting so funky right now. So it's trying to figure that out.
It's a trade that, like, to me, this is a typical break and retest, the horizontal level being like 34, 35. So there's going to be sellers here, but there's also going to be people that bought the bottom, I think, and are maybe taking profit halfway up the full move down, you know? So you'll have indecision, but I think if it does come back to the low, this is an easy entry for me to look at and be like, oh, I could have made money short there from 34 to 20.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why I'm short. The risk makes sense considering I can see this coming down for sure.
I think so, yeah.
So before I do head out, just want to announce, I think me and JD have been talking, and we're going to do a couple sessions coming up on TopstepTV about bond futures and spreads and kind of how that works. Someone was asking about the ratios that we're using. We'll tell you all about that, but it'll take a few
I'll be
minutes.
there for that.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I'll dust it off.
Yep. That'd be good. There's not a lot of good information about like trading bonds.
Okay.
I did some research.
Yeah.
So that'd be good to have.
Okay. We got our 51.30. I think we can get our risk down to 725 and be okay. So that would be 51.36 and a quarter. What do you think? Is that too tight?
51.36 and a quarter. That is tight, bro.
It's pretty
very
tight.
Is it tight?
Yeah, to me that would be tight. I could see. I would be comfortable in this trade to 38, 39, seeing a lower high there, and then still seeing it fall over.
Okay, we'll move it to.
Dolby, I'd love to help you dig out of the red from the house account today. That'd be another good follow up to us last week.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing it right now.
We're doing it. Let's go. Dig it out.
It's gonna be great. Yeah, we just need to get below 51.30 and we're good. I wouldn't mind going to like break even if we can get to like 51.28, maybe 51.27 and a quarter.
That'd be great, dude. You'll get that in a second.
Yeah.
Come on, it's Power Hour, Dolby.
Yeah. It feels pretty good. I mean, I'm enjoying this.
Still nothing has come through the news as far as like what caused that big jump at 3 o'clock, right at 3 o'clock. But maybe it was that the algos heard that Bloomberg article and they said, "Oh, we got to start working in the last hour of the day."
I mean, maybe, yeah. We got MOC coming up. It's probably not going to be very big if I had to guess. I mean, okay, chat likes to stop. I mean, do we short more then?
First we're fading chat, now we're following chat.
Well, no, I wanted a much tighter stop. I wanted to get our risk to under 1,000. But I mean, we're still making.
What's 1,000 between friends?
I mean, I don't know. What's $1,000 in Cicero?
$1,000.
Is that another movie quote? I don't know.
$1,000.
No, it's just something we started saying around here that
where is
some amount of money in Cicero. Glad you asked. It's just north of, or just south of where I live in Oak Park. It's just like it's where Al Capone's from. It's it's on the border.
It sounds like a coast on the. It sounds like a town in the Amalfi Coast or something, bro.
Well, imagine the opposite. But no, it's like Al Capone. I love Cicero, but Amalfi Coast it is not.
I'm kind of over this trade, to be honest, but that's typically when something exciting is going to happen.
I have trouble reading. So where's our stop currently?
51.38. Short 6 at 51.33 3/4. We're right at break even.
I'm comfy with that.
The suspense is killing me. Killing me. Jake Leslie, why are you so mean? You're the meanest person I've ever seen in this chat.
Oh, don't be getting bullied right now, bro. Jake Leslie, take it easy.
I know. As soon as you get the keys to the house account, it's just like everybody hates you for some. It's so funny. Okay, actually, this is good though because I did get the price action I want, a little test above, and then have it come back down again.
Well, guys, I got to drop out real soon. I'm getting replaced by a far more beloved trader to bring on here, but it's been cool hanging out for a half hour.
Yeah, Jack, it's good to see you, man.
Has been.
Yeah,
always a good
we'll
time.
talk through it sometime.
I'm looking forward to the Bond stuff, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
I'm ready. Reliving chapters of my earlier life. But in the meantime, I'm going to drop out. And I can see that the coon dog, Robert Cooney, is in the green room right now, smiling, ready to get in. So, yeah, great day at TV, everyone. Had fun with y'all.
I don't like this trade anymore. Thank you, Jack.
See you, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Peace out.
I don't know if I like this trade
There
anymore.
we go.
Man, but that's when I say that.
Dolby, I'm looking at it pin this 35 level. That's important to me. So you would hate to bail on it early and have it sucked down off this level.
I know.
So that would be my first line of defense. That's what I'm looking at here. First line. Because if I bail on this early, what I'm going to say to myself is, oh, I should have waited to see if it breaks 35. That's the low that I'm trading off of. So I got to wait till it tells me it's done.
Yep. I'm getting sucked
But
into
there
the
is a
1
thing
minute
such as
chat
mental
chart.
capital, dude. I had a couple of guys in our group chat in a long on Friday when we were trading in a little bit of a range near 51.50, I think, on Friday. And I said to them, I'm like, look, you're up a couple $100. Mental capital is a real thing. It's Friday. If you're burnt, I'm like, close the trade. Take a win. It's better to have a small win than a scratch. And a scratch is better than a loss. So it's like you got to keep mental capital. You're trading a big account. It's important. So it's like take some profits is better than a scratch sometimes. You got to keep that in mind too.
Robert, what do you think about this short that we're in right now?
Robert, blow on the screen, please.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's funny, Jack, welcoming in there and using the name Coon Dog. I haven't heard that forever, and it's kind of funny because I got brothers and cousins, and for some reason we were all called Coon Dog growing up. So I don't know where he got that from, but he's pretty spot on. So let's get back to the markets. I've been watching NQ. I did pull some money back out of that. I was down about $900 almost. earlier, but I had a little bit of a break when you guys were getting going. I took a couple of NQ trades, did 150, 345, and 220, and now we're just down to a negative 233. But right now, this is about the house account, so I'm going to switch over to ES, and we're going to see what we have to do.
Yep.
Robert's on the team now. Dolby, we got buyers on the MES here at like 114, 136, 114. Big contracts coming in trying to push us up, and they're failing, bro. So it's good. It's holding 135.
I would like to see that. I don't have any wiggle in the ladder yet, so we're kind of just chilling. I don't know, chat. What's chat say? Flats or hold? Flat or hold, chat? Chat's very momentum driven typically.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if chat says get flat. Chat loves its Momo so much.
Where are we at now for the P&L, Dobie? Fill me in on the 2 cents here. See where we're at.
Power hour is only down 275 unrealized.
Okay. And we're short, right? Short
Higher
6. Yes, I see it now. 51.32.
555. Yes, correct. I still like. I don't know. I still like it. I feel like this is when shorts start covering because they get impatient.
100%, bro. Hold in, Dolby.
And then they lose.
Dolby. Stay with me. Look at, if you can flip over to my screen, Dolby, real quick. Just look at this level. Mark 51.35 with a nice line. Look at it just hitting that thing, bro.
Okay, cool.
Just give it. Just let it breathe. Let it breathe.
Yeah, I actually have that on my chart. I have that literally on my chart.
My candles just look way nicer than yours, Dolby. No offense.
They really do. Your screen looks way more bearish than mine, and I don't know why that is. That's really disturbing.
It's because I think you're just so far zoomed out. That's all it is. That's it.
Yeah. How do I make it look more bearish? I don't know.
Austin is showing his time frame is at 1300 though. You see on his chart.
Let's just stay on his chart. Just pretend that 51.38 is where we get stopped. That's our stop. 51.38.
I can mark it too for you.
That's our stop. We're gonna use Austin's charts because they look better.
Dolby, that is so tight, bro. That makes my skin crawl a little bit. So tight on that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that helps us go lower. That's what we're cheering for right now. Chat,
what
can we
want,
see
51.30? Come on, here we go.
51.30.
I'm watching the time and sales on Topstep X again. Seeing more sellers than buyers for sure. Like I said, those big buyers at 34 and 35, they weren't enough to push us up here because now we're at 32 again.
Yeah.
And now you're getting a couple hundred contract orders at 32, 32.25, 32 again.
Here, we're adding a bear right above this candlestick. Now it looks more bearish, chat. So we're good. We got what we needed. A much more bearish looking chart. More. 1 minute? Let's go 1 minute. There we go. 1 minute plus a bear. There we go.
So W, on that house account trade, you got that you're short there. You have your stop loss at 51.38. Is there any reason why we can't move the stop to 51.40? Reason being, a little further. Stop a little further away. The reason I'm saying is I pulled up volume profile, and we have a spike in volume profile where there are more trades traded at 51.39. So if we go to 51.40, we'd have to get through that entire area, get absorbed before it goes to 51.40. So if we have room in the house account, we can give it those 2 extra points, a little wiggle room. I would rather see that because 51.39 does have some activity on it, which it may get stopped at. It may get held at to go back down again. Whereas if we're at 51.38, we may get stopped out and then hold 51.39. So I'd like to get on the other side of that if possible.
Okay. Yeah, we do have room, so I can push it back up there. We got 51.35s coming up right now. Things are a little bit scary. We did not get a lower low, which I'm not a huge fan of, to be honest, at all.
Just something from how I see it. When I'm looking for shorts, a lower high is to be expected, right? We're trying to get a lower high here as it moves down. Where that lower high is tough to say. What really would concern me is a higher high. So a break above 41, 42 would be a higher high in the short term. And that would actually make me not like the shorts. That little tip has helped me stay in some of these trades that I might have a good price, 34, 33, 35. They might be good prices, but it might have to go to 38, like Robert was just saying. So sometimes, yes, it has not made a lower low, Dolby, but that doesn't mean anything because that's trying to time the market too much for me. I don't care how long it takes. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get a decent price where I can see that potential for it to move in my favor. You know, where it pins up to exactly 39. It could be 51.39 and 3/4. I don't know, but I know it is not invalid to be short until the 42 is taken.
Okay.
Hope that helps. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm zooming out a little bit, kind of see what's going on. I think I still feel.
If you come to my chart, I can give you more visual too if anybody needs it.
Yeah, your chart's more bearish, anyways.
Like this type of a move here would make me, of course, much less bearish, right? But
that would also make me way less bearish.
This type of a move would not surprise me. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Wow.
We don't know where that lower high is. It could be up here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna hold it.
Volume point of control is at 51.44.5. So it's got to really gain some steam to get up through there. And if you look at the type of the profile, it's a solid peak. And it looks like Mount Everest on its side. So that means by the time, not what it means, but potentially, right? Hypothetically, it's going to take a lot of energy and a lot of juice to push through that high peak of 51.44.5 before it starts going long. And I think that's right about where Austin just plotted that. Where it comes up, pulls back, and continues through. Yep, we just flipped the trade to the other side, and that's it. I think we are all pretty much right in the agreement. We're looking at that area.
It looks good now.
51.39 to 51.40. Absolutely.
Thank God you did not.
Hopefully, we're going to drop this down.
Yeah, I'm happy y'all pulled me. Y'all pulled me back,
Robert, really quick,
from moving my stop too tight.
What volume profile can we use? Help me and the listeners, because there's so many when you search on TradingView. Do you do a fixed range, a visible range? Give me just a little insight, if you could.
Absolutely. So I'm using Topstep X, and the only one available right now is it's technically an indicator, and I click on it, and it's simply called fixed volume profile fixed range. And when you do that, you click the start and you click the end. So I typically will always use a fixed range, and if you want to just go for the TradingView side, since that's you asked, it's not the one for the visible range, because that changes every time you scroll your screen back and forth. So what I want to see for a volume profile, there's two ways that traders like to do this. It's a personal thing. I like to start from the start of the Asian market and watch the entire day, whereas Hoag likes to start at the beginning of the U.S. market and watch only the U.S. market. Neither is right or wrong. It's just what you're most comfortable with. I like to see the entire market, so I always start it just like I have on my screen now at the start of Asia, all the way to the most current candle. But because this is an indicator right now, and it's not just sitting there on the chart automatically updated. Every time a candle closes, I actually have to drag it to the right so I get the most current candle. That's just the way it is at this point in time. The TradingView one, you can assign it, it will automatically advance. Then it'll be like that eventually. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Good insight. Thank you. That helps.
You're welcome. I'm going to mark off that other high volume nodes. It's a slight high volume node, and that was at that 51.39. So I'll actually mark that off of my chart as well, so we can have a visual 51.39, and I'm going to label it to a high volume node. I'll put spike. So now we have it marked out. Our charts are nice and labeled. I like how Adobe does that too.
We're just not getting that lower low. I don't like this trade anymore. Because we're just... See, this is something I've kind of noticed, that if I get into like a 1 minute candlestick and I start seeing higher lows on the 1 minute, it does not make me feel very good as someone.
It gets easy to be impatient for sure.
Yeah.
But a 1 minute candle can flip on you in the last 20 seconds too.
I really can, especially in the end of the day, because like momentum can kind of do whatever it wants.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things I try to only trade on closed candles. You know, because when you do a back test, like when I started trading, you could only back test the way I did it by looking at closed bars. So that made me think I would never want to make a decision mid bar. So I try to only enter when I see something that closes that I would look back on and be like, oh, that's the candle I want. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, if we had waited a little bit, like this 5 minute range would have been a little bit easier to trade. I think we probably could have gotten a much better entry overall if we had maybe waited for the 5 minute range to form. But it's hard because we have a lot of confluence in chat and everything going on. But I do. We're gonna hang on at that 51.40 level and see, because technically y'all are right. It has not really broken the structure yet.
No.
With that volume profile, as you asked about, Austin, I just put on the volume profile starting at the beginning of the U.S. market as well. So I have two of them on. The point of control is the same for both of them. So regardless of if we take just the U.S. market into consideration, or if we take the entire day, this is the ES chart. It's at 51.44.5. both point of controls are the same, and we can see how the volume profile looks. It's a little bit rounded. There's my chart, the one on the right-hand side. It's more of a rounded profile. And I will make this drawing like this to enhance it. It's a little more rounded versus the one from the overnight. It's going to peak that comes out. So you're going to trade those, I want to say 2 different ways. You definitely want to keep those into consideration. One is just slowly moving back and forth across it, where the other one shot right into the point of control and then fell right off the other side. I know we're pushing up higher now. I'm still a little bit liking this trade, and I think we have a good position on where I am comfortable making if we get stopped out at 51.40, I'm still comfortable saying that was the right decision on this trade, Dobie.
Yeah, I agree. Do you feel like when you see point of control that high, not really far, but today it's high, when it's far away, do you like to look at volume profile and think we're going back to point of control? Or do you like to think how some people look at where there's no orders underneath us? Oh, we could slide there. Which one of those carries more weight in your mind?
Depending on the shape of the profile. If you have a double distribution, let's say the point of control is where it is right now. Again, just so everybody hears it, 51.44.5. But let's say that there's a very close proximity where the volume profile, and I'll draw this on the chart also, where here is our volume profile peak at that 51.44.5. But what happens if we had another volume profile that came out like this on the bottom, okay? And it's really, really, really close at the bottom below to make another point of control, okay? So that's going to say, well, now this whole section, the middle of it between 51.26 and 51.44, it's just a valley. So I would be looking for it to pass through there. So it could, 1, either go up to that upper point of control, or 2, go to the bottom point of control. So Austin, just because it's there, I don't necessarily see it as a gravity piece, unless the shape includes it. So because there's a P-shaped profile, the B-shaped profile. What was it yesterday? Where's the volume coming in on the levels as it stands right now between the overnight market and the U.S. market? So right now, I'm comfortable going right where this is. I don't see it pushing hard to 51.44, but I also don't see it being like, well, it might not make there, but it does need to get through some levels. It does need to get through some volume on, just like we have at 51.40, 51.41. It's going to get through those first before it pushes back up to that point of control. So sometimes you might have a magnet area, and sometimes it's just like, nope, that's where the most contracts were traded, and the market just fell away from it, and there just hasn't been a single really level that's given that any bang for the buck, where it's just going to hang out there, and we may be trading it down the rest of the entire day. So it depends on the shape of the profile to for the short answer. Right now, I don't see it just all of a sudden flying up there, but 3 minutes, Eddie's going to come in with the mock order information, and who the hell knows? This is trading.
Great info, really. One more question for you guys. For some of the new people, does Topstep stop trading at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central? Does it stop at 10 after?
3:10.
You need to be close.
3:10 Central.
3:10 close.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm surprised, honestly, that we got short so as soon as we did. Because as soon as I went to like a 30-minute or 1 hour, I saw like levels that were way more relevant. Like I think we probably could have gotten short at like 51.36 and maybe even tried at like 51.34 and 51.36 and like worked it within that range. Oh man, this one is just slow. Hopefully we get saved at MOC, but that's about it. And those sellers really come in pretty aggressive. Part of the hard part about trading the house account is the requirement to trade size. This would have been a great trade to trade small size with and just dip the toe in the water and then add to it. But since size is on the menu, you kind of have to hop in. Like even this is 6 lots and it's a little bit rich. 10 would have been brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
I went to micros for that same reason. So I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But we're still alive though, just barely.
Still alive. It's just so slow, dude. We got 4 or 5 minutes of movement at 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock, whatever it was. And we were like, oh my God, the market's alive. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Everyone relax. But this is how it is. I mean, we haven't talked about it the whole hour. You have FOMC on Wednesday. Everyone's going to be waiting to hear from Powell. You have non-farm payrolls on Friday. Got earnings this week. Apple, I think on Thursday. So and I think Amazon tomorrow. So a lot of news that typically leads to consolidation. All the guys that I keep mentioning from my podcast, Crudelli and Chris, and all the guys that I like to really study that have been trading on the floors, like Hoag and Michael, like Fed weeks, a lot of them would just not trade. They would play cards. They would go out to lunch. They would
do something else.
And they would come and trade Thursday and Friday after the Fed. So I kind of keep that in mind this week. I was even going to tweet this. I was like, I might not trade my XFA at all. I already took a payout. I'm up already on it. I don't want to take a risk. And I know this week is my hardest week of trading. When we have Fed, NFP, first week of the month, it's a tough week. So it's a week to, I just play a lot of defense, Dolby. You know me now. We see each other once a week. I trade defensively.
Here we go.
Get in the paint a little bit.
Here we go.
How do we feel about moving our stop down?
We got mock orders coming out. Go ahead, Dolby. What do you want to move it?
I was just seeing if we can reduce some of our risk. 51.38 and a quarter looks fine, or 39. We could save ourselves a couple $100.
Come on, do it. Do it.
No? Do it or no? Don't do it.
I wouldn't do anything yet.
Keep the stop where it is. Okay.
We're in it to win it. 350, got 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's see what the mock order comes out like. See how we get. If we're like massive to the buy side, we may take consideration on that. It does look like it's pushed up strong, but we still need to get past that 51.40 area, 51.39. Here's Eddie with the mock orders.
Y'all are
Right,
patient.
our good friend Sheshwat. Thank you, brother. 1.5 billion to the buy side, getting it before, just right before financial juice. So thanks, Shot. And let's keep an eye on this. $1 billion and 1.5, pretty good for a Monday.
We're gonna get stopped on this guy. Most likely. Yeah, so our entry ended up becoming support, which is like death knell of any.
Yeah, it's gonna stop. It's gonna push it right out.
Rip. We tried, chat. We tried. Momentum won.
We tried.
And that's okay. I mean, that's a losing trade. That's how it worked. I am entirely comfortable with what you did and how it was put on. And you guys talked about it to begin with. And we went through the reasoning behind it as to why we kept it on there and the adjustment for the stop. And yes, it was 2 more points, but obviously we can see once it pushed past that 51.39, it just blew right into it.
Yeah, I mean, chat did a good job reading the momentum. It was kind of a weird setup, too. It's a hard day to trade. I agree with you, Austin. It is not an easy day.
No, and it's probably not going to be easy tomorrow.
Day. And I think this is probably trying to do a reverse within the middle of a trend, too, right? Isn't that what your guy said? Because if we're bouncing off of 51.18, I guess he either probably wouldn't have taken a trade or would have gotten long because that is the trend within the range, I think, what they're trying to say.
Yeah,
yeah,
could be.
Yeah, I've gotten burned on that a couple times. It's trying to basically you're just not up to speed on the market, and you jump in at 2 o'clock, and it's like, oh, okay, we're in the middle of a range. Let me try to short it, but it's coming from the bottom instead, so it just rolls all the way to the top, and you get caught in the middle.
Unfortunately, you're right. I think the way that I'll probably go back and look at this is the jab under 51.35 here that we took short on the retest. That jab really isn't in holding us out of the range. It's an attempt at getting us out of the range, but it's like a failed breakout. It's really what I think it is. The bottom, I mean, even though we spent some time under it here recently, if you just take it out to, I'm sure, a higher time frame, you go, I don't really look at 1 hour, 4 hour, but you take it to a high enough time frame, this is still respecting that range. You know what I mean? If you, yes, we just closed, pinned it, now we're back inside, but look at 51.35. To me, I mean, that still looks like it's just playing around this range. And you mark off our initial high a day. Yeah, it broke above it a little bit, but look at that. I mean, you can see it's a range bound day. And if you go back to the last Fed day, this is what happened on the Monday. It was all Monday and Tuesday were so choppy. So I would say to everybody, keep these levels in mind. Today's high and today's low. That's what I would be looking at. Even tighter, maybe like for tomorrow, 51.30 to 51.50-ish, 51.55. So
yeah,
and I think 51.50, it seems like, is the key level that a lot of people on Twitter, like Pax and Crudelli, were talking about. 51.50 market 51.50. Yeah, going into the Fed, 51.50.
Yeah. Didn't man, that bounce. Damn. It's always so easy in hindsight, isn't it?
How about some quiz winners? Will that make you feel better?
Yes.
I know we all love that. Here you go. Here's your top quiz winners for today. I think we picked some extra ones. We had so many people qualify.
Any good ones here?
What do you mean by good ones?
Eddie Hornswoggle.
What's your favorite Dolby time?
I think Eddie Hornswoggle's really good.
Got the Hornswoggle in there? Really?
Yeah, Eddie Hornswoggle.
It was a
That's
bully
what I
used to
see.
call me that when I
Oh,
was
yeah?
a kid. Must be like a bully. Well, he doesn't get one then.
No.
Matter of
he
fact,
does not
charge
get a
him for
free
3.
reset. That's right. So congratulations if you won. That's pretty. I mean, everyone got a free reset because of the forums, but now you get 2. So you get 2 resets.
Yeah.
Degen carefully, chat. Don't use it all in one day. I don't want to see any 15 lots out of y'all because you want a free reset. Not cool. It's not.
And Austin,
cool.
there we go, right at the point of control, 51-44.
Yep, there's.
There it is.
Yep.
So you
I need
can
to
look
write
at this
that
2
down.
ways, right? Yeah, you can look at this 2 ways that it's the same answer, but say, one trader says, wow, the point of control was a magnet. Okay, that's true, right? But the other trader could say, when it was down at the bottom, it was, it had extended too far down and needed to recover that. So either way you look at it, I like to use this analogy to say, I'm going from point A to point B. You can say, I'm leaving A to go toward B, or you can say, I'm going toward B, and as a result, I'm leaving A. See what I'm saying? So
100%.
You can look at it any way you want to look. Yeah, any way you want to look at it. So one trade, I'll be like, hey, look at, that bottom was really, it had a big dump off there for whatever reason. I don't think we figured out yet. And it built its way back up right to where it was trading most of the day. And then the second trader can say, well, the point of control is a magnet. Great. Well, what about yesterday? Because it didn't. Because yesterday it started, the point of control just took off the entire day, right? So you really have to put it into context of what you're looking for. And I was like wrong on this, 100%. I did not think at all it was going to be pushing back up that far, that fast, which it did. And I said that earlier. I'm like, I said it earlier. I'm like, I don't expect to see this poking right through. It's got a lot to get through around that zone we were looking at, 5140 to 5142-ish. And if it does go through there, hey, we're a few points away, but I just didn't see it pushing up that far, that fast. And it did. So just sometimes you're wrong on it. The irony being right when the mock was coming out, I looked over on NQ. I have a bot running on NQ right now, and it skyrocketed from 865 to 880, and it was just going to push us right up anyway. It's like, oh, too bad we didn't see that ahead of time.
Yeah. Like you said, even beyond that, tough trading today. It's a 35-point range on ES.
Yeah.
So it's got to be you got to be conservative a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's good you didn't hit it with the 10 lots, Dolby. I went to the micros. We still want to play. We all want shooters got to shoot. You know what I'm saying? So we got to play. But it's definitely good to be protective when we know there's clear ranging. It's clearly ranged. But I think this sets us up for potential good range trades tomorrow too. Dolby's going to crush it tomorrow.
I think this whole week is probably going to be really good for range trading for the most part. I mean, I wrote down some notes for my journal, which is, looking at the 1 minute for higher lows or lower highs and just kind of trying to key in on that to see if we're not showing weakness and we're short, is the 1 minute giving us something else that we can kind of pick up on? Doesn't work every time, who knows, but it's something I've noticed recently. And then, that intra move trend. So if we're in like a 1 hour or daily trend and we're in the middle of it or bouncing off the bottom, do we want to try to counter trend the bounce on a large time frame, or do we want to try to trade with it? Which I think is what your guy was saying. So I feel like, that was a continuation trade off the bottom.
Yep.
If we wanted to get long,
Yep.
That would have been
like you said, continuation ain't going to work today. Yeah, so we tried.
Yeah.
But if it would have worked, if it would have tanked to 5105 at the end of the day, we would have been like, God, that would have been such an easy trade. So I think that's where you have to put the risk on, because you got to say, would I be more pissed if I take this good loss, or would I be more pissed if I lose an easy winner that I know I should be in? And I think this was a good trade, like Robert said. They just don't all win, which some people don't know yet about trading, that nothing wins 100% of the time. Shocker. Sorry to break everybody's brain.
As long as you have an answer. As long as you have an answer. I would have done the same thing again. Like if this thing showed up, I'd be like, all right, this looks like a good area. It's stuck around there. It dropped off, recovered some, hanging around. We had those that zone marked off where it's like, it needs to push through this area. And if it does push through, it's probably going to pop up a little bit quicker. And it just happened to do that. So
Yep.
That's trading, folks.
Yep.
It is. And we didn't risk a ton. We had a good idea. And like all trades, if it ends up going your way, you look like a genius. And it just didn't go our way. Yep. And we lost less money than Andre, most importantly. So that's always good.
That's all that matters.
Hang that over his head when we see him tomorrow. But unfortunately, we did not win today. The bell is coming up in 40 seconds. Eddie, how you doing over there?
Got my finger on the ringer.
They reload. Go. They reload the fridge in the green room.
Well, we got donuts coming in tomorrow. We got extra chocolate, and yes, the fridge has been filled with Miller High Life. Who ordered that? Champagne with beers.
I saw your CBD sodas hiding in the back.
Yeah, don't touch those until I open them up, okay?
Yeah, I figured.
Don't worry, I share.
Figured. There it is, 3:00.
There we go. Way to go. Eddie's going to bring us home. We're going to bounce in. Yep.
Bouncing in. Well, you know what? Here, we've got, gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here. I enjoyed this power hour. Very calm, but very collective. Good knowledge. And Austin, you know what you get it. You get it. And we love having you here, my friend. And hope to have you back here very soon. In a bigger role. But
thank you
once again. Thank you, Dolby and Riz Cooney. Appreciate that also. Let's take a look at tomorrow for breakfast. What do we got tomorrow for breakfast? Well, early enough. If you sleep in a little later, you're going to get a little bit bigger breakfast. But right now, 7:55, we got Red Book. Actually, earlier before that, 7:30, we do have some employee benefits and employment wages. Really not too big here. House price index at 8:00, and we also do have our HPI. That's the S&P CS HPI composite. The big numbers coming out at 8:45. Okay, bada bing, bada bang. The Chicago PMI be here at 8:45 Central. Also 9:00 here. We got the CB Consumer Confidence. Scrolling down a little bit, Texas Service Sector at 9:30. Dallas Fed at 9:30 also. And we will have later in the day, remember that API comes out. That'll be the API weekly crude stock. Prior was 3 million, negative 3 million, 230. As far as our menu for tomorrow, tomorrow's Tuesday, the 30th, the end of the month, ladies and gentlemen. April went that quick. Join us tomorrow, 8:00 Central Time. Hoag will be back, and we're going to get Rips in here. Yes, Rips, Hoags. And Fast Market, Andre Hoag, JD, Jack, and Rips. Join us for Power Players. We got one of our funded traders, Xavier, who's going to join Robert and myself. And will Anne-Marie get more than 2 questions right tomorrow? Well, I'm going to be running TopQuiz, and I've got my questions ready. I sent them in. I hope you get more than 2, and I challenge you to get all 4. Wink, wink. Shoulder tap tomorrow, Andre and Mick. We got group coaching with JD and Hoag. And we'll have market stalking with Deanna, Robert, and myself. And at the end of the day, yes, the dynamic duo is back. Andre and Dolby and Cami Capital. Don't forget, if you did not get the reset or bell to bell, we're going to have it available with Dakota tonight. Be here at YouTube, 8 p.m. Central Time for slow markets. Okay, so that the opportunity will be there for that. And don't forget also, right after this, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Coach Ray, 6 p.m. in our Discord. Coach Ray going to be talking about volume profile. 7:00, Coach Vince with bar charts and TPO. All right. And to end this here, thank you very much. You know what? I got to say, I got to give props to our community. You guys and girls were really participating today. I really haven't seen that much, and we love that. I mean, the thing is, we're a team here. And we're trying to help each other out. So participate, be part of the chat. Don't sit there and in the shadows. All right. Let us know if you're trading well, if you're trading bad, if you need help and got a question, please do that. But right now, it's Monday is out of the way. Let's get some rest. Let's re-energize. Let's have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. And this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
From bell to bell, it's Topstep TV, trading with precision. Come and see, join our viewers in the know, where opportunities and insights flow. Bell to bell with Topstep TV, bell to bell with Topstep TV. Exclusive perks for our loyal crew. Stay the day, we welcome you. Topstep TV viewers ahead of the game, informed and ready, they stake the claim. New features, cool stuff galore, with giveaways and more in store. Bell to bell, Topstep TV. Bell to bell, Topstep TV. Exclusive perks for our loyal crew. Stay the day, and a reset for you.